Recorded Books presents They Call Me Dom by Wintertime. Narrated by Ebony Ford, Sable Lynn, and Midnight Michael. Prologue. 2 years earlier. Layla. 1, 2, 3, I shouted. My team brought back the breaching bar and smashed it against the hard and large wooden door. Bang! The door was knocked off the hinges, and there was now a big hole in the trap house. The dealers and users in that nasty house scattered like roaches as my team and I raced inside after them. Our weapons were drawn and raised before arrests took place. This was the 4th bust we'd had this week. Some asshole, or assholes, had been setting up drug houses all over the city. It drained me because it was a never-ending cycle. When we busted one, another was up and running. My crew made arrests while some of us moved down to the basement. Trash riddled the stairs, and an awful stench filled our noses. The familiar and undeniable smell of Perctinel saturated the air. It was the worst pill on the market and responsible for a lot of young deaths this year. If given more time, the pill will claim more lives. These fools had a whole drug lab set up with all the supplies the dealers needed. Before I could process the rest of the basement, the dealers saw us, dropped their masks and aprons, and zoomed out the back door. I took flight. As I ran, I tucked my weapon back in the holster. I didn't fully see the face of my suspect, but I knew he was tall, dark brown, and stocky. The nigger was fast, too. It was like he had on his crackhead Heelys because he moved with speed that only crackheads possessed. He hopped over the neighboring fence, and I followed suit. Dogs barked in the distance as we ran through people's private yards. He knocked over trash cans to slow me down, but I leaped over them with ease. I pumped my arms and legs. He couldn't escape me. I refused to let him. If he got away, then him and the others would open up another drug lab. That wasn't a chance I wanted to take. He sped out of an open gate, knocking over a small child. My instincts encouraged me to stop and check on the child, but I couldn't let that fool get away. I promised myself to double back and check on her once I'd handle my business. He jetted across the street, and so did I. I was on his heels. I reached out to grab him when the sound of screeching tires hit my ears. My eyes flitted to the left, and a car was seconds from knocking me into the air. "Shit," I protested, and fell onto the grass on the sidewalk. I looked up in time to see my suspect hauling ass around a corner and disappearing. "Fuck!" I screamed and stood up. This was some bullshit. I wiped off my cargo pants and went about the rest of my day. We headed back to the precinct and filled out all the paperwork about today's bust. There were highs and lows about today's raid, but it came with the job. It was 10 p.m. and I was bone tired. I walked through the front door of my house and the smell of dinner filled my nostrils. Did Sir cook? Was he even home? Our housekeeper, Mariah, bounced around the corner and sloppily kissed me. I pushed her away and stepped back. "What the hell are you doing? Where's Sir?" I questioned, peering around her. She wore a sexy grin on her face and pulled me to her. "He called earlier to tell you he had to work a last-minute double shift at the hospital. Certain said he called you, but you didn't answer. So you see, you can relax. I made dinner. Go take a hot shower and allow me to help you rest." Mariah stepped closer to me and kissed my neck softly. Her small hands unzipped my SWAT windbreaker, and it pooled on the floor. The feel of her warm mouth on my neck and her small hands tweaking my nipples made me shiver. My hands slowly slid down her thick and curvy figure until I grabbed her heavy ass cheeks. Mariah smelled fruity and clean, and her tongue was sweet when our mouths finally met. My hands casually caressed her ass, then I spread one of her cheeks while my fingers slipped into her uncovered pussy. My clit thumped frantically to feel her warm body against mine. My fingers stroked her tight pussy and she moaned into my mouth. I swallowed her cries when I added my thumb to her clit. Mariah moved closer to me, damn near trying to be in my skin while I toyed with her clit. She was as freaky as they came, and I enjoyed it. However, my conscience interfered, and I put some distance between us. What? Why are you stopping? She probed with a confused expression. I exhaled and took another step back. Mariah, I explained to you the other day that I didn't want to do this anymore and that we needed to stop. Certain deserves better than this, and so do you. Mariah smirked and slipped out of the black, pleated mini dress she wore. I bit down on my tongue as my mouth watered to taste the pearl between her legs. She was milk chocolate with fake C cups that drove me up the wall. Her ass was real, though. I tried not to take a step forward to her dark brown nipples and areolas, and God knew that was the hardest decision I ever made, next to having to end our affair. Mariah walked toward me and placed my hand back on her warm and wet pussy. Yes, I remember what you said, but minutes later, your head was between my thighs. You just need to relax, my love, and let me take care of you. I know it's not easy slowly coming out of the closet, but I accept you the way you are, beautiful. Let me take care of you. She rolled her pussy over my hand, and I couldn't hold back. I leaned down and savored her nipples. Her titties were full, heavy, and ripe for the taking. She chuckled and gingerly shimmied her breasts in my face. No one satisfies me the way you do, boo. Just like that, Layla. You feel so good, she cooed, grinding against me. I couldn't take any more of her taunting. I hefted Mariah up by her thick thighs, and she swiftly wrapped her legs around my waist. We kissed each other hungrily as I walked us to the kitchen, then placed her on the kitchen island. I released her mouth and licked down from her neck to her bald pussy. There was a butterfly tattooed on her fat pussy, and that always incited me. Mariah bent her knees for me, and I assumed my position between her thighs. My tongue sucked and swept around her pussy like a Swiffer. Mariah was only the second woman I'd slept with. Since high school, I knew I was bisexual, but I loved Certain so much I hid who I really was from him. We were high school sweethearts and best friends. I always wondered if he suspected anything, but if he did, he never brought it to me. Fuck. Just like that, baby, don't stop, Mariah cried. I couldn't if I tried. She was a drug for me. Mariah fulfilled the side of me that was dormant and lonely. She relaxed me and made me feel complete. I was so engrossed in eating her pussy that I didn't hear when Certain walked in, and my instincts were always on point. What the fuck is going on here? He spat, with a bottle of wine and roses in his hand. I jumped back and wiped my mouth. Mariah looked just as stunned as I did as she awkwardly slid off the island. Is this what you've been doing while I'm at work? How could you do this, Layla? I called and texted, letting you know I didn't have to work late so we could have some alone time. Didn't Mariah tell you what I said? He placed the wine and flowers on the island and stared at me menacingly in his green scrubs. I turned and gave a naked Mariah a death stare. How could you? You lied to me. You said Certain was working another double shift, I revealed through gritted teeth. I'm sorry, love, but he needed to know who you really are. It was best if we ripped the bandage off now, Mariah replied with no remorse at all. Sir stepped forward and turned me to face him. Layla, are you leaving me for her? Yes, Mariah shouted. My head whipped around so damn fast. No, the fuck I'm not. I never told you that, and I never made you any promises or commitments. I've always told you that I was not leaving, sir. I love him. I'm in love with him. There you have it. Now get the fuck out, Sir bellowed. But, baby, I love you too. What about my feelings? Mariah cried. There's no us, Mariah. It has never been an us. We just had fun, I stated in a low voice. Layla, Mariah questioned. Ain't no fucking Layla. She's mine. I'm a gentleman, and I won't put my hands on a lady, but I will call the police. Now, this is the second time I'm asking your ass to leave. Get your shit and get the fuck out of my house now, bitch, Sir hollered. He made both of us flinch. Mariah scurried away and out of the kitchen. I turned and looked into his hazel green eyes. My husband was big in size and in heart, but he wouldn't hurt a fly unless it harmed me. He never raised his voice. The TV took his wrath during the NBA playoffs or Sunday football. Sir was kind, loving, protective, and the best fucking spouse any woman could beg for. To see him out of his usual chill and lover boy persona broke me. It was all my fault. All my fault. We stared at each other until the front door slammed closed. Mariah had made her exit, but I had to sit and stew in the shitstorm I'd made. Why, Layla? Why? Haven't I been a good husband to you? What did I do to make you cheat on me? I try my hardest to love you better than the day before. A tear trailed down his cheek, and I couldn't believe I'd caused him this much damn pain. I was a terrible fucking person. I sobbed and sniffled. It hurt like hell to see this beautiful and selfless man I'd loved since I was 16. So hurt. I had to fix this. Sir, it's not you. It was never you. It has always been me. I've always been attracted to girls since I was in grade school, but I like boys too. The moment I saw you our sophomore year, it was instantly love at first sight. I knew I wanted to love you forever, but there was also this other side of me that needed to be fulfilled. I went years, baby, trying to stuff it so deep inside of me that it wouldn't even be a memory, but it didn't work. Mariah was not the first girl I've been with, but she is the first one I cheated on you with. The first girl was my sophomore year, a few weeks before I met you. She was a freshman, and we were both very much in the closet. I'm so sorry you had to find out this way, love. I never meant to hurt you, yet my actions did just that. Please, sir, don't leave me. I'll do whatever you want me to do. Just please don't leave me, baby. Sir wiped his face and shook his head. I suspected something was up. You were here with me physically, but mentally and emotionally, I had lost you. Thank you for being transparent, but what hurts the most is that you didn't trust me enough to know your truth and support you. You don't know how I would have reacted, but you didn't give me the benefit of the doubt either. I'm not sure if I'm going to leave you right now, Layla, but I can't be here right now. I need some time and space. I'm sorry, Sir professed, and walked away from me. I fell to my knees and cried. I could handle anyone walking away from me, but not him. Sir was my first love and my best friend. He spoke nothing but the truth. I had to fix this shit. I couldn't lose my husband. I just couldn't.
1. Dominique. March 2025. Today was a work day. Both regulars and others crowded the bar because of March Madness, and St. Patrick's Day was around the corner. Lucid's Titty Bar and Lounge stayed crowded for 3 reasons. We had the best food, drinks, and topless servers. The servers didn't have to be topless unless they wanted to. I wasn't a topless server, but I would do it if my tips were low or there was a slow night. There was nothing slow about tonight. I'd already made $500 in tips. That was enough to get my hair, nails, and feet done and throw the rest on my utility bills. My portion of the bills were pretty low because my high school best friend, Bria, was my roommate. We'd lived together blissfully for the last 3 years until she went out one night, met some damn ex-con named Zay. I still don't know what Zay was short for, but I hated him the moment we met. He was mean to her, a drug dealer, and a lazy-ass nigga. Zay didn't live with us because I didn't play that shit, but he was over more than I'd liked him to be. I worked late nights to avoid both of them at times. Bria was so damn delusional for him that if he gave her a pile of shit covered with whipped cream and told her it was cake, she'd eat it. My girl was hard up for that bum-ass nigga. I'd stacked my coins because I couldn't take much more of that shit. I loved her like a sister, but if she didn't limit his visits, then she'd have to go outside with him. My peace and boundaries were constantly crossed, and I was beyond tired of it. Her stay was supposed to be temporary as well, but since we were besties, I allowed her to stay. Zay's ass didn't get a pass like that. I owed his broke ass nothing. That was why I prayed like hell that when I pulled up to the apartment, they were out or asleep. I didn't have it in me to deal with any drama. My feet barked from walking around in 8-inch platform heels longer than I usually had to. I stayed 3 hours longer because 2 servers called off, so I decided to stay and make some extra money. I could use all the extra funds I earned because I had dreams to open an online store to sell my party treats. It was what I was most passionate about. I was damn good at making treats for all kinds of parties. If there was an event and treats were needed, I gave it my all. I could create my treats in any design. It didn't matter. I'd been booked for kids and adult parties, business openings, anniversaries, and much more. Every time my services were reserved, I delivered. I'd even done the events at Lucid's. He had faith in me, and I never let him down. A customer had an upcoming March Madness-themed bachelor party. I'd already received $2,500 for the first down payment, and I would get the remainder of my fee once I delivered the treats. The idea I had in mind for the treats he wanted was something I'd never done before, but I knew I would eat it down. My SZA playlist crooned throughout my car, and my mind drifted to the sad lady cop. She'd been a regular customer for the past 3 months. I knew she was a Chicago police officer from her plain clothes, gun holster, and badge on her waistband. I wasn't sure if she was a detective or not, but I did know she was married. There was a gold band on her finger. The question was if she was happily married. She didn't always look sad. When her crew was around, she laughed and smiled. Once alone, the sadness returned. Her eyes wandered over all the female servers, me included. She never looked at a man unless he walked past her usual booth seat. I wonder if she played for the same team as me. I was an open bisexual. I enjoyed dick and pussy, and if it was at the same time, even better. My parents kicked me out because of my preferences, but it no longer bothered me. I'd gotten over their disappointment years ago and fully accepted myself. It was their loss, not mine. The lady cop had me interested, though. I wanted to know her story. One night I'd reach out. The flirt in me wouldn't be able to help it. I pulled into the parking lot of my apartment building. When I climbed out, I saw Bria's red sedan parked a few cars over. She was here, but I prayed like hell they were asleep. I had to get up early and make treats for the farmer's market on Saturday. Tomorrow was Friday, and I also had to work at Lucid's. I was a busy bee, but I had goals for myself. There was more in this life I wanted to achieve, and I refused to miss out. I collected my work bag and allowed my memory foam furry slides to guide me into my building. I waved at Steve, the night security guard, and receptionist. Then I climbed onto the elevator. Once off, I walked to my place and unlocked the door. I immediately stopped in my tracks at the sight of porn playing on my big screen TV on the wall and that nigga Zay beating his dick on my couch. "Nigga, have you lost your damn mind?" I screamed, then slammed the door. Zay stopped and looked at me as if he didn't have a care in the world. I stood in my kitchen, equipped with an island and all steel amenities, while he relaxed his big ass on my chase in my fully furnished and decorated living room and beat his dick. That man had lost his mind. "My bad, Dom. I thought you'd be out later. Don't mind me at all. I know you're probably tired from work, so go get you some rest." He spoke nonchalantly. He turned away from me and went back to beating his dick. The audacity that nigga had. "I'm not going no damn where. You get your big ass out of my living room and go in Bree's room to do that shit. My living room ain't the place for this shit," I yelled. Zay turned and mugged me. "Either I bust this nut here, or I make you get on your knees to do it, and I won't be nice about it," Zay replied in an evil tone. I chuckled and removed my baby Glock from my tote bag. "You gonna make who suck your little dirty dick?" I asked, aiming my gun at the lamp, then firing it. He jumped. Zay was startled that I packed heat and wasn't afraid to use it. I didn't feel the need to become a concealed carrier until I met the menace that required it. I've been on my own since I was 20, and I always carried my taser, knife, and pepper spray. But for Zay, I knew a gun was necessary. It turned out I was right. "Bitch, you crazy. You ain't seen shit yet. Now get the fuck out of my house before I pump 2 bullets in your chest right now," I commanded. As Zay slowly stood, Bria raced out of her room and stood next to me. "What the hell is going on? Zay, why the fuck is your dick out?" She turned and looked at the porno that played damn near in surround sound. "How many times did I tell you to stop coming out here and doing this shit?" Zay tucked away his dick, then walked up on us. "I said I was sorry. If that ain't good enough, then fuck both of you big bitches." He slightly bumped Bria out of his way. I aimed my Glock at him. "Don't even try me, my nigga. Get the fuck out." Zay stormed away and out the door. I locked the door behind him, then marched into the living room. "Dom, I'm so sorry. I told him about doing whatever the fuck he wants to do in here," Bria voiced in an apologetic tone. I cut the TV off. Right now, I couldn't speak. If I said what my emotions wanted me to, then I'd no longer have a friend. I walked past her and to my room. Bria followed me. The smell of jasmine and plums filled my nose. I was back in my comfort space. My home used to be that before I allowed Bria and Zay into my space. Now, only my room brought me peace. I slammed my things down on my bed and entered my bathroom. A shower was much needed right now. I turned on the water, then I stilled. My eyes traveled to my body wash bottle, and I grew more livid. The light orange color of my soap spilled down the bottle, which also had dirty fingerprints on it. What the hell? I grabbed some tissue, then the bottle, and stalked back into my room. "Bria, what the hell is this?" I shoved the dirty bottle in her face. She gave me the yikes look. Her mouth pulled into an uneasy smile, and her eyes shifted from side to side. I told Zay he could use some of your soap since I had run out. I didn't think he'd leave it like that," she responded, looking down at her lap. "Bria, I'm tired of this shit. I can't continue to live like this. I'll give you 3 months, but you gotta find somewhere else to live if you plan on staying with Zay. He can't come to my house no more. I'm at my wit's end. She jumped up from the bed in shock. Come on, Dom. Let's not make rash decisions here. I don't have any place to go. Exactly. Yet you let that bummy-ass nigga fuck up the only place you had. I'm tired of trying to get you to see that something is wrong with Zay. He ain't the man for you. But if you want to keep hope, then that's your business. Just keep me the fuck out of it. You got 3 months, Bria. Fuck it then. You let a few funky-ass incidents come between our friendship, then maybe we wasn't friends from the beginning. I'll be at your place, face, and life sooner than you want me to. Good. That means I'll have peace again, and I won't have to deal with you or Zay's dirty ass. Bria stormed out of my room, and I slammed and locked the door. Fuck her. She tried to gaslight me just like he did her, and I refused to fall for the bullshit. After a much-needed shower, I climbed under my covers, said my prayers, then slipped off to sleep. It was Friday night at Lucid's, and money moved all around me. I was back in a different pair of my 8-inch pumps. They were powder pink, with a clear cover over my toes and clear strap around my ankle. My pumps matched the long-sleeve, pleated, super mini dress I wore that revealed my ass, cheeks, and titties. On weekends, I dressed as sexy as I could. The sexier I looked, the more tips I earned. I moved through the crowd, bypassing all the horny niggas with a tray filled with drinks and food. I'd worked here for 4 years, and I was a pro at this shit. I made it to a booth filled with college guys. They were regulars. I guess the girls on their campus didn't pay them much attention. I wouldn't say they were nerds, but they definitely looked like the studious type instead of athletes. All right, boys. I got a round of shots, 5 beer mugs, wings, fries, and the Lucid's titty special. Who's the lucky guy? I probed. They all looked at one guy in Harry Potter glasses and a black denim jacket with a white shirt underneath. He had long individual braids and pretty brown eyes. The little cutie raised his hand. I just got accepted into law school, so my friends decided to treat me, he confessed. Congratulations, handsome. Would you like your special now or later? I quizzed, casually rubbing my fingers through his hair, then down his neck. He shivered under my touch, and that pulled a smirk from me. Now! A couple of his friends answered in unison for him. I looked back at him. What's it going to be, honey? Now, he answered, stumbling over his reply. You got it, handsome. With haste, I snatched down the front of my dress. My pierced nipples were covered by light pink pasties. I removed his glasses and set them down gently. His horny crew looked on in excitement as I gripped his head and shimmied my breasts all over his face. He pumped his fist in the air, and his friends cheered loudly. I smeared my girls over every area of his face, then released him. His face was now covered in glitter from my body oil. He and his friends continued to cheer as I fixed my clothing. I looked up to see the lady cop in a booth 2 seats away from theirs. She stared at me lustfully. When she noticed I looked at her, she quickly looked down at her menu. I turned back to the boys. Good luck in law school, handsome. I sauntered away with the tray as I heard them excitedly chatting about me. It was funny how I made their nights. That little act had just earned me $500. Those little college boys must have had some bread. I walked until I stopped in front of the pretty lady. She looked to be about 5'9", with skin like cocoa that had a light sheen. She had pretty round brown eyes with full lips. She wore a big bun on top of her head, and her physique was so toned that she looked athletic like a hooper. Her wedding band was on her finger, so I coached my hormones to relax. The pretty lady cop was already taken. Good evening, beautiful. I'll be your server for tonight. Can I start you off with something to drink? Hey, love. And yes, I'll take a Long Island iced peach tea and spicy chicken Alfredo with the house salad, she answered. I wrote it down on my pad, then looked at her. She hadn't taken her eyes off me since I walked up. I smirked. If she wasn't married, I'd put this pussy all in her face tonight. What kind of dressing would you like? Whichever vinaigrette dressing you like. She made me smile again. My favorite is the raspberry vinaigrette. Then I'll have that, she confirmed. Cool, coming right up. I winked at her, then walked away. I probably shouldn't have flirted with her, but I couldn't help it. She was just too damn pretty not to flirt with. I strolled to the bar and placed her food order in the kitchen. I turned to the bartender, Sam. Can I get a Long Island iced peach tea, please? Coming right up, beautiful, he responded. I chuckled at him, then waited as he made her drink. My eyes danced over to the pretty lady cop. She watched the game on the big screen while I watched her. I chewed on the cap on my favorite pen. Everything about her seemed to fascinate me. She gave me a dominant vibe, but she kept to herself. I'd probably only know if I was close to her. What is up, Dom? I snapped out of my perusal of her. Thanks, Sam. I took her drink and grabbed a fresh basket of chips for her, then headed to her table. I didn't know how she heard my heels in this loud-ass place, but her head quickly swiveled in my direction. There was a slight smirk on her glossed lips, and that made my heartbeat pick up. I wanted to taste her something bad. Here you go. I brought you some chips to snack on before your food is ready. Thank you. That was thoughtful of you. I blushed, trying to hide my dimples, but it was no use. You're welcome, pretty. Can I get you anything else? Yes. What's your name? You never told me, she inquired. I didn't? That was poor communication on my end. I usually start off with my name. I didn't forget. I just wanted her to ask me. My apologies, pretty. They call me Dom. What about you? My name is Layla Cones. What's Dom short for? She queried, munching on a chip. Dom is short for Dominique Muse. It's nice to meet you, Layla. Likewise. Please sit and join me, she offered. Okay. I took the seat across from her. Are you a detective? I dove right into my questioning her. I'm a SWAT agent. It's a police officer with specialized training and skills that regular officers don't have. Oh, that's cool. So you all deal with serious shit like hostages and raids. Precisely, she asserted. Tell me, Dom, what do you do outside of here? When I'm not here, you can catch me at the farmer's market selling my treats. I make dipped and customized treats that taste delicious, I revealed. Like chocolate-covered strawberries? Yes, but a little more intricate than that. I went into detail how I crafted my sweets, and Layla was blown away. She asked question after question. I paused our conversation to pick up her food, then returned. That sounds incredible. You are incredible. Artists are some of the most fascinating people in the world because of their imagination and creativity. Thank you, Layla. I appreciate and receive that compliment. Tell me, are you from Chicago, or did you move here? I trailed my long acrylic nails up her fingers, and she swallowed hard. Layla looked at me with a smirk. I've lived here my whole life. What about you? The same. I have another question for you, and please don't take any offense. I noticed that you're married, but is it to a man or a woman? No offense taken at all. I'm married to a man. He's my high school sweetheart, she expressed openly. I nodded my understanding. Does he know that you also like women? She looked away and out of the storefront window before she gazed back at me. Certain, my husband, found out 2 years ago. I made a big mistake, and I'm still trying to earn his trust back. Is it that obvious that I'm attracted to women? To a trained eye, yes. I've been an open bisexual since I was 20, and I'm 28 now. My parents didn't approve, so they kicked me out. My parents are Southern Baptists, so you can imagine the shame I brought upon the family. After that, though, I refused to live in the closet for anyone. For you, it's different. You're married. If your husband is still here with you after he found out the truth the hard way, then that means he still loves you. The best thing to do is try to incorporate both of your preferences in your life. That way, you don't slip again, trying to hide that side of you. Layla nodded and swallowed her food. That's some sound advice if I ever heard it. Thank you, Dom. For real. It was all my pleasure. I stood to leave when she stopped me. What days are you at the farmer's market? Every Saturday and Sunday until closing time. Why do you ask? My husband goes on the weekends when he's not working at the hospital. I'll send him your way. I love sweets. Oh, please do. If he's as beautiful as you, then I'll throw in something extra for you. I like the sound of that. She laced our fingers, then exhaled. Layla went to speak, but I leaned toward her and placed my finger on her lips. My lips landed on her ear, and I whispered, "Don't mess up. You're stronger than that. When you think of a way to make him trust you again, then let me know. Maybe all three of us can have some fun." I kissed her neck, then strolled away.
2. Layla. As my crew drove to our next raid, I couldn't help but think about Dom. It wasn't even 24 hours later, yet she was all I could think about when I woke up. I'd made love to Sir so good that all he did was roll over and go back to sleep. I never had trouble with fucking my husband, but the thought of me, him, and Dom together had me fucking him like I never had before. Dom was one of the most beautiful, creative, and flirty women I'd ever met. I wasn't fond of her current profession, but she made me hotter than anybody I'd ever met. The way she validated and comforted me and cared about certain in one sitting made me want to fall between her thighs and never come up. She appeared like a genie in my life, fucking sexy and smart-ass genie, but a genie nonetheless. I needed to have her. There was no way I could miss my beat and let her get away. It was because of our conversation that I came up with the idea to live in harmony with both of my preferences. I already knew that Certain wouldn't be down for an open marriage. He took his vows seriously, but a polymarriage could serve both of us. We could both still be happily married and fucking some ripe and wet pussy that both of us enjoyed. After the affair with Mariah, I couldn't go back to not having pussy in my life. I didn't cheat on Sir again, but I did hang out at Lucid's more, with and without my crew. I needed to surround myself with ass, titties, and pussy like the next man or woman. Once I explained to Sir what a polymarriage was, there was no way he could turn me down. I also knew that once Dom laid eyes on him, she wouldn't be able to resist him. Sir was just that damn gorgeous. He was 6'4" of caramel brown skin, full, honey-hued lips, and muscles that drove me crazy. Sir had an athletic swimmer's build with a tapered, wavy fade that only accented his natural beauty. I loved that man so much. 2 years had passed since I royally screwed up, and I worked hard every day to prove to him that I was truly sorry. We were now in couples therapy, and it seemed to work. There was more than infidelity issues we had to work on. We didn't communicate as much as we once did because our careers were so demanding, so the spark had left. However, Sir had remained as loyal as they came, unlike me. I snapped out of my thoughts when our truck stopped. "All right, look alive, men. It's time to work. No hero missions, Jake. We stick to the plan so I can get you all home to your wives, partners, and kids." I turned to Andre. "No cowboy shit, Dre. I mean it. If you or Jake try me, you'll be on desk duty for a month. Y'all feel me?" "Yes, Sergeant." my crew stated in unison. Cool. Let's roll. Kendrick unlocked the door and we all hopped out. Emmanuel and Drew carried the breaching bar up to yet another drug house. It was 4 a.m., chilly, and not a soul was out. That was always the perfect time for a raid. I removed my weapon and directed half of my crew to head around to the back and a few others to take the roof next door. The remainder of my squad quietly raced up the front porch stairs. We made room for Emmanuel and Drew as they aimed the breaching bar at the front door. Counting down. 3, 2, 1, I yelled. Emmanuel and Drew were the big muscles on my squad, and they swung that heavy-ass breaching bar with ease. It smashed against the front door, knocking it off the frame. My squad raced in first, announcing themselves loudly as I entered right after them. Addicts jumped from the floor, but they were pushed back down. People frantically ran through the nasty, needle-filled house, trying to find shelter or escape. The smell of ass, dirty balls, and drugs permeated the air as I continued to sweep through the house with my weapon still aimed. Arrests were made while I cleared the kitchen, living room, and one bedroom. I stumbled into another bedroom. A crazed user or dealer held a gun to a fiend's head as he tried to escape out of the bedroom window. "Please, D-Man, let me go. Let me go," the fiend cried. Her crusty, chapped lips were moisturized by her tears. "Shut the fuck up, bitch. If I die, so will you," he spat. He gripped her matted hair tighter, making her wince from the pain. She was inches shorter and darker than him. He didn't care about her life, only his freedom, so I didn't have any remorse for him. I aimed my gun at him. "Let her go, drop your weapon, and no one has to die. If you don't, I'll be forced to do something I don't want to do." "Shut up, bitch. All you want to do is take down another black man like the rest of the police. I'ma kill this bitch and get away." His left leg and knee were exposed, and I saw my opportunity to disarm him. I popped him in his knee and his shoulder, but a third shot was fired. I always trusted my instincts because I was one of the best shots in our precinct. You could bet your check on me. "Ugh!" he screamed and dropped his gun. The fiend hurriedly fell to the side, and a few of my squad members raced into the room with their weapons drawn. "Sarge, are you okay?" Drake questioned. Emmanuel and Drew were by his side with their guns aimed at the dealer. "I'm good, guys." I walked over to the dealer and stood over him. "If I wanted to kill you, you'd be dead. Yes, you're a black man, and I'm a black woman, but it ain't my job to take pity on you when you're living this way. Remember this. You're more valuable alive than dead." I kicked his gun over to my squad, then turned to them. "Get EMTs here. He won't die, but he'll be fucked up for a while." I went to walk past them when Drew grabbed on to me. "Sarge, you've been hit." The moment he said that, heat filled my arm and I looked down. Blood trailed down my arm and dripped onto the floor. "It's just a flesh wound." "Be that as it may, we gotta get you to the hospital," Drew quickly responded. Before I could say another word, I was whisked away to the hospital. The doctor had just finished wrapping my bandage when the door to my room burst open and Sir stalked his sexy yet frantic self over to me, ignoring the doctor. "Lay, baby, how are you?" He peppered my face with kisses, then my lips. "Calm down, my love. I told you on the phone I'm good. It's just a little flesh wound." Sir took a seat on the bed as the doctor left the room. He held my hand. "Lay, you have a tendency to downplay a lot of shit, so I wasn't sure if this was one of those times or not. You were grazed, and that still scared the hell out of me. You don't know how often I think about getting a call from the hospital about you. This ain't something I take lightly. It's not easy knowing you perform a dangerous job day in and day out. I get worried, Lay. I leaned forward and kissed his lips until our tongues rolled as one. His full lips and big beard comforted me in more ways than one. The greatest feeling in the world was knowing that if I had no one in my corner, Sir would always be there. His mouth was warm and sweet, like he'd just eaten something fruity. Sir's heavy hand gripped the side of my face as we indulged in one of the best kisses we had shared since my infidelity. We had come a long way, and I didn't want to ruin it. Plus, I never missed a moment to feel his mouth against mine. Sir comforted me and made me more secure than money in a vault. When I felt him fully relax and bask in our kiss, I knew he was a little better. Slowly, I pulled away and gazed into his hazel green eyes. Sir, love, you have every right to feel the way you do. I don't try to scare you intentionally. You know I try to be as safe as possible. However, every situation is different. I love my job, ridding the world of one bad guy at a time, but I make no excuses. Today was just one of those days where things went a little different than we expected. What do you say we get out of here and grab some sushi? It will be my treat, handsome. Sir sighed and nodded. You're right. Thanks for acknowledging my feelings. You know I love you, and I don't want anything to happen to you, Lay. I love you, sir, and I receive your feelings. Good. Now, let's go and get this sushi you treating my fine ass to. We laughed together. I always called him my fine ass husband because Sir was fine as hell. The nurse came in later and discharged me. Sir carried me bridal style to his truck and drove to our favorite sushi restaurant. When we arrived, we were seated immediately. There was no need to even look at the menu because we knew it like the back of our hands. Our table was filled with all of our favorites with all the trimmings, warm sake, and water. I swallowed my yellowtail, then looked at Sir. How was your work week, baby? Busy, like usual, but I'm dealing with a patient who I'm almost certain is being abused by her father. There's fear in the child and mom's eyes, and I know he's responsible. I've seen that look before. I know it's him, he revealed. Sir drank some of his sake, then went back to eating. He swallowed. How are you? How's work going outside of today's incident? Let me know if you need me to have someone look into that case, but I'm good. I'm dealing with multiple cases of Perctinil popping up over the city. This substance is spreading like wildfire, and it's hard to stop it. Every time we raid one drug house and lab, another grows up like a weed. If we can just bust the middleman or main man, that will slow the substance down. Sir exhaled. That is tough, baby. You're a great officer, and I know when the time is right, you're going to catch your perp. I smiled and tossed him a kiss. Thank you, baby, and you're going to get the answers to your suspicions. I appreciate you for checking in on me. Things are looking up for us, wouldn't you say? He nodded with a wide grin. I would surely say that. I mean, I'm still growing to trust you like I once did, but I'm not rushing it. Healing takes time, you know? This time I nodded. Yeah, I do, love. I just want to reassure you that I have not cheated on you since then, my love. There is no way I can hurt you like that again. I refuse to. But there is something that I want to speak to you about before next week's therapy session, I professed. Sir drank a little more sake, then gave me his full attention. I'm all ears, pretty. I exhaled. Sir, there's a side of me that's not being fulfilled, baby. I'm working overtime to prove to you that I can be trusted again and to save our marriage, but I visit Lucid's titty bar sometimes after work. It's the only time I feel like the other side of me can partially be fulfilled. I don't touch any of the women there or pay for private services, but I like to watch them. I enjoy it a lot, my love. Last night, I was there, and I met a server named Dominique, but she said to call her Dom. We didn't do anything but talk. I can't lie to you and tell you that I didn't want to touch her because I did, but I refrained. During our conversation, an idea came to mind. Just knowing the man you are, I know you are opposed to an open marriage. You damn right I am. I'm not about to sit back while you fuck different women, knowing I want you all to myself. I can't sleep around on you, Lay. I ain't that kind of man. I took my vows seriously, he admitted. I nodded my understanding. Sir, I know, baby. That's why I have another idea in mind. Sir rolled his eyes to the ceiling and chewed on another roll. When he swallowed, he looked back at me. Lay it on me, Lay. How would you feel if we have a poly marriage? It's where we both agree on a woman to bring into our marriage and we both have sex with her and experience any other pleasures with her and her only. And I take it you want it to be this Dom woman. I would like for it to be. Sir shook his head. I'll never be enough for you. I used to be, but not anymore. Baby, this ain't just about you. It's about me. I'm so sorry that I didn't reveal my full self to you. I'm sorry that I'm attracted to women just like men. I can't help that I'm this way, but you know now. Sir, I need you during this trying time. I don't ever want to let you go, but I can't keep suppressing this other side of me. For once in my life, I'd like to be fully complete and live in my truth. I can no longer pretend anymore. I just can't. My hands covered my face and I sobbed quietly. I really was sorry for hurting him, but if he couldn't see things my way, then I'd leave him before I hurt him again. Out of nowhere, I felt myself carefully lifted before Sir sat in my chair while I sat on his lap. Stop crying, baby. You know I hate to see you cry or be sad. I sniffled and wiped my face with the cloth napkin he handed me. Lay, I can't even pretend to understand how you feel. I don't know what it's like to hide a part of yourself from everyone you love and know. I've lived in my truth all my life. You were the only woman I've ever loved. I knew the first day I saw you that I wanted forever with you. Your pretty brown eyes and kindness. Look, I can't say yes right off the bat to this poly lifestyle because I'll feel like I'm cheating on you. What I can say is that I'll feel this woman Dom out for you. You deserve to be fully happy like me and the next person. I looked into his eyes and smiled. You really mean that? He nodded and kissed my lips. Yes, I mean that. I grinned, then hugged him tightly. Sir held me back. I knew I married the right man. Thank you, God, for him and his heart. This was the first step in the right direction. We parted, and he looked at me. When can I meet Dom? I beamed. I'm glad you asked. She sells her treats at the farmer's market on the weekends, and tomorrow is Sunday. It's the perfect day for you to meet her and get a feel for her. I'm telling you, baby, you're going to like her. We'll see tomorrow. He kissed my lips, and we went back to eating and drinking. The conversation started off rocky, but it ended on a major high note. Things looked up for my husband and me.
3. Certain. Sir. I squatted and positioned my body the right way as I lifted the weight bar. For some reason, the weight felt heavier today than ever. Lifting 215 pounds was my sweet spot, but today, I barely made it through my 6 reps. I lowered the bar and set it back in place. After a drink of water, I decided to walk the Stairmaster to clear my head. My conversation with Lay the night before weighed so heavily on me that I couldn't focus on my workout the way I usually did. She really wanted to bring a third party into our marriage. I had a bunch of feelings about that. They were positive and negative emotions. The main question I kept asking myself was, why wasn't I enough? That followed up with, if I was ever enough. The night I discovered Lay's affair with Mariah, I could have torn that damn house up. I greatly desired to do so, but I was a gentleman, and I didn't support no man putting his hand on a woman. The truth was, that situation was the first time I desired to hit a woman. The smug look on Mariah's face made me want to knock it off, but she got a taste of her own medicine when Lay denied her. The affair was just that to Lay, an affair. But to Mariah, it was much more than that. I was glad Lay chose me and that we decided to work on our marriage. But now, I felt stranded on the island. I no longer knew where I fit in. These were the changes that I had to adjust to. Now there was a third person about to weave their way into a marriage that was planned for only two. I exhaled and wiped my face with my gym towel as I continued to walk. Honestly, I wasn't down with it. I didn't want to share my wife with anyone. I felt like I shouldn't have to. I shook my head and cut off the machine. That was all I could muster today because all these changes fucked with my head. I really wanted shit to go back to the way it was, but it couldn't because Lay wasn't fulfilled. She wasn't fed the love and nurturing she deserved like the next person because there was a side of her that lay dormant. I wanted the best for my wife. There was no lifetime I wanted to live without her. So if that meant I had to try out this poly shit, then that was how I had to be. Once I gathered my shit, I climbed into my truck and drove home for a shower. It was Sunday, and that meant farmer's market day. Lay sometimes worked on the weekends, so she stayed home to sleep in on Sundays. It was my suggestion. She needed some kind of rest after risking her life every day to make sure the citizens in Chicago were safe. Today usually meant fresh produce and dairy day, but now I was tasked with visiting this Dom woman. I hope she was every bit as wonderful as Lay painted it. If not, I refused to fake it. Lay knew I didn't fake shit for anyone or anything. 20 minutes later, I pulled into our driveway, then parked in our 2-car garage. My mind and body felt a little lighter now that I'd accepted the fact that I'd have to entertain Dom or any other woman for Lay's sake. I walked through our grand kitchen from the garage and headed upstairs. We lived in a lavish 2-story state-of-the-art home. There was a lot of glass and marble everywhere. The kitchen was fully equipped with all the stainless steel appliances that a home required and more. Our living room was designed for comfort, yet it displayed our love for R&B, hip-hop, and Chicago's history. I walked up our glass and wooden stairs. When I made it to our room, Lay was still sprawled out in the bed asleep. Her curls were all over her pillow, and she drooled slightly. Lay slept with her arms spread out like airplane wings. She was such a wild sleeper. I kissed her cheek, and she snuggled deeper into our mattress and her pillow. She was so cute while she slept. I walked into the bathroom and turned on the shower. While the water warmed, I relieved my bladder, then handled my oral hygiene. By the time I was done, the water was good and hot. Once I stripped and pulled on my shower cap, I allowed the hot water to relax me further. I pushed against the wall while water cascaded down my body, and I exhaled. I loved our walk-in shower and how the water ran down the drain. We had granite and epoxy walls and 2 shower heads with 8 different massage settings. The shower was my other thinking sanctuary or outlet besides the gym. My mind continued to wonder if I was even capable of courting another woman, let alone approach one. I'd been out of the dating circuit since high school. Now, all of a sudden, I had to join it. The only girls that found me entertaining were my patients once I gave them sweets after their checkups or surgeries. As a pediatrician, I loved kids. To be honest, I thought Lay and I would be on baby number 2 by now, but she was still career-oriented. I was too, but I felt like we could balance both. In my mind, I thought something else was up. I'd come in late since we'd been married for the last 10 years, yet no babies. I gave her the space to come to me when she felt like it. But in my heart, I had a feeling she wasn't able to have kids. I'd had my sperm cells tested years ago, and the count was super high. That only left her. I wouldn't sweat her, but I did want kids before I grew old. The feel of soft hands on my chest and kisses on my back caused me to turn and stare into the beautiful eyes of my wife. Lay was naked. Her nipples were hard, and her sexy-ass smile was in place. My dick instantly braked up, and she grabbed onto it. Our mouths crashed into each other, and I grabbed her small, round ass. Lay had been slim thick since we met. Her size was never a problem for me. Although I had always had a thing for thicker and curvier women, I loved everything that came with her. I scooped Lay up and placed her against the wall. Her legs wrapped around my waist as I sucked her nipples. They were enlarged, hard, and always turned me on. My dick pulsed against her pussy while I got my fill of her small titties. I couldn't wait any longer. Her body was warm, wet, and taunting me. I grabbed my dick and roughly pushed my way through her opening. "Oh, fuck, baby. Right there," Lay squealed. "Yeah, just like that?" I asked, giving her short and deep strokes. Always like that," she replied. Her eyes focused solely on me. My heartbeat picked up. It was the same reaction I had since a teen boy. I was hooked on my wife. She knew just how to squeeze her pussy muscles to make me weak. A look from her made me hornier and fall deeper in love. I couldn't leave her. I loved Lay too much. Now, if she cheated again, that was different, but I'd questioned that decision repeatedly. That was why I had to see this poly shit through, because it made her happy. My mouth latched onto her titty as I stroked her faster and deeper until we both came. After we caught our breath and showered together thoroughly, we walked into the bedroom, laughing and smiling. I paused. My smile slowly disappeared, and I shook my head as my tan jogger set and fresh white forces lay on the bed. I looked at Lay, and she wore a silly grin. "This what you want me to wear today?" She walked over to me and hugged me around the waist. "The color brings out your eyes." I released a deep sigh and removed her hands from me. She wore a puzzled look as I walked away and plopped down on the bed with my moisturizer. "Whatever you want, Lay." She walked over and lowered in front of me. I'm sorry. I overstepped and got too excited. You can wear whatever you want to the farmer's market. Don't be mad at me, love." "I'm not mad, Lay. Just uncomfortable and unsure. This is a lot for me. It's out of my comfort zone. I have to court a woman for my own wife. Just give me some time to process this and handle it the best way I can. I ain't did that shit since I met you. I'm not trying to hurt your feelings, but you are the only woman I know how to make happy. This is new for me." Lay nodded instead. "I get it, and I'm sorry, baby. Do whatever makes you happy and comfortable, and I mean that." She kissed my lips gingerly before she walked into her walk-in closet and closed the door behind her. I exhaled. Now I felt like shit. I couldn't win for fucking losing. After I collected all the produce and dairy items we needed and wanted, I walked over to the bread stand and purchased a few fresh loaves. Both Lay and I were bread fanatics. We ate it with everything. Those 3 loaves would be gone in like 2 weeks, and we had no shame. I moved through the market, waving at a few vendors, but I had one mission on my mind. The sweet side of the market was toward the end of the area. It was closer to the parking lot. I'd walked that way plenty of times and never noticed the vendors on this side because I wasn't much of a sweets person like Lay. Sweets were her thing. She'd been that way since we were teens. I walked through the sweets aisle with my recycled tote bags as I scanned the vendor signs, looking for Pretty Sweets by Dom. Now that I'd actually observed these vendors, they had some delicious-looking cakes, pies, candy, and more. They made my mouth water for some sugar. I looked around to see which vendor I'd grab a small treat from when my eyes landed on Pretty Sweets by Dom. She was currently assisting a customer, but I had a full view of her. Oh my word. Now I understood why Lay was so fascinated with her. She was fucking stunning. In my heart, no woman was more beautiful than my Lay, but Dom slightly made me eat those words. Her skin was the color of overcooked caramel sauce. Plus, she was thick like a bowl of biscuits. My eyes traveled over her body while she stood and bagged her customers' treats. Damn, Dom had thighs and ass for days. Her assets and curves filled out the black tights she wore. Trapped between Dom's thighs was a place no man or woman would ever complain about. I took a deep breath and walked toward her with the intention to just feel around. However, each step I took toward her was fueled by lust and what-ifs. Damn, Leif always being right. Dom had just wrapped it up with her customer when her eyes landed on me. I tried to avoid looking into her eyes right away, so I eyed the sweets on her table. Most of them were dipped in some form of chocolate or candy with fun decor on the front. There were different cakes and cups with lids and so much more. There was a lot to take in and admire. She was really gifted. I never knew sweets could be so pretty. You see something you like, handsome? Dom probed. My eyes connected with hers, and I swallowed. Dom had the prettiest light brown eyes I'd ever seen, a dark brown pixie cut that accentuated her round face and heart-shaped lips. The gold jewelry in her ears, around her neck and wrists, and on her fingers gave 90s chic and sexy. My dick tried to come to life at the sight of her, but I couldn't let that happen. That was a creepy-ass move, being that I was in the open with adults and kids. Yeah, I believe you can help me. My wife Layla wanted me to pick up some snacks from your table, I answered. Her eyes widened, and a grin covered her face. Yes, she told me you'd be stopping by. It's nice to put a face to a name, Sertan. I'm Dominique, but you can call me Dom. It's nice to meet you as well, Dom. You can call me Sir. She held out her hand, and I gently grabbed onto it. There was a small shock that took place when our hands joined. I looked at her, and she gazed back at me. I felt it just like you, but I won't harbor on it. Layla wasn't lying when she said you were quite the looker. You are fine as hell, Sertan. I gushed at her compliment. Thank you, Dom. I find your openness refreshing. There's a lot more I'd like to open for you, but I digress. What kind of treats are you interested in? I laughed and shook my head. Dom was flirty, sweet, and sexy as hell. Here I was, nervous to approach and talk to her, and she had done all the heavy lifting. I had to at least meet her halfway. Once I released the deep breath I'd been holding, I felt a little lighter. I pointed out the sweets that I knew Lay would like. That's it? What about yourself? I'm not much of a sweets person. That wasn't a full no. So you must like some kind of sweets, Dom countered with a flirty smirk. If I had to choose, I'd say cheesecake. Dom beamed. Say less. I got you covered. This whole side is cheesecake. What flavor do you like? Or are you an original flavor type of guy? I chuckled. I'm usually an original flavor type of guy, but when I mix it up, I like raspberry. She winked at me. I got you, handsome. She walked to the side and grabbed a small clear cup of what looked like raspberry cheesecake. Dom grabbed a plastic spoon from her box. She opened the cup, then dug the spoon inside. Open up, she commanded. I hesitated, but did as she directed. Dom fed me the bite-sized treat, and it was delicious. I swallowed, then looked at her. That's the best damn cheesecake I've ever had. Damn. Throw like 3 of them in my order. Dom laughed at me. How much is my total? $25 even, she replied, placing a custom-made pink zebra-striped bag in front of me. I handed her a $50 bill. Keep the change as a tip. Thanks for the treats, Dom. No, thank you, sir. I hope you enjoy, but hold on for a second. She leaned over her table and used her thumb to wipe the treat residue from the corner of my mouth. We gazed into each other's eyes. Dom was a vision of beauty and had this weird way of making me feel so comfortable around her. I wanted to see her again. There was something in her that I wanted to continue to get to know. Enjoy your Sunday, Sertan, and it was a pleasure meeting you. The pleasure was all mine, Dom. Take care, beautiful. I winked at her and walked away with my mind and spirit calm, yet excited.
4. Dominique, Dom. If I could walk barefoot to my house, I would. My feet barked like a damn Rottweiler. I worked 2 shifts at Luce's today. Another server called off, and I wanted to stack up 3 months of rent for when Bria left. I could cover my rent alone, but I didn't want to be bombarded with bills immediately in her absence. She and I still weren't talking. That bothered me because I looked at her like my sister. I didn't like the space we were in. We'd never been in this type of rut before. And it was all because of Zay's weird and dirty ass. He'd brought nothing but problems and dysfunction to our lives, but I'd be the bigger person and go to her. I genuinely cared about her and refused to let him ruin our 10-plus years friendship. My heavy arms turned the wheel of my car into my parking lot, and I parked in my reserved spot. Bria hadn't been here this past weekend, as well as a few days out of this week. Hopefully she was here, because we needed to talk to clear the air. Tiredly, I grabbed my bag and climbed out of my car. I always surveyed my surroundings before I took a step. My eyes scanned the parking lot, and I didn't see anything unusual. I walked into my building and onto the elevator. I released a big yawn as the elevator carried me to my floor. I'd slept like a baby since Zay hadn't been over in days. However, a weird feeling washed over me. The elevator dinged, and the doors opened. I stepped off with that uneasy feeling following me. I noticed a fidgeting man in front of my apartment door. He spoke to someone animatedly. What the hell? I removed my gun from my bag as I made it to the front door. My eyes widened at the sight of Zay in my apartment, selling baggies to the dope fiend that stood outside my place. What the fuck are you doing here? I told you never to come back. Not only are you here, but you're selling drugs out of my shit? I shouted. I aimed my gun at the fiend. Get the fuck away from my house before I shoot your dirty ass. He snatched his drugs from Zay and hauled ass away. Hey, come back here with my money, motherfucker, Zay hollered. However, the fiend was gone with the wind. Ain't no comeback. You'll get your ass out of my house. I'm not gonna say it another damn time. Bria raced to the door with a confused expression. What happened now? Your nigga was just selling drugs out of my house. I been told you I didn't want him here. Since you failed to listen, I want you and that nigga out of my shit now, I screamed, pushing past them. I tossed my shit on the floor and looked at them. Dom, please. I don't have anywhere else to go, Bria cried. I no longer give a damn. You should have thought about that before you let that nothing-ass nigga fuck up the only shelter you had. Get your shit and go. Fuck you, bitch, Zay countered. Your dirty-ass wish. Now get the hell on, I shot back. Dom, please. Bye, Bria. Get the fuck out before I call the police. I tapped my gun against my thigh, signaling I was done talking and playing games. Bria nodded through her tears and rushed past me to get her shit. I looked at Zay, then slammed and locked my door. I sat at my kitchen island and allowed my tears to flow and keep me company. Things didn't go as I planned. I had every intention of mending my relationship with my best friend. Clearly, it wasn't meant to be. It wasn't long before Bria walked out with multiple bags. She stopped next to me and sniffled. I looked at her. Bria struggled with removing my key from her key ring, but eventually she got it. She placed it on the island, then walked out the door. That bitch left my door wide open, but oh well. Bria could be mad all she wanted to. She put herself in this situation. Once I made sure my house was locked up properly, I walked into my room, rolled up a fatty, then showered. When I completed my hygiene routine, I smoked my blunt and read my Bible. Hot girls read their Bible too. I needed some guidance and clarity from my father. I knew I'd made the right decision when it came to Bria and Zay, but losing a friend felt like losing my man. It pained me like hell to let her go, but I prayed one day we'd come back together. Lucid's was bussin' on this Wednesday night. It was so busy that I walked through the crowd, balancing a tray on both hands while in 8-inch heels. It was packed because college basketball was on, and everyone wanted to make sure their brackets were on point. Since it was a full house, I wore a sheer, dark green blouse with black nipple tassels. I paired it with a black skater skirt, sheer black tights, and black heels. The look I donned tonight was my favorite of the week so far. I strutted through the crowd and placed one tray of drinks and shots down before I moved to my second table. The men were rowdy and drunk, and I'd be glad when they left. I just set down their drinks and food when one of them grabbed onto me and pulled me onto his lap. "Why are you squirming to get away from me, girl? I could make you so happy tonight," he spoke through his drunken state. He reeked of days-old liquor, had a beer belly, and a huge bald spot. The drunk man looked as if he was once a ladies' man, but he had surely fell off. "Take your fucking hands off me and let me go," I yelled. "Come on, baby girl. It's been a while since I slid in some pussy that looked like you," he pleaded, laughing and showcasing his missing side teeth. "And your ass won't tonight. Now let me go." I looked around the room frantically for our security guards, but they couldn't hear me because it was so packed and loud. The men with him laughed and cheered him on as he groped my breasts. I twisted and tried to wiggle out of his grip, but he was too strong. Using the bit of freedom I had, I reached for my serving tray, but I slipped to the floor. I looked up to see Layla had come to my rescue. She had that drunk man's arm twisted behind him and his face mashed against the table. "When a lady says no, don't, stop, and let me go, you're supposed to fucking listen, not be a creep and take what you want. I should lock all of you bitches up for sexual harassment and standing by while a woman gets assaulted," Layla stated with a mug. I looked at the drunk men, and they all wore looks of pity while remaining silent. "Do you want to file a report, Dom?" I chewed on my bottom lip. I wanted to, but I needed to work in order to pay my bills. "No, I don't want to. I just want them gone." Layla nodded. "Y'all bitches lucky. Now get y'all raggedy asses up and leave this place now, or I'll have y'all napping in county. You assholes decide." Layla applied pressure to the drunk man's arm, and he cried out, "Ugh! I'm sorry. I'll leave. Please don't break my arm. I need it to work," he pleaded. "You should have thought about that before you touched what didn't belong to you." She added a little more pressure, and his friends got up and quickly staggered away. Layla released him, and he got up and limped away. He held his arm and moved as fast as his chubby legs could carry him. Layla walked over to me and held out her hand. I grabbed it with a smile, and she pulled me up with ease. "How are you, beautiful?" she questioned, gently wiping me off. "A little shaken up, but I'm better now that you're here," I answered. I was really uncomfortable and felt dirty from his nasty and grubby hands, but Layla made me feel safe and comfortable. She grabbed onto my hand and led me over to her usual table. Layla waited for me to take a seat, then she sat next to me. We sat side by side with her arm wrapped around my waist. I rested my head on her shoulder as we sat in silence. Layla brought me more peace and solace than I'd had in a while. My situation with Bria was still fresh, and tears slid down my face. I silently cried, inciting Layla to make a move. Layla handed me a napkin, allowing me to be as vulnerable as I needed to be in this moment. If it wasn't one thing, it was something else. I'd be glad when I had someone in my life. Layla and Certain had each other to carry the weight. Must have been nice. After I calmed down, I signaled for my manager and explained to her what happened. She was empathetic and offered me to leave early. Linda would have still given me all my hours and tips, but I declined. I wanted to be in the one space that I enjoyed. Layla spoke to Linda about amping up security, especially on busy nights like this. She didn't like that something more serious could have happened had she not shown up. Linda agreed, then left to get on top of her business. I knew she didn't want to lose me or risk getting slapped with a lawsuit, so she took Layla's suggestions and ran with it. Dimples walked up some time after and took me and Layla's order. Once we were eating and drinking, I was able to open up a little more. "Tell me, how was your day, other than that situation?" Layla probed. "It was pretty good. I made some good tips." How was your day? Nothing new. Raids, trying to reduce the sale and creation of illegal substances, and loads of damn paperwork. Same shit. But you like your job, right? Oh, I love my job. It can be unfulfilling at times when I have no leads, but then I find a way to get the love of the job back. I nodded. I see. On a lighter note, did you like your sweets? Certain seems like a really sweet man. Layla wiped her mouth, then smiled. Sir is the sweetest and best husband a woman could beg for. He's great, and I really enjoyed my treats. They looked pretty and tasted even better. I don't know how you do it, but it seems like pure talent or magic. It has to be. Sir rarely eats sweets, but he took those mini cheesecakes out in one sitting. I blushed. Just the thought of the muscular, beautiful man made me grin like a fool. Sir was gorgeous, with his hazel green eyes, coconut brown skin, and a tapered wavy fade. He was tall and toned, and looked like he could lay pipe any day that ended in Y. Oh, to get slammed and stuffed by him would make me very happy. Layla chuckled. You're thinking about him right now, aren't you? I looked down, then back at her with an uneasy smile. I'm sorry. I know he's your husband. It was just refreshing to be around a man like him, I revealed. There was an air of leadership, sex appeal, a genuine friend, and a safety net that called out to me like never before. I know that if I had someone in my life like him, or you for that matter, I damn sure wouldn't be here. My eyes wandered over my full shot glass, and I swiftly tossed it back. The alcohol slightly burned going down, but not as much as my nose did. I was on the verge of crying again because my emotions were all over the place. However, I didn't let a tear fall. I plan to continue to navigate this world like I've been doing and thug this shit out. Layla sat up in her seat and looked at me. Her hand softly caressed mine, while the other held my face. Layla's thumb gently stroked my cheek as we gazed into each other's eyes. That's actually what I wanted to talk to you about. She exhaled. You told me to tell you when I figured out a plan for me to live in my truth, and I have. I purposely sent Sir to meet you because I would like it if you joined a poly affair with me and my husband. I raised my brow. Well, that came out of left field. How does Sir feel about that? From what I gathered about him, he doesn't seem like the type. He didn't talk much, but when he did, it was about my treats and you. I've always been his only talking point, but lately, it's been about you. You and your pretty smile, and cheesecake comes up at the most random times of day. He's still not 100% on board with both of us fucking you, but I think the more time he spends around you, he'll come around. How do you feel about it? Have you ever done this before? Yeah, I've had my share of threesomes. They're my favorite. I haven't had an affair with a married couple yet, but you surely have me intrigued, Layla. I'm down. Count me in, I expressed with a smirk. Really? She quizzed with bulged eyes. Yes, pretty. Fuck yeah. Thank you so much for agreeing to this affair. You won't be disappointed. I laughed. Both of you look like y'all could suck a pussy dry. I'm not passing up on an opportunity like that. Layla and I chuckled. I meant every word, though. I don't mean to toot my own horn, but Sir can demolish pussy. Would it be too soon if I kissed you? I smirked. Honestly, I thought you'd never ask. Layla leaned over and licked up the base of my neck before our lips crashed together. My body shuddered from the feel of her warm mouth on my body, then mouth. Layla tasted sweet and salty. There was malt on her tongue from the beer she drank, and I made it my business to savor every flavor present. Her hand gripped my throat, and that shit turned me on even more. I rubbed her pussy through her dress slacks, making her shiver under my touch. Our tongues rolled as one, inciting a feeling of stimulation in me like never before. If Layla's kisses were this potent, I could imagine what her head game was like. Pretty soon, I get the best of both worlds. Not only did I look forward to fucking Layla, but I greatly desired to ride Sir's dick. He was a gentleman and kind, but I had a feeling he had a big stick that I couldn't wait to test drive now that I had Layla's permission.
5. So 10. You're back. Are you here for your usual market items, or are you here to see little old me? Dom questioned sweetly. Dom looked beautiful in her black spandex jumpsuit that hugged her every curve. She paired it with an oversized, chunky, chocolate brown cardigan, scrunched socks, and sneakers. Dom looked comfy and sexy. I liked how she pulled her look off flawlessly. It was Saturday, and an unseasonably warm day in March. I wouldn't complain, though, because as bipolar as Chicago's weather was, it'd fuck around and snow tomorrow. That's why everybody's clothes were so relaxed instead of slightly bumped up. I chuckled and handed her the mixed flower arrangement of carnations, chrysanthemums, and lilies. Dom accepted the bouquet with the biggest smile on her face. Today, I came here just for you. May I take the seat next to you? You sure can. Thank you for my flowers. They're beautiful. I've never gotten flowers before, Dom stated cheerfully. Her wide, pretty grin hadn't left since I arrived. I took the seat next to her, and she set the flowers down on the table. Is it still cool that I call you sir, or do you prefer Sir Tan? She inquired, turning in her seat to face me. You're welcome, beautiful. And whatever you feel comfortable addressing me as is fine with me. Dom chuckled. I'd like to call you daddy, but I'll wait until we're better acquainted. I shook my head and snickered. Dom, you are so open and funny. Your personality is different and new to me, but in a good way. That's why I came here today on my own. I wanted to get to know you better. Can I take you out for a late lunch after you're done working? She smiled and nodded. I'd love that. But since you're here, your fine self can also help me with these customers. I'm with it. What would you like for me to do? Oh, thank you for your help, sir. I was only kidding. I'm not. I told you I came here today on my own for you. Use me as you see fit. I gazed into her eyes as I chewed on my gum. She matched my stare down. I just made a loaded statement, but I meant every word. If Layla wanted us to do this poly thing, then I had to do it my way. I didn't want to treat Dom like she was some type of sex bot. She was a beautiful woman that clearly worked hard because she had not one, but 2 damn jobs. From our short exchanges, she was sweet, thoughtful, and appeared to be just as interested in me as I was in her. She was no Layla, but I promised myself to treat her with the same respect I gave Layla. Dom licked the top of her glossy lips sexily. Her eyes never strayed away from mine. Sir, I plan to use you in every way possible, so remember you gave me permission to do so. She winked, then smirked. I'll handle the transactions, and you can buy the customer suites. How does that sound? I swallowed hard. She was really interested. I couldn't wrap my mind around it at the moment. I had to play it cool for Lay's sake. Sounds good. I used the pink and zebra bags, right? I asked, peering inside one bag. They were pre-prepped with hot pink tissue paper and small freebies at the bottom of the bag. I wasn't a business owner in the slightest, but it was a smart move to give a small token away to supporters. Yes, all you have to do is fill the bag with their order and hand it to them once I give you the okay. I like to make sure the electronic payment is successful beforehand. The Wi-Fi in this part can be a bit wonky at times. Understandable. What motivated you to start selling your sweets? Dom opened her mouth to reply when a couple of customers walked up. We stood at the same time and greeted them. Once they chose the sweets they wanted, I took my time and packed the bags. My hands were large and way too big for the small bag she had. I ripped 2 accidentally while Dom laughed at me. I guess it was funny that a big guy like myself had to be so delicate with sweets and shit, but I got it together. Their payment was successful, and we took our seats again. Whew, Dom voiced. You did good, handsome face. Don't worry about the bags. I have more in the bin next to you. I looked down at the bin, and it was filled with extra sweets, tissue paper, bags, and more. Damn, you don't play. You got backup after backup. She giggled. That's right. You can never be too prepared. I can't see the future, but I can try to be as prepared as possible. Now, to answer your question, baking is something I'd always been good at. My mom taught me. The older I got, the more I explored treat making. There was a lot of errors, but the more errors I made, the better I got. When I noticed how good I was getting, I decided to make money from my skills. It was a smart investment because it helps with my bills and lifestyle, she explained, wrapping her cardigan around her. What do you do for a living? I sat up and rested my elbows on my knees so I'd be closer to her. That was a smart move. You utilized your skills and monetized your strengths. That says you're intelligent, business savvy, and way more special than I knew. I'm glad we're having this conversation. To answer your question, I'm a doctor. Pediatrician to be exact. I'm good at math and science, but I also love kids. I don't know why. I just know that I love to witness the journey from crumb snatcher to a thriving teenager and on to adulthood. Is that weird? She shook her head. No, not at all. That was beautifully expressed. It's like witnessing the process of a caterpillar morphing into a butterfly. Exactly. You get me, Dom. I do. I really felt that. Question. In order to be a doctor, you had a lot of schooling and degrees, right? Yes. Long days and nights in medical school and complete my residency. And I'm so glad to be out of that phase. Did you go to college? Yeah, I did. Once my parents kicked me out because of my sexual preferences, I attended a community college and earned my associate's degree in applied sciences. No shit. That's what's up. First, let me say I'm sorry your folks kicked you out. That was the wrong action to commit when there are so many fucking creeps in this world. If I had a daughter, she'd always know that she was loved, no matter the mistakes she made. I hate to say it, but it's their loss that they threw away such a beautiful woman, inside and out. Now, let me get this straight. You're intelligent, creative, kind, and sexy as hell, but you're single. How is that even possible? Dom rapidly batted her lashes. It was like she'd snapped out of some sort of perusal of me because her eyes danced over my features. Sir, you really have a way with words. I think you were trying to get in my thong if I didn't already know you were as genuine and honest as a gentleman can be. I'm single by choice, though. I've had to work hard for the last 8 years of my life, putting myself in a good headspace, mentally, physically, emotionally, and spiritually. I refuse to let anyone ruin my progress, you know? Yeah, I do know. You speak with so much passion and wisdom. How old are you? I queried. Thank you for the compliment. That wisdom comes from life's lessons. I'm 28. I've been on my own since I was 20. Damn. Forgive me if I treat you like an object in a museum, but I'm truly in awe of you. Leigh and I have always had our family support, which helped motivate us to choose our career paths. But here you are, a shining fucking light that is just as successful all on your own with no help, no support or family, but you never gave up. You really are special. Dom went to speak, but a line of customers came out of nowhere. They were all so thirsty and frantic to get their sweets from Dom. Since it was a long line, she helped me bag, and the process went faster. Once we finished, Dom was out of everything. I helped her take down her sign and pack everything in their respective cases. When we finished, I walked to her small SUV, then packed her trunk with her belongings. We talked as she stood next to me. Who would have thought the sound of her sweet yet sultry voice would mellow me out so much? I wasn't worked up or out of breath, but I felt so calm around her. It felt like being at home with Leigh. How could that be? I hit the button on her trunk and it automatically lowered. When it closed fully, I turned to her. Follow me. I'll take you to get some of the best food on this side of town. Are you still down, or do you want to take a rain check and go home to relax? Dawn walked up on me, breasts resting against my solid chest. Her lips were pursed in my direction while her eyes trained solely on me. There's no one waiting at home for me. I'm where I want to be, she affirmed. She stared up at me as if stars danced around my hair. I leaned down so our noses were inches away from touching while I looked into her eyes. Music to my ears, Let's roll, beautiful. She nodded slowly, then snapped her mouth closed. Also, Dom was good at following commands. My type of girl. I kissed her forehead, then helped her inside of her car. Once she was comfortable, I climbed into my truck, then drove away. Dom laughed loudly as I revealed my many disasters in medical school. Now that I reflected back on them, they were funny as hell, but during that time, I questioned heavily if I was on the right path. I was. I feel so bad for laughing. It's just funny how you tell stories. You're such a great storyteller. I can listen to you speak all day, she professed. I swallowed the tender, well-seasoned stuffed oyster. Thank you. You have a wonderful voice yourself. Now, you listen to me make a fool of myself. Tell me about you outside of work. Who is Dominique? I chased another bite of my meal with my red wine, then gave her my full attention. Dom swallowed her own wine with a smirk. Let's see. I'm a lover of music, movies, and books. Books are definitely my love language. I've been an avid reader since I was a kid. I'm a girly girl, so fresh acrylic sets, pedicures, facials, and waxes are a must. I love to stay in, and I enjoy going out. That's pretty much me in a nutshell. Oh, I'm a foodie. I think I'm a bartender in my head, and I enjoy a good bubble bath. She chuckled at herself. What are you like outside of work, Dr. Cones? I love how carefree and personable you are. You enjoy the same things that most women do, and I have no problem with making sure you're able to keep up that lifestyle. Dom's brows merged. What do you mean? She quizzed, covering her mouth while she talked and chewed. Meaning, I'm not just going to sleep with you and not care for you like I do Lay. You're worth more than sex to me. We on the same page? She nodded with a smirk. You don't have to, love. Yes, I do. And that's all I'm going to say about that. Well, damn, handsome face. I understand. Then I'm going to drop it, Dom stated with a giggle. Good girl. Let's see. Outside of work, I love to hike, and I make survival and food videos in the woods. I have quite the following on social media, I announced with a smirk. I really enjoyed my hobby. No way. That's so cool, love. How did you get into hiking and then making content for your hobby? She queried, diving back into her food. I cleaned my mouth, then swallowed. My dad used to take my brothers and I hiking every weekend to burn off some of our high energy. We used to drive our mom crazy. Thank goodness our dad was a wilderness man. That's how my love for nature was birthed. Are you an outdoorsy person? Dawn pretended to choke on her wine as her eyes shifted from side to side like a cartoon character. She made me laugh. Her sense of humor was everything to me. I'm not an outdoorsy person. I'm a city girl through and through. My name and the wilderness don't even go in the same sentence. I get it, but would you try for me? I promise not to let you get hurt, and you'll discover peace like never before, I replied, gazing into her eyes. Dom stared at me and allowed a few seconds to pass by before she finally decided to respond. You have this charm about you that makes me want to do whatever you say. I'm terrified of the woods, but for you, I'll try it once. I tossed back my wine and nodded. I appreciate your honesty. Talking to you has made me more comfortable with our arrangement. Thank you, Dom. She wiped her mouth and smirked. I'm glad I can sway you to the dark side. Trust me when I say you won't regret your decision. If you really want to thank me, then you'll dance with me when I return from the bathroom. Do I have to? Yes, love. Dom stood and removed her cardigan. She wrapped her crossbody bag around her, then sashayed to the bathroom. My eyes were glued to her. Dom's back was out. The one piece she wore had an opening that stopped right above her shapely backside. Dom had cakes for days. Her cheeks jiggled with every step she took, and it made me think about earlier when she mentioned her thong. I'd love to be wedged between her cheeks. I never desired a woman outside of Lane, but things had certainly changed. Dom now had my nose wide open. Her presence was so easygoing and funny that it made me want to take up as much space in her life as I could. Hopefully she'd feel the same way. Dom returned from the bathroom and placed her bag in her chair. She held her hand out for me to grab. Come on, handsome face. I got you. Dom winked and tossed me a sexy smirk. For some strange reason, I believed her when she said she had me. I took a hold of her small hand and followed her to the dance floor of the restaurant. A live band played a mix of jazz and bossa nova instrumentals, and it created a sexy and sensual vibe. Couples swayed back and forth in their seats, and the brave ones took to the floor like we did. I pulled Dom to me and wrapped my arms around her waist. Her back rested against my chest, and I couldn't lie. It felt damn good to have one of the baddest and curviest women in my arms. Dawn was so soft and warm. She smelled so damn edible. The smell of ripe plums, freesias, and a clean fragrance filled my nostrils as I lowered my head and inhaled her neck. She shivered under my embrace, inciting me to hold her tighter. My dick hardened behind her. Shit. I stilled because it was unexpected, but Dawn pressed her ass against me more. That was all the permission I needed. I left one arm around her waist and placed the other around her neck. Dawn relaxed under my touch, basking in our private moment. It felt as if we were the only two here. She wanted to be here in this moment with me, and so did I. I didn't want to let her go, but I had to. After we swayed to a few songs, I paid for our meal, then we left the restaurant hand in hand. Once we made it to our cars, Dom leaned against hers, and I stood in front of her. I had a great time with you, beautiful. There will be more days like this to come. I look forward to them. Thank you for such a beautiful day and evening. I'm going to sleep like a baby tonight, she admitted with a light snicker. My hand gently stroked her cheek as she peered up at me with the cutest and most innocent look on her face. Dom was gorgeous. Her spirit was rich. Even if this poly thing didn't work out, I wanted to keep in touch with her. Dom needed someone in her corner because she was all alone in this big, crazy world. Beautiful, can I kiss you? I've been wanting to do so all day. She nodded slowly. I've desired kissing you all day. Please kiss. I cut her off. My mouth crashed into hers, pushing her further into the door of her car. She kissed me back with the same intensity and fire. Her hand trailed down my body until she held onto as much of my hard dick as she could. My hand traveled behind her and gripped a handful of her ass. Fuck, I groaned internally. Dom had me hotter than fish grease. I wanted her. I craved her. Our tongues rolled as one, almost like we'd done this dance before. Everything felt so natural between us, like we were lovers in a past life. How could that be? I just met this woman, so why did she feel like home to me already? I didn't want to take advantage of her, but I needed to feel more of her warm skin. My hands eased inside of her backless one piece and grabbed onto her ass. It was warm and uncomfortable, and Dom shivered when my finger traced the string of her thong. She felt amazing. I wanted to place my face between her cheeks and not get up until she needed a break. She wouldn't be considered a real BBW, but she was hefty in all the right places for me. My hand trailed down further until I felt how wet she was. Dom was drenched. My fingers felt as if someone had squeezed a hefty amount of moisturizer in my hand. Damn. The more I touched her, the more I wanted to fuck her in this parking lot, and she deserved much more than that. I found the unwanted strength to release her and put a little space between us. You're an amazing kisser and woman, and you deserve much more than a parking lot fuck, I expressed, out of breath. You're right, she agreed, trying to catch her breath. I removed my phone. Let's exchange information. I want to be able to reach out to you without having to go through Layla every time. That's fine with me, love. We exchanged information, then I opened her car door for her. Good night, beautiful. Let me know when you make it home. I will, handsome face, and you do the same. Dom and I shared one more kiss before she climbed into her car and drove away, taking a piece of me with her. Pretty soon, we'd be back together again. While I waited for my last appointment of the day, Dom and I video chatted. She made fresh sweets in her kitchen for an upcoming bachelor party, and so far, the shape of each sweet came out nicely. You're not decorating your sweets today, only baking them, then you refrigerate them? That's part of your process? Yeah, it is. If it's a small order, I can knock out the baking and decorating within a day. But a big order like this, I need a full day to bake and shape each treat if needed. The following day, I devote to decorating, then boxing, Dom answered. Wow, you make it look so easy. I know it isn't because there's a mass of sweets in front of you, but the way you move around with ease gives that vibe. Dom chuckled while she placed some sweets in her syllable freezer bags. You make it sound as if I'm a dream or something. I'm far from it. Not in my eyes, you aren't. You're a dream to me. You're rare and special and so charismatic that you have no idea the eyes that are always on you. You were completely oblivious to the men and women that ogled you the other day at the restaurant. She chuckled and stuffed a bag with sweets. I wasn't oblivious. My only focus was you. You were the only person I wanted to have my attention. How does that make you feel, Dr. Collins? I chortled. Like I'm the special one. Would I be too forward if I said I wished you were here with me right now? Dawn paused from her packaging and looked at me. That can be easily arranged, sir. Just say the word. Well, damn. If I know I had it like that, then I would have rescheduled my last appointment. We laughed. I'm kidding, though. I don't want to distract you from working. I appreciate that because I'm easily distracted, especially if the man looks like you. It better be me only, I voiced, sitting up in my seat. Possessive, are we, doctor? She probed, laughing. Dom found it funny that she had me worked up. Her ass almost had me about to ask if there was someone else that had her attention, but I had to play it cool. For now. Oh, absolutely, I responded. She grinned as she wrote on her notepad next to her. You can relax. You're the only man that has my attention, she confirmed without looking at me. There was a knock on her door. Dom looked up. What's wrong, love? Nothing. I just wasn't expecting any visitors. Give me a sec. Dom removed her black latex gloves, then walked over to her door. I smiled because she had no idea I'd sent her a few gifts to help her keep going throughout her day. Seconds later, Dom walked back into the view with the biggest grin on her face. You are so sneaky yet charming, sir. Thank you so much for my flowers and fruit and chocolate arrangement. You're so attentive and intentional. It feels damn good to have someone like you looking out for me. Thank you for seeing me, Dom announced with a slight sniffle. Oh, beautiful. I didn't mean to make you cry. I just wanted to send you a small gift to keep you going throughout the day. These are happy tears, love. Thank you again so much. You're more than welcome, beautiful. I gotta go because my next appointment arrived, but I'll call you on my drive home. Sounds good to me. I look forward to your call. Enjoy the rest of your day. You do the same. I ended our call feeling more hopeful than I did when I first called her. Dawn was something special. I hadn't even smelled or completely felt her warm pussy, but here I was, caught her like a lovesick fool already. As I exited my office and walked to room 6, I thought about how I was glad I got to know Dom on my own terms. She was totally worth it. I stopped at the nurse's station and chatted with one of my favorite nurses, Mildred. Hey, beautiful. Who's my last appointment? Mildred wore a solemn expression. Sorry, Dr. Collins, but it's little Diana. Mom and Dad brought her in for a follow-up appointment because Diana fractured her collarbone at a park. She fell off the monkey bars, but there are bruises on her collarbone and back that don't coincide with the fall. Mom and Dad are in there waiting with her. Funny thing, Mom is wearing shades. Go figure. What do you want to do? I took her folder from Mildred and chewed on my lip as I looked through it. The man thought shit was sweet, but after today it wouldn't be. I hated to do this to a family, but if Mom couldn't keep her daughter safe from that monster, then they left me no choice. I looked up at Mildred. I'm going to do something I probably should have done a long time ago. Contact the social worker and the police. This appointment won't end well. When you're done, meet me in there. Yes, Dr. Collins. Mildred walked away to make her calls. I proceeded to room 6, trying to contain my anger. I knocked, then entered. 10-year-old Diana was on the bed swinging her feet. Her shoulders were slumped and her left arm was in a sling. Diana's brown eyes widened and a smile adorned her small face when she saw me. I adored her so much and it broke my heart to see her mistreated the way she had been. Dr. Cone, she recited happily. Hey, Munchkin. How are you? How are you, Mr. and Mrs. Moore? I'm okay, Diana replied. I looked at her parents. Mr. Moore completely ignored me, and that was cool with me. I preferred he didn't say shit anyway. Hello, Dr. Combs, Mrs. Moore greeted me. What happened to Diana? I inquired. Mildred walked in as soon as the question left my mouth. I thoroughly cleaned and dried my hands as I listened to Mrs. Moore's explanation. Mildred rolled her eyes. We took her to the park and she fell off the monkey bars. It's one of her favorite activities, but she can get carried away with it, Mrs. Moore responded with an uneasy chuckle. I looked at Mildred briefly, and she rolled her eyes to the ceiling again as I continued my examination of Diana. Is that what happened, Diana? I lifted her shirt partially and noted all the fresh and old bruises on her body. This was the last time I'd go off a parent's word when it came to a kid having back-to-back incidents like this. I wasn't a detective or FBI profiler, but I was a damn good doctor. My eye was trained to notice physical and sometimes emotional abuse placed on a child. I thought she was just a growing kid, but now it appeared there was something bad going on. Her father was the type of man that made good fathers look bad. Why the fuck you ask her that? Didn't you just hear what my wife said? And why you checking her body instead of looking at her collarbone? I released a deep sigh and turned to him. First, take some of that bass out your voice. I may be a doctor, but I'm a man at the end of the day. Secondly, I believed every bullshit-ass story y'all have fed me about Diana, but it stops today. You all have no idea how severely uncoordinated this child would have to be by the way she constantly falls and hurts herself. That means every few steps she takes, she falls. There are also welts on her skin that are permanent. I looked at the x-rays of her collarbone. Yes, it looks as if she could have fallen from the monkey bars, but the bruises around her fracture don't add up, I stated, with my voice elevated. Her dad walked closer to me. What the fuck you trying to say? That we abuse our daughter? That's exactly what I'm saying. Our social worker, Dresser, and the police are currently on the way. Diana will undergo a full exam by me and will be interviewed by Dresser. If her stories don't align with you all's, she will be removed from your home today. Mrs. Moore gasped. Dr. Combs, please don't. I love her. I never hurt her. Motherfucker, Mr. Moore yelled, then leaped at me. He knocked Mrs. Moore's shades off, and Mildred gasped loudly. I caught his goofy ass by the throat and hemmed him against the wall. Mr. Moore attempted to get me off him, but I was too strong for his weak ass. I'm not a woman or a little girl. You don't put fear in my heart, you weak-ass bitch. Hit me how you been hitting Diana. I dare you. I'll toss your punk ass out that fucking window, I spat. Police! It's okay, doctor. We'll take it from here, an officer voiced behind me. I held on to Mr. Moore a few seconds longer before I released him. He staggered over to the countertop in the room. I turned to see uniformed officers had arrived, and Dresser was behind them. Poor little Diana's eyes were low as tears trailed down her face. I hated that she had to see me in the same light as her father, but hopefully she saw I'd only try to protect her. I looked at Mrs. Moore, and her right eye was swollen shut. It was plumper than a ripe strawberry during strawberry season. It was black, purple, and slightly blue. There was also a thick white crust around her eyes, and I suspected it was infected. She looked down in embarrassment and probably guilt. Officers and Dresser, I suspect my patient Diana Moore is being abused by her father, Mr. Moore. I pointed to him. Diana needs to be interviewed separately from her parents, and from the looks of her mother's eye, she needs to be interviewed, then examined as well. We're on it, the first officer stated. He directed his partner to stay in the room with Mr. Moore while he interviewed Mrs. Moore. Dresser helped Diana down and guided her to her office. I exited the room, hating that Diana would have to leave that house. If Mrs. Moore told the truth, then maybe Mr. Moore would be locked up and her and Diana could live in peace without him. Hopefully, God's will be done. I took an hour to regain my composure. Mr. Moore had me hot. I wasn't no hood nigga like him, but I wasn't no hoe either. I grew up with 3 brothers. I had no choice but to be tough. My brothers expected nothing less. Time went by, and I completed Diana's exam. My speculations were right. He had hit her repeatedly, just like her mom. Their testimonies were the same. He was a loser and a drunk. Mr. Moore was arrested, and by God's grace, Mrs. Moore was allowed to keep Diana. She feared him too much to leave, but she claimed now that he was gone, there was enough time to get Diana away from here. There was family down south they could stay with. Before they left, I treated Mrs. Moore's eye. It was infected and super weak after so much abuse. I hoped she'd be able to see once it healed. If not, she'd lose it after so much trauma. They had a long road of recovery ahead of them, but I knew they could do it.
6. Layla, Lay, April 2025. I had never rushed home so fast in my life. It was Friday night, and I'd looked forward to this day more than any other day in a long time. Sir was finally on board with our arrangement. I was beyond ecstatic. Now that him and Dom were locked in, I scheduled a dinner tonight at our house. The night was carved out for all three of us to air out any questions, concerns, or goals for our affair. Tonight was also for all three of us to set some rules. My only rule was that Dom had sex with us only because I didn't want any STDs, and I knew Sir didn't want any either. Safe sex was a must as well, unless Sir felt differently about it. I kind of assumed he probably wanted to use condoms, but who knew? Dom had awakened something in him that I hadn't witnessed since the beginning of our relationship and marriage. Sir seemed happier, freer, and that made me smile. He'd forgotten that spontaneous side of him ever since my affair with Mariah, and I prayed for a solution. Dom was my physical gift to Sir for the pain I caused him, or at least that was what I told myself. I wanted Dom to fulfill Sir's needs like Mariah had done for me. It helped to deal with the guilt of being an adulterer. However, from their phone calls and farmers' market dates, there was more going on. For some odd reason, it didn't bother me. I guess it was because she and I spent the same amount of time together. We video chatted and texted. Plus, I visited her job every other night. Dom had grown on me so much that I craved to be around her as much as I possibly could. I contained myself as long as I could around her, and it was time for me to taste her. That was why I hoped like hell that after dinner, we were all able to have sex because I was long overdue for some of her good stuff. If Sir wasn't down, then I wouldn't rush him, but I planned to be trapped by Dom's thick thighs. That night at the bar, I'd gotten a brief glimpse of how wet she could get, but I knew I could make her wetter. I stepped out of my shower and wrapped a towel around my body. A gleeful feeling filled my body as I swiped my moisturizer from the vanity in our room. I plopped down on our bed and moisturized my body. Just the thought of the three of us tangled in our sheets created chills along my skin and made my heartbeat pick up. My excitement did cartwheels in my stomach. That was how ecstatic I was to have Dom in our house for the night. I wanted everything to be perfect for her. Once I finished moisturizing, I slipped into my clothes for the evening. I wanted to look as sexy as I could for both Sir and Dom. I fluffed out my curly fro, then sprayed a little oil in it. Next, I finger coiled the curls that needed a little sprucing. Lastly, I added a little makeup and gloss to my lips, then sprayed on my date night perfume. Tonight was our first date together, so it made sense to use one of my favorite scents. Afterward, I waltzed over to my full-length mirror. My eyes wandered over my black, spaghetti-strapped dress that hugged my curves and stopped right above my ankles. I paired my dress with black, strappy heels, and I loved the way my wolf-cut fro framed my face. Yeah, this was it. I looked damn good. I turned away from the mirror, grabbed my phone, then exited our room. As I descended the stairs, the sound of our garage door raising made my heart race. Sir was home from his shift at the hospital. He was a little later than I expected, but he was here nonetheless. I entered the kitchen and walked over to the stove. The first lid I opened was the buttermilk mashed potatoes. My mouth watered as I looked over the creamy pile of goodness. Next, I lifted the lid of my sautéed spicy cabbage. Ever since I stumbled across that recipe, I'd eaten it every chance I got. Tonight was the first time Dom would have my version of the cooked vegetable, and I hoped she liked it. I moved over to my slow cooker as Sir shuffled into the kitchen. Something smells delicious, he asserted. I turned and smiled at him. In his hands were 2 bouquets of roses and dessert for the night. There was no need to buy wine when we had a whole wine cellar in our basement. Sir and I both worked in demanding service fields, so we always needed to have wine on deck. My eyes wandered over him in his scrubs, and after all these years, he was still the finest man I'd ever met. It could be me or the food. Take your pick, I teased him. I hope it's you and the food. He set his items down on the island, then floated toward me. Sir held me tightly and buried his nose in the crook of my neck. You're wearing my favorite fragrance, and you look so beautiful tonight, Lay. Sir placed the sweetest kiss on my neck before we parted and gazed into each other's eyes. Thank you for always being the perfect husband, friend, and gentleman, sir. I know that I'm blessed to have you. We're blessed to have each other, love. You're right. I pecked his lips, trying not to smudge my lipstick. Now, hurry and get dressed, because Dom will be here any minute. I shooed him to the shower, and he swaggered away, laughing at me and my anxiety. While Sir handled his hygiene, I directed our automated service system, Missy, to play a dinner playlist. There was a nice R&B playlist going while I set the table in our spacious dining room. I'd just lit the last candle and stepped back to admire my work when Missy read my text out loud. Dom said she was outside and parked in the driveway. I almost tripped over my heels, speed walking to the front door to get to her. Breathe, Layla. Relax. Dom likes you for you, I coached myself. I released a deep breath, then opened the door. Dom stood there with a big grin that mirrored mine. Hey, my love, she greeted me. Hello, beautiful. Come on in and get out of this chilly weather. Dom stepped inside, and her mouth hung open. She looked around our home in awe as she slipped out of her coat. Dom's eyes darted all over until they landed on me. Your home is incredible, she exclaimed in an awestruck tone. Thank you. I pulled her to my chest and wrapped my arms around her waist. Our home is cool, but not as beautiful as you are. You look amazing tonight. Her pixie cut was freshly lined and styled. She was dressed in a flowy red dress that stopped above her heels. The top half of her dress was molded to her upper body, but her thin spaghetti straps held her hefty breasts to the sky. That wasn't even the kicker. The icing on the cake were the 2 high slits on each side of her dress that came all the way up to the creases of her pussy. With every move she made, I caught a glimpse of the shape of her pussy. God, please let me get lucky tonight. Dom wore gold 8-inch heels with a strap that laced around her ankles. Her gold jewelry matched her heels, and her many intricate and colorful tattoos were on display. Dom was the first woman I'd met that pulled off 90s chic flawlessly. My girl was colder than a cough drop while wearing a face mask. The glitter from her body oil sparkled under the light, and baby looked like a brown-skinned vixen ready to take me and my husband for everything we had and more. Dom grinned at me. You know what? I'll take that compliment too. I appreciate it, pretty. You better. Come join me in the dining room. We can have wine and hors d'oeuvres until Sir is dressed. Sounds good to me. Lead the way, Dom encouraged. Right this way. I draped her light jacket over the back of the couch, then guided her into the dining room by her hand. Something smells delicious, Dom said as her eyes wandered around the room and table. This setup is beautiful. You did a great job. I poured our wine, but I didn't look up at her. It's all for you. Tonight is all about you. Dom gave a girlish giggle, walking over to me before taking the glass of wine I handed her. I took my seat and patted my lap. She happily took her seat. Dom was way thicker than me, but I was much stronger than I looked. I worked out at work because it was one of my favorite ways to release stress. Dom sipped her wine before she turned and straddled my lap. Thank you so much for making tonight special. Although I see myself as just a girl, I appreciate you and Sir for seeing me as so much more. Also, you look so pretty tonight, Dom expressed. I sipped my wine, then swallowed. That's because you are special and worth more than you know. We're really lucky to have met you. But, question, are you wearing panties under your dress? I probed with my brow raised. Dom smirked after she swallowed her wine. You have to find out for yourself. Say less. I slid my hand down her body and between us until I palmed her fat cat. Dom's pussy lips were swollen and her juices covered my fingers. I looked up at her. Damn, why you so wet? I couldn't help but to slip 2 fingers inside her wet and tight tunnel. Fuck, I groaned in a whisper, but Dom still heard me. She slowly rolled my fingers while she held her wine glass, and not a drop spilled over. In my eyes, she was a goddess, a vixen sent to turn my world upside down, and slowly, but surely, she would do just that. This act was seriously child's play, yet she had me wetter than a baby wipe. The way she rolled her waist caused so much moisture in my own thong that it could have been wrung out. Dom had me so gone. One day, I'd return to myself, but right now I wanted to ride out the wave as long as I could. She leaned forward, and our mouths crashed as one. Our tongues rolled around each other playfully as we enjoyed the red wine saturated on our tongues. Dom was an amazing kisser. She was dominant, but didn't mind being submissive to me at all. She moaned into my mouth, enjoying the way I toyed with her clit. Dom continued to ride my fingers as I set my glass down. I needed more of her. My hand roamed up her body until I grabbed a handful of her ripe and bountiful breast. I was about to pull down the front of her dress when Sir cleared his throat, causing us to turn and look up at him. Y'all starting without me? He quizzed with a smirk, snapping his Cuban link around his wrist. Neither of us spoke because we admired how damn fine he looked. Sir's wavy fade was on point as usual, and his dark brown skin looked thoroughly moisturized. His come ride my face beard even shined under the lighting. For the first time, I couldn't decide whose head I wanted between my legs first. Sir was dressed in all black. A short-sleeved button-up covered his muscular upper body, and ankle-length slacks adorned his thick thighs. Sir paired his evening fit with all-white designer sneakers. Damn, my man knew how to dress. Baby, Dom professed and rose from my lap. She floated right over to her other favorite person in the world. Sir held open his arms before he laced them around Dom's waist. She pecked his lips, but Sir was hesitant. He looked over her head at me. I knew they fooled around when they were together, but it appeared Sir was a little nervous because I was now present. Dom rubbed down his chest. No need to be worried, handsome face. Lay is totally fine with you and me. Yes, I am, I chimed in. All right. Sir picked Dom up, and she wrapped her legs around his waist. His hands coursed up and down her back and to her ass as they shared a panty-dropping kiss. My pussy had never ached so bad for a release. Never did I think watching my husband make out with another woman in front of me would turn me on so much. I wished we'd thought about this arrangement earlier, but I guess everything happened when it was supposed to. Dom had parted from Sir, and they gazed at each other. Take me upstairs now, she demanded, out of breath. What about dinner? Sir queried. It will be there. Dom turned to me. Let's go, pretty. We all need to get better acquainted. I drank the last of my wine, then stood. Sir, lead the way, I directed. He hiked the stairs with Dom still wrapped around him, and I followed right behind them. When we made it to our room, Sir lowered Dom to her feet, and she gushed. Damn, this room is incredible. Y'all be careful now. I'm easily spoiled, and I might not ever want to leave. She removed her heels, then climbed into our bed. I didn't know how Sir felt about her statement, but I damn sure desired that she'd stay with us forever. Dom stood in the middle of our king-sized bed and slowly stripped to Color Me Bad's I Wanna Sex You Up. I was so wrapped up in Dom's presence that I'd forgot that music still played. Sir and I stood side by side and glanced at each other before our eyes landed back on Dom. She had commanded the whole room. I swallowed hard as she rotated her waist, sexily sliding each strap down her shoulders. Dom reached behind her and unzipped her dress. She took her time and wiggled out of it so it pulled to her feet. My eyes widened at the sight of her curvy, naked frame. Dom kicked the dress to the floor, then took a seat on our bed. Baby girl was in her birthday suit and toyed with her honey pot. Y'all going to continue to ogle me, or are we going to have some fun? Fun, Sir and I responded in unison. Both Sir and I swiftly removed our clothes, then walked over to her. I took the front and he took the back, both of us sandwiching her like the most decadent dessert in the world. Hell, she was if you asked me. I ravaged her mouth, and Sir assaulted her hardened nipples, both of us taking from her like she was the fountain of youth. Dom's head was tossed back as she relished in the pleasure. I swallowed her cries of passion as our tongues moved together. The fun had barely started, and already my honey pot dripped. Minutes passed, and we switched places. I now slobbered over her titties, while Sir ate Dom's pussy. By the slurping sounds he made, I'd imagined she tasted like a 5-star cuisine. Yes, just like that, Dom screamed, basking in the pleasure we brought her. Her body shook under me, and I knew she was about to come. Sir pushed her legs up and went crazier on her pussy. While I took my time licking and sucking her juicy titties, I observed the way Sir made Dom come. Her hands gripped his head while his tongue lapped and licked around the fullness of her pussy. Sir was a man with a mission. I'd experienced his head game for years, and he always outdid himself. However, watching him please Dom hit different. Sir just didn't bring her pleasure. He ate her pussy like she belonged to him and him only. Shit definitely seemed a little different now. After he'd made her come, we switched positions. Dom's fat ass was in the air while I ate her pussy from the back. I went between pleasing her and watching them. Her head bobbed up and down as she gave Sir some of the best head he looked like he'd ever received. He gripped the sides of her face while he pumped into her mouth. Sir's teeth seemed to be permanently embedded in his lower lip. Dom used both of her hands and mouth to please him. I understood. He had a big-ass dick and a hurricane tongue, so it was a lot to adjust to and enjoy. "Just like that, Dom," Sir moaned, basking in the power of Dom's technique. The moment I vibrated my tongue against her clit and rotated my fingers in her pussy, I'd weakened Dom's resolve. She eased up some on Sir and threw her ass against my face. I slapped both of her cheeks, motivating her to give me more of that gushy shit. Dom did just that, too. She squirted all over my face. "Fuck, Lay," Dom whined before she went back to pleasing Sir. I didn't let up on Dom until I had her creaming down my throat. Now my job was partially done. We all switched up, and this was one of my favorite positions now. Dom's thick ass now rode my face while Sir fucked me without a care in the world. Dom leaned forward and used her legs to help bounce on my stiff tongue. I'd dreamed of this moment. I wrapped my arms around her waist and helped her bounce, but Sir didn't let up either. The Baddest by Young Blue featuring Chris Brown played, and Sir's waist moved like a snake to the beat as he thrust it into me. My body had never moved in so many directions at once. I was so overwhelmed with pleasure that I couldn't hold my orgasm back any longer. It hit me full force, and my legs shook uncontrollably. "Yes, yes," I screamed out as I orgasmed. My body vibrated from head to toe. I'd never felt this way before. That was the most powerful orgasm I'd experienced. The sensations that ripped through my body had me on an undiscovered planet. When I calmed down, we switched positions again, and I rolled Sir's face while Dom dominated his dick. She and I leaned forward and tongue-kissed. Her mouth was warm and welcoming, taking me hostage with every tug on my tongue or suction to my lips. Dom kissed down my neck while riding Sir like a pro. The pressure from her lips and Sir's mouth sent me into overdrive. I felt my orgasm about to strike again. It was like a thief in the night. Sir suctioned my clit into his mouth, motivating me to bounce on his face faster until my release barged through me. "Shit," I expressed loudly. Dom gripped the back of my neck and gazed into my eyes. "Let it out, pretty. Ride the wave," she directed in a low and sultry tone. I did as she said, but my body was worn out. Lazily, I rolled off Sir. My chest rose and fell rapidly. I rested on my stomach and watched as Dom planted her hands on Sir's chest and rolled him harder and faster. "Fuck," Sir groaned. "Just like that." Sir gripped her thick waist and slammed Dom down on his dick. Perspiration beaded on his forehead while sweat trailed down Dom's chest. They were good and sweaty, and almost nothing could break the bubble Dom and Sir were in. The eye contact, the hand necklace around Sir's neck, and the way the muscles in his stomach flexed with each stroke was good lovemaking at its finest. Dom's titties gave a nice round of applause until Sir quickly changed their positions. I already knew what time it was. Dom was surely about to find out. Sir lifted both Dom's legs over his left shoulder. He wrapped his muscular arm around her legs to keep them in place. His waist always moved like water with every stroke he delivered. Dom's body moved like a ripple in a river. Her body rocked a natural sheen, and so did his. My clit thumped, but I was too wiped out to move. When Sir's lightning bolt-shaped vein appeared on his forehead, I knew both of them were about to be wiped out as well. Sir hit Dom with his famous 3 quick yet deep strokes. I counted down his steps. First deep stroke to the left. Dom's eyes widened. The next stroke was to the right, making her whole body quake. And lastly, the most powerful blow hit her center. Whap! "Fuck!" Sir shouted. "I'm coming!" Dom screamed. Her body shook and twisted as if someone tickled her. They both had come together. I knew what would happen. Sir grunted and groaned as he filled her with his seeds. Dom's body continued to shake as she gripped his neck and tongued him down. Sir moved inside her until he had nothing else to give. Their quick kisses turned slower, less intentional. Sir's body gave out and he rested on her. Dom held him for a few minutes before he rolled off her. Dom tiredly pulled me to her. We laid on our sides and faced each other. Sir held her from the back as she and I entangled our limbs together. Dom's eyes were closed while she tried to catch her breath. I was good to go, so I rubbed her hair softly until all I heard were her soft snores as they filled the room. I peered over her shoulder at Sir. He was sound asleep with his mouth partially opened. My body was able to fully relax now that my two loves were out. I called out to Missy to cut the music, then I hit the lights. The slumber realm welcomed me faster than I expected. A couple of weeks had passed since our first session with Dom, and it was everything. It was so great that we had her in and out of our home during the week and weekends. Both Sir and I took from her what we wanted and needed. However, Dom lacked nothing. If she even looked like she wanted or craved something, both of us rushed to get it. When we weren't able to have sex together, Sir and I fucked her separately. I liked sharing Dom with Sir. It really changed our marriage for the better. I enjoyed it when my pussy and hers made their own love song. I couldn't lie. I could tell that Sir enjoyed her too. It made sense when it came to him. Sir was only used to my pussy, but now he had another option. If he fucked her like they were the only two in the world in front of me, then I could only imagine how he dicked her down when I wasn't around. Dom's pussy was wetter and fatter, and she sang for both of us. Without Sir, Dom and I used toys, vibrators, and completely lost ourselves in our lovemaking. Her sex game and worldly intellect stimulated me far greater than I'd ever expected. That was why I stayed around her as much as I could. She was a breath of fresh air. I was finally able to stand in my full truth because of her, and I couldn't let that go. I refused to. Today, Dom and I were an hour away at a spa resort. I could use the break from work and raiding all those damn drug houses. As hard as she worked at the bar and at the farmer's market, Dom needed the break too. Sir had quite a few surgeries to perform this week, so it was a good time to take our little girls' vacay. It didn't seem fair to leave him if he had a short work week for our trip, so those surgeries took place at the right time. One of my favorite activities of the trip was the private steam rooms the spa offered. We could sit with a few strangers or lay on a massage table and enjoy the steam. I chose to lay on the table. I needed all the rest I could get before we left tomorrow and returned to our adult responsibilities. The door to my room slightly opened. It was dim in here, but I could see enough. I knew it was my baby. I thought you said you didn't want to join me because you didn't want to ruin your hair. I chuckled at my statement. Shh, Dom commanded, then kissed my exposed neck. Her lips trickled down to my collarbone, then my back. My clit pulsed. Just the sight of her or a touch from her had me wet and ready to please her. However, she had something else in mind. Dom kissed down my back and passed my towel until she dove under it. She took her time and separated my cheeks before she slurped on my pussy like a slushie. Fuck, baby. Damn, I cooed softly. My hands gripped the massage table for any bit of stability. Her tongue trailed up and down between my cheeks like butter spread on bread. Dom ate me sloppily, nastily, and like she had something to prove. She slurped up my juices just to spit it back on my pussy. Her fingers worked overtime, massaging inside her soaking pussy as her tongue lapped at my swollen one. I squirted. Yes, she hissed softly, like a snake. She continued to snatch my soul, lifting my lower half, then eating my ass. Dom gave me the nastiest rim job I'd ever had. It was like her tongue dug for gold I had hidden or buried somewhere. She slurped, then spat on my pussy, making my legs shake. I came hard. I threw my ass back on her face, allowing her to receive every drop of my essence. My body slowly calmed down, and I laid back on my stomach. Dom removed her hands, and I weakly reached out to her. Come here, beautiful, I whined with a smile. You gotta find me, she whispered, then swiftly exited the room. Once I'd got my breathing together, I sat up. Dom was in the mood for role-playing, and I was down. I hurriedly slipped into my slides, then robe, and sped off to find Dom. Excitement coursed through me because it was about to go down. I loved how spontaneous she was. I jetted off the elevator and swiped my keycard. When I entered our room, my wide grin slowly melted when I noticed Dom doing her dance aerobics in front of the big screen TV. She was dolled up in her neon pink sports bra and tight booty shorts that matched. Sweat drenched her as she popped her ass and followed along with the instructor. Awkwardly, I closed the door, then walked right into the bathroom. I turned on the water, then plopped down on the toilet. What the hell was going on? Something super weird was afoot. There was no way Dom could have brought me all that pleasure, changed into her workout gear, and perspired as much as she did. I couldn't tell Sir because I didn't want him to think I was cheating again. I was scared to tell Dom in fear I'd lose her, so I decided to keep the weirdness to myself. I rocked on the seat of the toilet while cradling my body. A stranger had just performed oral on me. That was a hard pill to swallow. A lonely tear rolled down my face. I was rattled and confused, scared. All kinds of questions flitted through my mind. Would I be taken advantage of again? Why did I enjoy the tongue action? Had somebody been watching me the whole time we were here? Perspiration formed on my forehead and upper lip. My nerves had gotten the best of me, and I slightly shook. Now, I'd have to be on guard even more, trying to prevent any more bullshit that may or may not come my way. My concerns were valid, but I couldn't ever let that shit happen again. Fuck! After Dom and I finished the last dinner of our trip, we slow danced on the dance floor. Her curvy body warmed me, filling me with portions of myself I'd denied for years. I owe you everything, I whispered in her ear. You owe me nothing, pretty. Our affair fulfills each of us in more ways than one, she replied. I sighed. I know, but I'm literally living my dream right now. It wouldn't be possible had you not agreed. That's what I'm trying to say. Dom danced against me slowly and sexily. Since you put it like that, you make a valid point. Your views are felt and heard. Do you feel like you and Sir are now in a better place? She inquired, rubbing her ass against me. I held her to my chest with my arms around her waist. Honestly, I believe so. He's different. Sir seems lighter and freer. It feels like when we first started dating. Dom nodded. I get it. He just needed a little time to adjust to the real you. You just have to give him all the space and time he needs, you know? This is all new to him. I can tell he's still doing this because it makes you happy. I agree, but Sir likes you a lot more than you know, Dom. I can tell. He's so different with you. Sir laughs again, he jokes, and it gives that there might be more to you all than just an affair. Dom turned in my arms and draped her arms around my neck. If there was, how does that make you feel? I'm cool with it as long as I'm in the picture, I answered truthfully. She kissed my lips, then gazed into my eyes. You'll always be in the picture, pretty. I like you both. Trust me when I tell you I have no intentions of taking Sir from you or you from him. I'm really enjoying our arrangement. I don't want to see it end anytime soon. You two are like the only family I have, and I'm trying to hold on for as long as I can, Dom expressed, trying to mask the emotion in her voice. I lifted Dom's face by her chin. You are the shining light in our lives. I know I can speak for Sir when I say both of us care about you a lot. You are so rare and special, and as long as you'll have us, we want you in our lives. She nodded innocently, and I couldn't help but take her thick, heart-shaped lips hostage. This woman had taken my heart and turned our affair into something much deeper. Our kiss had turned so heated that we headed back to our dark booth. Once there, I hiked up her dress. I freed her titties, then suckled her nipples while I played in that pussy. Dom was so warm and wet. I loved bringing her pleasure. My other hand gripped her neck while she rolled her waist. Damn, Lay. Just like that, pretty. Play with your pussy. Dom got me with that one. I loved when she talked dirty. Yeah? This my pussy? I queried, licking up her neck after I released it. Fuck, yes. Dom moaned loudly, but the music masked her cries of passion. I sped up my strokes. When her fingers gripped the strap of my dress and my titty, I knew she was more than ready to come. Dom pumped her pelvis faster, suctioning my fingers as if they were Sir's swollen tool. Give me more, Lay. More, she cried. I went back to slurping on her hard nipples and titties until she rained down on me. My hand was soaked with her juices. A cocky feeling always took over me when I felt her body shaking and saw her mouth slightly agape while she held on to my fingers. I loved being the one who brought her so much fucking pleasure.
7. Dominique, Dom. The feel of someone lightly peppering my face with kisses caused me to stir in my sleep. Groggily, I tried to move, but it was impossible because of the way Sir's strong arms held me to his chest. His face was buried in the crook of my neck, and his thick beard tickled the side of my cheek. More kisses covered my face until warm pressure against my lips caused my eyes to flutter open. I squinted a few times before my eyes fully opened and Lay's pretty face came into view. "Lay, what are you doing? Come back to bed," I whined. Her cute chuckle filled my ears. "I can't, my love. I have to work," she stated in her sweet yet slightly deep tone. Her speaking voice reminded me of Toni Braxton's singing voice. It was sexy as hell. "Oh, man, I'm gonna miss you, but I know you gotta handle the bad guys. I'll see you tonight, right?" "You sure will." Lay secured her weapon on her waist, then put on her badge. She slipped into a light jacket, then walked over to me. "Don't let Sir hold you hostage for too long. He has to work, beautiful, and you have treats to make for the farmer's market tomorrow." Lay kissed me hard, then smiled at me. "I got you, pretty. I'll see you tonight. Have a great day." "You too, beautiful." Lay kissed me again, then walked around to Sir's side. I could hear her pecking his forehead and cheek. It was where she always kissed him when he was asleep. Lay whispered she loved him, and afterward, the bedroom door closed behind her. My eyes floated to their room balcony, and it was still kind of dark outside. It had to be around 5 in the morning. Lay always left the house super early. My mind drifted back to last night. It was epic. This time, before sex, we discussed the do's and don'ts of our relationship. All suggestions and boundaries were accepted and respected. Afterward, Lay and Sir proceeded to turn me every way but loose. It was a night for the books. A week had passed since Lay and I had returned from our spa weekend. They seemed a little uptight. I tried everything to relax her as usual, but she always peered over her shoulder, super overprotective of Sir and me. I would have thought something happened to her at the spa. She seemed fine to me until she returned from the steam room. It was then the weirdness started. I knew nothing physically happened to her because Lay didn't take shit from nobody, but maybe she witnessed something. Maybe she was too scared or worried to share it with us. I had a feeling that something ate at her. After a while, I stared into the dark sky so long that I dozed back off to sleep. I didn't know how long I was out, but the alarm on my phone went off. Groggily, I moved and my body felt lighter. I was able to move and hit the stop button on my phone without any resistance. When I rolled over, Sir was nowhere to be found, but the smell of coffee and delicious food filled my nose. I loved Sir's breakfast and steak. He made some of the most seasoned and succulent steak ever. I sat up and pulled on the black nightie I wore to bed. Once dressed, I walked into the bathroom and relieved my bladder, then handled my oral hygiene. Minutes later, I descended their grand staircase. The sound of Sir's deep chuckle floated to me before my feet carried me into their big kitchen. I took a seat at the kitchen island, and my eyes wandered over Sir. That man was too fine for his own good. His white tee exposed his muscular arms and the tattoos that covered his toned forearms. The way his loose-fit jeans slightly hugged his lower half had me itching to ride his dick one more time before we parted ways. Sir's deep brown skin, hazel green eyes, full beard, and athletic build were the physical features I'd adored a lot. His smile, big heart, and thoughtfulness had me never wanting to part from him. He cared for Lay, me, and his patients. Anything that Sir did, he gave it his all. Sir never shortchanged any part of his life, and those were great character traits to appreciate. I understood why Lay was so enamored with him, and why she had sacrificed a part of herself for him. Sir was a damn good man, provider, and spouse. He not only provided financially for her, but the parts of herself that Lay did reveal to him, Sir nourished to the best of his ability. Me being in their lives was a testament to his patience, adaptability, and his supportive nature. Any other man would have hauled ass from his wife after he caught her cheating in their home, but Sir chose to stay and understand his wife's needs. Now that was the definition of a real fucking man. Sir turned and winked at me. He plated our food while he was on his call. Our little sleepyhead is finally awake. I'll talk to you later, Lay. I love you. Have a great day, he professed. Seconds later, their call ended, and Sir removed his earbud. Morning, beautiful. How did you sleep? I grinned. I slept good, per usual. Y'all's bed was definitely worth the investment. I could stay in it all day, every day. How did you sleep? Sir looked up at me. When you say things like that, I believe it. You have no idea how I want you in our bed every day, but no pressure. As for your question, I always sleep like a baby when you're here. Follow me to the dining room, he directed, then winked. In no time, I was out of my seat and walking right behind him. I had no problem following his lead or submitting to him. He took his seat at the table. Before he could pat his lap, my bottom was already planted on him. I made myself comfortable, then led us in grace. Afterward, the only sounds were our forks scraping the plates. Sir had breakfast on lock. I made a good breakfast as well, but it felt so good to be catered to. Halfway through our meal, I made us coffee, then went back to eating and conversing. How's the food, beautiful? I chewed the last of my bite, then swallowed. It's so good. Y'all keep spoiling me like this. I might never leave. Would that be a bad thing? Sir probed. I sipped from my mug, then set it down. They had the best coffee I've ever had, too. But Sir's question weighed heavily on me. That couldn't work. They were married. Our situation was here for a good time, not a long time. How in the world would I fit in a space that was made for two? Did Lay want that as well? She was pretty much sowing her wild oats. Would Lay really be down with me fucking the shit out of her husband for the rest of our lives? Sir, it wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing, but you and Lay are each other's person. My presence is temporary. What if there's a person out there in the world for me? What if you two get tired of me and desire another woman? I know my place in your lives, and I don't expect anything more or less. I rose from his lap to take my plate in the kitchen, but Sir moved with me. He turned me to face him. His big body bullied me against the table, and his arms trapped me in place as he lowered and stared into my eyes. Whatever idea you got in your head about leaving me, dead that shit. You don't get to waltz into my life with your big, beautiful eyes and kind heart, then open me in ways I've never experienced. Dom, you're the only woman I've ever been with outside of Lay, and I refuse to give that up. Lay's special needs might be the reason we were brought together, but it was you that made me fall for you. Now, if you think you about to give that good-ass pussy away, you are sadly mistaken, my love. You are ours. Let me hear you say that. Sir turned away. His ear almost touched my lips. He made sure he heard the answer he wanted to hear. I belong to y'all. He snickered and faced me. I'm not convinced, Dom. His mouth crashed into mine, taking me backward onto the table. Sir pushed my legs up and open and went down head first. He ate me just enough for my first orgasm to rise. Then he quickly filled me up. I gasped loudly. The sudden invasion was painful, yet so fucking pleasurable. Sir gripped the sides of my throat, causing my eyes to snap to him like an order was given. You ain't leaving me, Dom. Am I clear? He queried, sending a powerful stroke to my pussy that made my back arch. Oh, Sir meant business. Yes, I hear you, I moaned out. Nah, no you don't, but you about to. Sir's eyes bore into mine as he wrapped his arms around my thighs. He delivered one deep stroke after another. I bit into my bottom lip, but I never broke our eye contact. Sir didn't blink once. He was focused. The muscle in his jaw and forearms flexed with every move he made. Sir stroked to the left, and I squirted. "Oh, fuck, baby." "Shh, I ain't done, beautiful," he reassured me with a sexy smirk. Sir quickly slipped out of his tee and went back to drilling in me. My body moved like a ripple in water from his deep strokes. Sir stroked me to the right, and I squirted again. "Baby," I whined from the pleasure. My orgasm was seconds away, and I had a feeling I was about to come like never before. "Don't beg, beautiful. Take this dick. You just tried to leave me, and I don't take too kindly to that." I wasn't. I stumbled over my words. "Shh. Take this dick." Sir slowly pulled out to the tip, then he plowed through me. "Fuck!" I screamed at the top of my lungs as I came all over him. My body shook hard. I'd never felt like this before. My body felt like it couldn't calm down. It was Friday morning, yet he fucked me like it was Saturday night sex. Seconds later, Sir came right behind me. He gave me swift and short strokes until his body finally calmed down. I'd never bring up leaving this nigga ever again. Sir had filled me with his seeds yet again. I really needed to get on some birth control soon. After a while, Sir pulled his semi-hard dick out of me. Gently, he lowered my legs, then helped me to sit up. Next, he fixed his clothes, but our eye contact never broke. When he was done, he trapped me in place with his arms again. "What did we learn today, Dom?" he quizzed in his deep voice. "Not to mention anything about leaving you," I replied, still trying to catch my breath. "Good girl. Now, I have to head out, but your car has a full tank, tires have been rotated, and your credit card is on the table by the door. Have a great day, beautiful." You as well. We shared a deep kiss before he walked away. Sir certainly meant business. He was one of a kind. My pussy throbbed, but damn, I felt good. When I made it home, I stopped outside the door. Fear filled me. My teeth sank into my lower lip. My dry hands were now damp. I removed my gun from my crossbody bag. My door was slightly ajar. I wasn't sure if that opening was intentional or not, but someone had broken into my shit. Slowly, I pushed the door open and eased inside with my gun raised. I dropped my bag on the floor. With slow yet steady steps, I swept the kitchen and living room since it was an open space. Next, I eased into my bedroom. I checked everywhere, including my bathroom and under the bed, but nothing was out of place in there. I moved to the second bathroom. I checked everywhere inside the bathroom, but again, nothing was out of place. Lastly, I took a deep breath, then burst inside Bria's old room. I checked her closet and under her bed, but found nothing. The room was practically empty. Her bed, dresser, and a few large totes were present, but that was it. Did I leave my door open absent-mindedly? I left her room, then closed the door behind me. There was no way. I'd never made that mistake before. That was the only excuse I had at the moment. I pushed the situation to the back of my mind and moved on with my day. After a nice hot shower and washing my hair, I did my laundry, then decorated my treats. Tomorrow was farmer's market day, and I couldn't wait to sell out like I usually did. That extra cash helped, and so did the credit card Sir gave me. My playlist blasted throughout my house. I bobbed my head to some Megan while I rolled out the fondant for my last set of treats. I had a damn good groove going until a plastic bag was placed over my head and held tightly. My oxygen was immediately cut off as I fought hard against my intruder. I used my strength and body to push us into the countertop, but my attacker didn't ease up. His voice was distorted as if they used some kind of machine to disguise it. "You should have checked the tote bins," he expressed in my ear. He pulled tighter on the bag, making it harder for me to breathe. I couldn't go out like this. No way. I had to fight. I'd survived too much. One motherfucker was not about to remove me from this world. I elbowed him in his face hard, making him loosen his grip. Following through with a headbutt, I was relieved when his grip really loosened even more. I swiftly removed the bag from my face. I faced him as I gasped for air to breathe. My attacker was dressed in black from head to toe, but because of his mask, I didn't see the face of my opponent. My lungs felt as if they were clogged. I couldn't breathe. He removed what looked like some kind of baton from his side. It was lengthy and thick and ready to commit the damage he intended it to. Without a second thought, I took off to my room. His heavy steps followed quickly behind me. I made it inside and swiftly swiped my gun from the bed. He rushed me, and it slipped from my hands. My attacker landed a blow to my face that knocked the wind out of me. Blood filled my mouth almost immediately. I grew a bit dizzy, but I shook off as much of the woozy feeling as I could. I cocked my fist back and punched his ass back. He fell off me, giving me a chance to jump up on pure adrenaline. I stumbled a bit, but I found my gun. The first shot I fired, I missed, but the second one penetrated his shoulder. He yelled. My attacker hopped up and raced out of my room. I ran after him, firing wildly a few times. He ran out of my place and down the hall. I raced back inside my place, then slammed and locked the door. My heart pounded like crazy. I had to keep going, though. I limped over to my island and grabbed my phone. My eyes bypassed all my missed calls from Sir and Lay, and I called the police.
8. Sir Tan, sir. I was off work and I couldn't reach Dom. I called and texted her dozens of times, but got no response. I called Lay, and it was the same thing for her. An awful feeling filled my chest. Something wasn't right at all. I told Lay to head over to her place and I'd meet her there. I floored it in my truck on the expressway, evading the state troopers, before I exited and raced up the ramp. I bent the corner and drove the last few minutes to her apartment complex. When I entered the parking lot, there were 2 police cruisers present, along with an ambulance truck. If I wasn't worried before, I was now. My stomach dropped to my ass. Swiftly, I found the closest parking spot I could, then hauled ass through her lobby and up to her apartment. When I made it to her place, the door was open and everyone tended to Dom, including Lay. She sat next to Dom and gently caressed her back while Dom held an ice pack on her face. 2 officers compared notes, and the paramedics packed up their equipment. I bypassed the first responders and kneeled in front of Dom. Her eyes widened at the sight of me, and she practically leapt into my arms. I held her tightly. My eyes flitted to Lay. She was angry. Lay's fists were balled in her lap. Fire burned in her eyes. Lay wanted revenge. She was highly overprotective of me and Dom. I knew for a fact that she'd find a way to get Dom justice. Lay mouthed that she'd be back. She stood and walked over to the uniformed officers. I focused back on Dom. Her soft cries filled my ears. My heart ached for my baby. I wanted to take this pain from her. If I could kill the son of a bitch that hurt her, I would. Dom deserved so much better. If only I'd gone home with her. Gently, I guided Dom back to her seat. I took Lay's seat, then fully examined her face. I removed the ice pack from her eye. It was black, and her lip was cut. She took one hell of a blow to her face. Tell me what happened, baby. Dom placed the ice pack back on her eye before she scooted closer to me. When I made it home, my front door was slightly ajar. I was scared as hell, but I had my gun. I took my time and searched my place. Nothing was out of place or removed, so I went on with my day. I showered, did my chores, then completed most of my treats for tomorrow. Dom released a deep breath. I was almost done when someone threw a plastic bag over my head and tried to suffocate me. It was the scariest situation I'd ever been in. I fought off my attacker and raced into my room. We tussled and he punched me in my face. I fought back and shot him. Softly, I wiped the tears from my eyes making sure I didn't cause her any more pain. I'm so sorry this happened to you, baby. You are one brave woman. You're a warrior. I love the lion in you, but trust that we will get through this together. I do have one question. Why didn't you call us or the police when you arrived home and saw your door open? It wouldn't have mattered. Baby, why would you say that? Dom sniffled. My attacker was sitting in one of the tote bins in my roommate's old bedroom. He told me himself. If I didn't think to search the bins, neither would the police, nor would you guys. I would have never assumed an adult male or female could fit in a large tote bin. I nodded my understanding. That's understandable. And there's a lot of truth to your admittance, but why did you just say male or female? You didn't see your attacker? No, I didn't. They were dressed in black from head to toe, and their face was hidden. They also used this weird device to disguise their real voice. It could have been a woman or man, but from how strong the person was, I assumed it was a man. That shit is weird. Do you have any idea who might want to attack you? I quizzed. Dom nodded. It could have been my old roommate, Bria, or her boyfriend, Zay. I kicked him out a month ago for a bunch of reasons. Bria and I were like sisters. She was my best friend. I can't see her hurting me, but Zay is a different story. He was big, lazy, and a disgusting nigga with a mean side. There were quite a few times I had to pull my gun out on him. I surely gave the police his name. I don't know his last name or what Zay is even short for. Now, Bria did return my key before she left, but that doesn't mean Zay didn't have a key made beforehand. I told security not to let any of them back up and removed them from my visitors list, but security has been known to be bought around these parts. Bria and Zay are the only people I had a run-in with. They want to hurt me, which is so fucked up because I opened my home to them. Baby, why didn't you tell us any of this? Dom sniffled. We were just getting acquainted, and I didn't want to dump my baggage on you guys so soon. Plus, I assumed I had handled the situation by kicking him out. I honestly didn't see any retaliation happening. Dom broke down crying again. I pulled her onto my lap and cradled her tightly to my chest. My own anger boiled. I hated this for my beautiful baby. She was such a delicate and giving soul. Dom didn't deserve this bullshit. I looked up when Dom's door closed. All the first responders had left and Lay walked over to us. She leaned down and kissed the top of Dom's head. How's our girl? Still shaking up. How about you run her a warm bath to help her relax? I have a couple of calls I need to make, and I'll handle dinner while I'm out here. All right, baby. Lay kissed my lips, then scooped Dom into her arms. One thing about my wife, she was one of the strongest women I'd ever met. Dom snuggled closer to Lay before they disappeared in the back. I walked into Dom's kitchen while I searched for the nearest locksmith. There was no way I'd allow her to sleep in her place without the locks being changed. While on the phone with the nearest locksmith company, I rummaged through her cabinets and refrigerator, putting together a meal. By the time I was halfway through preparing the food, the locksmith arrived. I closed Dom's bedroom door, then allowed the technician in to perform his job. I observed him between dicing veggies and sauteing meats to make sure he was on top of his job, and he was. Once I was done with dinner, the technician finished up his work. I paid the bill and gave him a tip for the last-minute job. Now I could relax a bit. However, I had one more call to make. While I plated my ladies' meals, I called our security company and made an appointment for them to install a video doorbell at Dom's place. She'd now be alerted if anyone walked past or stayed at her door too long. That break-in shit wouldn't be happening again. Her appointment was scheduled, and dinner was done. I walked to Dom's room to alert my girls dinner was ready. When I entered, Lay's head was between Dom's legs. Dom looked at me with a sexy smile and curled her finger for me to join them. I smirked and kicked the door closed. This was my kind of party. I took my place on the bed next to her. Dom and I shared a sloppy kiss. Her small hand cradled the side of my face as I consumed her. My mouth took her as hostage. I practically swallowed her lips and tongue because they couldn't be visibly seen anymore. Dom liked to be dominated. I enjoyed being in a position to do so. I ended our kiss, licking down the base of her throat and chest until I made it to her luscious titties. Dom's double D's had a hold on me. Her body was so thick and full that I couldn't get enough of it. I gripped her titties in each of my hands and attacked her nipples. Dom's back arched from her bed. She hissed and moaned from the pleasure we brought her. Dom pumped harder against Lay's face, inciting me to slobber over her titties more. When she could no longer hold back, Dom came hard and fast. Once she came down from her high, we all switched positions. Lay rested on her back while Dom ate her pussy. Her eyes were closed. Her teeth damn near pierced the flesh of her bottom lip as her hands gripped Dom's hand. Dom brought Lay as much pleasure as I allowed her to. It was hard for Dom to really go crazy when I gave her deep strokes. My strokes made both of them weak. That was the point of my job. The sound of Lay's passionate cries filled the room. It was music to my ears. Soon, she'd be coming too. I gripped Dom's waist tightly. She was so damn thick. Her skin perspired and pussy was soaked. The way Dom's juices slid down my leg had me gone. It still blew my mind that I was able to pull a baddie like Dom. On top of that, she begged me for more. My eyes rolled in the back of my head as I went deeper. The impact from my strokes caused her body to slap against mine. The sounds our bodies made were now my favorite tune. The harder I drilled into her, the more pressure she added to Lay. Lay's cries filled the room again. I opened my eyes, gazing at Lay. Her love faces still turned me on. Lay stared back at me as she continued to fuck Dom's face. Her body calmed down after a while. Lay sat back and watched me pound at Dom. Dom's arch game was crazy. All I saw was her round ass. Dom's face was buried in her bed while she took those back shots like a pro. Dom's cries of passion filled the room. I slapped her ass cheek and it rippled like water. I leaned down and licked up the crease of her back, never stopping my strokes. Fuck. Dom released a desperate pant. I feel you, baby. Yeah, you feel me? My nut rose to my tip. I was about to come, but not before her. I reached around Dom and toyed with her clit. Within seconds, she came on my fingers, triggering my own orgasm. Shit, I groaned loudly. Dom always milked me for everything I had. Just the thought of my seats coating her walls yet again made me drill faster. By the time I was done, Dom laid flat on her stomach. Lay rubbed Dom's sweaty pixie cut. This was another bomb-ass session. I drove through the wilderness and parked at the spot I usually stayed at. Today was carved out to film my survival and cooking content videos. Dom would now get to experience my hobby firsthand, and I hope she didn't find it boring. So far, she seemed fully invested in our little weekend adventure. It had been 2 weeks since her attack, and her eye was still healing, but it looked good. Most of the bruising was gone. There was only a faded dark line under her eye, but Dom was still stunning. When we exited my truck, she handed me the things I needed for our tent. Beforehand, I set up my camera stand. I like to film from start to finish. My tent was large, but easy to install because it was partly inflatable. I got it up and running in no time. Next, I dragged in my big inflatable bed, then plugged it in. While that was going, I set up the other items I used. There was a small table, heater, charging station for our electronics, and lighting. I had several camping lamps placed around the tent to make sure we had more than enough light. Dom hadn't stopped smiling since we parked. That was a clear sign she enjoyed our little outdoor rendezvous. Are we done, or do we have more to set up? She probed, then nibbled on her lower lip. I smirked. I found every little gesture or facial expression she made to be cute. We're done setting up our camp. It's time to set up for the meal I'll prepare for my viewers. You don't have to help. You can simply watch me, I answered. No, I want to help, Dom smiled. I'm enjoying being in this space with you so much. At first I was scared, but now I'm not. I want to discover and accept this new experience as much as I can. So tell me, how can I help? You are the best. I'll surely welcome your help. First, I'll get the fire going. Next, I'm going to scrub those 2 slabs of big rocks clean. Using one of the rocks, you can prep our veggies. Dom made a funny face. On a rock? She inquired, with her mouth pulled into a look of disgust. I snickered. Those rocks are nature's chopping boards. Don't worry. I'll clean them well with the water from the stream, then I rinse it with the distilled bottles of water I brought. When you go camping, you sometimes have to live off the land. That's what I'm going to show you this weekend. You still down? Dom nodded. Yeah, I'll try to be more open. My girl. In that brown satchel are the knives, but please be careful because they are really sharp. I'll do the meat afterward. You'll see how it all plays out. Okay, love. I kissed her cheek, then walked away. Dom looked on with intrigue as I built the small stone and wood fireplace. Afterward, I lit it, and we now had fire. I removed the small bottle of dish soap from my bag and scrubbed the rocks clean by the stream. When I was done, I thoroughly rinsed the large stones. I carried them back over to Dom. We got into a good groove, slicing and dicing our veggies. Dom grinned widely. Sir, I'm having a great time so far. She popped a sliced red pepper into her mouth, then went back to work. I'm glad I can be the reason for that beautiful smile. I looked up from time to time at her. She sliced the red, green, and orange peppers, then the onions. I quickly seasoned the meat. I took out my trusty cast iron skillet and let it heat with oil. Once it was ready, I tossed in all our veggies and seasoned them lightly. While they cooked, we sliced potatoes into fries. What are we having for dinner? Dom questioned. Steak, fries, and sauteed veggies. Ooh, that sounds yummy, she announced. It will be. I winked at her. Do you like your new doorbell? She nodded with a cute smile. I really do. It makes me feel safer when you and Lay aren't around. I can't thank you both enough for being there for me. No thank you is needed, Princess. I told you that. I get it, baby, but I can spare a thank you. It's the least I can do. I nodded in agreement. You bring more to the table than you know. I leaned over the stone rocks and kissed her plush lips. Time moved on, and we enjoyed our meal and shot content for the remainder of the day. When night fell on us, we drank hot chocolate and snacked on shortbread cookies. I pointed out to her the different stars in the galaxy. We could see the stars clearer in these parts because the sky wasn't filled with pollution like in the city. Once our bodies grew weary, I heated water and we took a bird bath outside, cleaning the most important body parts. Once we were clean, I pulled the covers back and helped Dom in first. I slid in right behind her. She laid her head on my chest, then threw a thick leg over me. That was all I needed. My belly was full, and I had my girl. Sleep came easy. The next day, we got an early start on our hike. Dom followed behind me as I recorded our trek. My small camera was attached to the strap of my backpack. It captured everything. Don kept up with me and asked questions in between me informing my followers. I halted my steps when I came across a few poisonous plants. If you all are out hiking, you want to avoid this plant here. I didn't touch it, but I pointed at the plant. This is an oleander. It's highly poisonous, with toxins that are very bad for your heart. I moved on to the next plant. That right there is poison ivy. You can tell by its oily sap on the leaves. It can cause an allergic reaction. Your skin will turn red and swell. I waved at Dom to continue to follow me. After a brisk 10-minute walk, I stopped when I noticed a poison oak vine. This is poison oak. It's a woody vine that carries an irritant sap that will surely irritate your skin. Be mindful when you're out hiking. Hiking is such a blast, but you must always be aware of your surroundings. With that being said, our hike has come to an end. As always, I'm the wilderness man with a pot, and I hope you all enjoyed another video. I'm out. I ended the recording and turned to Dom. How did I do? You did amazing, sir. This was so much fun. This weekend has been fantastic. It's all because of you. Dom walked into my arms and planted a sloppy kiss on my lips. I followed her pace until my dick grew so hard I could no longer stand it. Dom, I need you now, I voiced through our kisses. Then have me, she shot back. I slid out of my backpack and jacket. She did the same thing. In the blink of an eye, my bare back and ass massaged the damn grass while she rolled me. Fuck, Dom. Just like that. I held onto her waist as she rolled me hard and fast. Dom's titties bounced around, hypnotizing me. I couldn't take my eyes off her if I tried. Dom rose on her toes, and her tongue slid sexily across her top lip. Whose dick is this? Yours, I answered with haste. I can't hear you. It's yours, beautiful. That's right. This is my dick. Now what's my name? Dom squeezed her pussy muscles as she slid down my dick again. Tom! Right again. Tom took her time and hopped around my dick until all I saw was her ass bouncing up and down. Her round brown bottom was my kryptonite. I loved her curvy frame. Every inch of her had me possessed. My nut rose up to my tip again, and it was time. I gripped her waist and drilled into her. Dom leaned forward and held my ankles. She slammed her ass down on my dick, making both of us come harder than we ever had. Dom's movement slowed down until she eventually climbed off me. Her thick body lay next to mine in the grass and dirt. This trip had turned out better than I'd hoped it would. An hour later, we returned to our campsite. Both of us took another bird bath before we prepared dinner. Dom sliced more peppers and onions, then roasted them. I cooked our red snapper and roasted some broccolini. When our food was ready, she led us in grace, and we went to town. The seasonings I blended together always gave everything I cooked a savory, smoky, and a tad bit of sweet flavor. It was the perfect blend for poultry, beef, and fish. Baby, you surprised me yet again. This food is so good, Dom expressed before her next bite. Thank you, beautiful. You're the inspiration behind everything. I usually take this trip alone. Leigh has never joined me. She said real black people don't play in the woods. I laughed at Leigh's comment, and so did Dom. Leigh was funny as hell. You know our girl is tough as nails, but she don't do outdoors or bugs. I chortled again. That is so true. I just want to thank you, Dom. You came into our lives and shook things up. Now Leigh and I can't picture a day without you. I didn't do much at all. I just gave Leigh the space to be her full self. When it comes to you, I don't know how I contribute to your life. You're so established and successful. You have it all figured out, while I'm still trying to figure it out. Dom went back to her food. I sipped my wine and pondered her admission. Once I felt confident enough to respond, I did. I may be successful and have it figured out, but emotionally and mentally I didn't. That was until you came into the picture. Leigh really broke my heart. Marriage counseling is working, but you helped to heal my heart. I didn't expect it, and it wasn't a requirement on my end. You make me smile, feel loved, and seen. I'm just a man and one of God's servants, but around you, I feel like it's my birthday every day. It sounds superficial, but that's not how I see it. I feel whole again, worthy of being loved. My feelings for you take nothing away from Leigh and I, but it creates a tighter bond for us. Now you know what you do for me. Dawn wiped her eyes, then sipped her wine. Worthy, huh? Yes, worthy, I answered. You got me with that one, sir. Damn. She sipped her wine again, then spoke. Like I told Leigh, I have no intentions of taking you away from her or her away from you. I care about you both so much. Not to mention, I appreciate your transparency so much. You share your feelings, which isn't easy to do, yet you make it look that way. I never had someone to look after me the way you and Leigh do. You both add value to my life, so to hear you say little old me adds value to your life makes me feel good. My spirit and heart are happy because of it. Furthermore, this needs to be said. It takes a special kind of man to stay with his wife after infidelity, and vice versa. I can only imagine the pain you felt seeing Leigh with another person. There was no excuse for infidelity, but in Leigh's defense, she struggled with her sexuality for years. She had to hide a part of herself to make everyone around her happy. It's not easy coming out of the closet alone. Trust me, I know all too well. I had to leave my childhood home in order to accept who I am fully. I love women. I love everything about women. So does Leigh. We also love men too. Those are not easy pills to swallow living in this world. The best piece to this puzzle is you, sir. You have not only allowed Leigh to live in her truth, But you allow me to do the same. You accept us fully, baby, and that makes you the best ally women like us can have. Tom was right. Wow. Damn, did she have a way with words. You're right. Everything you said. What resonated the most with me is the fact that both of you feel safe with me, see me as a confidant, and your ally. That will forever be in my heart. She grinned and sniffled. Dom raised her glass, and we toasted with the last of our wine. In no time, I had Dom in my arms with her legs wrapped around my waist. I walked inside of our tent with our mouths glued together. Dom ground against my waist, making my dick harder. I laid her on the bed, then hovered over her. Swiftly, I undressed, then undressed Dom. My head dove between her thighs, and I munched on my favorite fruit. Dom had that wet. Every time I tasted her, I grew more addicted. One day I'd stand up, but now wasn't the time.
9. Dominique, Dom. Today was the day. It was our first date as a throuple, and I didn't know about them, but I was too excited. I'd convinced them that it was time for us to step out and have some fun. When Sir suggested we book a room at the V Hotel downtown, I was all the way down. Underneath the presidential suite was the restaurant, and on the lower level was the club. The restaurant was an indoor deck that sat out over the Chicago River. It was a beautiful view. I added the finishing touches to my look for the evening. Soleil and I took selfies while we waited for Sir. He lagged a bit after the fire oral session we had a minute ago. I made sure to drain Sir every time I was around him. My baby Lay worked grueling hours, so I made sure to take care of our man. Yes, our man. Sir belonged to both of us. I'd logged in enough hours with him mentally, emotionally, and sexually to call that man ours. Lay's arm was longer than mine, so she snapped all the pics. She looked incredible in her fitted white blazer and white wide-leg pants. Her curly fro was front and center. Her accessories were all gold, from her dangling earrings, the long necklace that hung between her pushed-up titties, and the gold tennis bracelets that adorned her wrists. My girl was a big stepper. Lay smelled expensive, too, just how I liked her. She leaned against the tall window frame. The Chicago skyline was behind us. I bent over in front of Lay, and she gripped my waist. She snapped a couple of pictures before we switched positions. I gripped her neck and inhaled her fragrance. Lay snapped the picture. We continued to take pictures until Sir entered the room. His presence always silenced us both. Sir had such commanding energy. He didn't even say anything to us, and Lay and I were ready to submit. Sir walked in looking like money. His fade was on point as usual. Sir was dressed in a white short-sleeved top with a collar and dark green dress pants. White designer sneakers accentuated his fit. My eyes roamed over his gold-framed glasses, gold rope chain, and the diamond-encrusted watch on his wrist that matched the necklace and bracelet I wore. "You look so fucking good," I told him. "Thank you, baby," Sir responded with a smile, revealing his new princess-cut grill. There was a princess-cut diamond on every tooth. My man was that nigga. Sir and I kissed sloppily. I didn't mind ruining my lipstick for him. However, tonight, I wore a non-smear matte lipstick. "You look so beautiful. You smell even better. Let me have a look at you." Sir held my hand, and I twirled slowly for him. His eyes wandered over the sheer, dark green, ankle-length dress I wore. My straps were thin like spaghetti, and there were dark patches that covered my nipples and private area. There were sheer slits that covered my ass. Depending on how the light hit me, some of my ass was revealed. The thong I wore was swallowed between my cheeks, just how Lay and Sir preferred it. My pixie cut was fresh, so were the designs on the left side of my head. Damn. Stunning as usual. Sir kissed my lips and then moved to Lay. She blushed like a schoolgirl as he admired her, then squeezed her ass. I loved their marriage. They were goals to me. Sir and Lay loved each other according to their spouse's love language. Not only that, there was so much respect, kindness, and love present. The trust was there and growing more every day. "You two beautiful ladies ready?" Sir probed. "Yes, Daddy," I responded. "I'm ready," Lay professed. "Cool, let's roll." Sir got us a beautiful king suite. It fit all of our needs. He grabbed the key card, his wallet, and phone. Then we filed out of our suite. I walked ahead of Lay and Sir in the fancy hallway to the elevator. Sir gave a low whistle. I chuckled to myself. I could feel both Lay and Sir's eyes on my ass, and that shit turned me on even more. Minutes later, we made it on the elevator. Sir pulled me to his chest as Lay purred next to me. He had a firm grip around my waist. Lay's hand massaged my ass. Those two were so possessive over me that it boosted my confidence and made me feel loved at the same time. Once off the elevator, Sir guided us to the host. I found it so cool how the doors of the elevator opened right up to the fancy restaurant. The hotel developers planned that feature perfectly. The host guided us to our table. I gasped at the beautiful view. We had a booth seat that overlooked the river and Chicago's skyline. I took my seat and watched as the water rippled under the dark skies. I'd only dreamed of living like this, yet here I was, fucking the shit out of a married couple and living like a real princess. My seat was always bunched between Sir and Lay. I wouldn't want it any other way. Our waiter took our drink order, then walked away, giving us a minute to mull over the menu. Minutes later, he returned with our drinks, and we placed our food order. While they ordered what I wanted, I stared out into the dark night. I'd only sipped my drink, but for some odd reason, I felt so woozy. I placed my elbows on the table to brace myself. Why was the room spinning suddenly? I closed my eyes and counted to 10 slowly. When I opened my eyes, I felt a little better. "You okay, beautiful?" Sir quizzed, rubbing my back soothingly. I'm better now." "Are you sure?" Sir lifted my hand and kissed the top of it. "Yes." I quickly changed the subject. "Let's play a little game. I'll ask the questions, and you guys answer them as honest as possible. Y'all game?" Sir chuckled. "I'm game." "Me too," Lay answered. "Yay!" I squealed. "Okay, first question. Sir, if you had a chance to start over, would you still choose Lay?" He set down his cognac and Coke. "Absolutely. That's my sweetheart, the first woman to show me what real love is. I'll choose her forever." Beautifully answered. I turned to Lay. "Your turn to answer." "Without a doubt. I'll choose him every time because he's my best friend, lover, and soulmate." I beamed at her. "My girl." Next question. Sir, what's a small thing that Lay does that you secretly love? He nibbled on his lower lip, then smirked. "I love how her brows furrow together when she's in deep thought. Lay bites on her inner cheek, and in an instant, her eyes light up, and it's like she's discovered whatever answer she looked for." I placed my hand over my heart and gushed. "You are such a hopeless romantic, sir. Lay, it's your turn." She cleared her throat. "I know this may be weird, but I don't care. I love this man since high school. I love the expression on Sir's face when he's intently listening to someone talk. He has this habit of damn near staring into your soul while you speak, when in actuality, he just wants you to have his undivided attention. It's the cutest expression ever. Aw, spoken like a real wife. All right, next question. Sir, if Lay lost her memory, what's the first thing you would tell her about you guys?" Damn, these some real thought-provoking questions. Maybe we should have hired you as our marriage counselor, Sir stated and laughed. "You ain't lying," Lay agreed. We both snickered along with Sir. "But to answer your question, The first memory I'll tell Lay is how we met at 15. It literally was love at first sight. I just transferred to her high school because I'm a military brat. My family moved around a lot. Illinois was my dad's last transfer. My first day of school, I bumped into Lay in the hallway, and I knew she was the girl for me. Her eyes, kind smile, and big curls were all I ever craved. I swallowed my wine, trying to hold back my tears. Sir and Lay really did love each other. Simply beautiful, sir. Lay, it's your turn. Let's see. The memory I'll share with Sir is the night of our honeymoon. Sir chortled. They looked at one another. The love that swirled around them could be seen by the human eye. Your honeymoon is supposed to be for lovemaking, but it didn't go that way for us. We got robbed our first night in Punta Cana. Sir and I took the wrong taxi from the airport and was super late. A few thugs there thought they had some regular tourists, but that was hardly the case. The next night, I went back to that dark road and waited in the bushes for our robbers. It turns out the taxi driver was in on it. I killed all 3 masked men and the taxi driver. Nobody fucks with me and the people I care about. Most of our belongings and identification was in the trunk of the car. I grabbed what was ours, then left. Sir and I enjoyed the remainder of our honeymoon. It's a crazy memory to have, but it's ours nonetheless, Lay stated with a light chuckle. You damn right about that. I didn't even know she slipped out of the room. I was drunk, and she fucked me to sleep on top of that. That was a trip for the books, Sir added with a salute. Y'all two crack me up, but what you have is so rare and special. I agree with you, but there is something I need to get off my chest, Sir expressed. You have our attention. Go ahead, I encouraged. Lay, please believe me when I say I never want to hurt you in any way, and honesty is always the best policy. What are you trying to say? Lay queried, staring at him. He cleared his throat. I love Dom. She's wedged her way into my heart, and I can't get enough of her. It's hard to pinpoint the exact moment I fell for her, but what matters is that I have, and I can't be without her like I can't be without you, Lay. I really hope this is something you can accept. My eyes brimmed with tears. I couldn't believe he confessed his love for me in front of his wife. I hadn't told Sir yet, but I loved him too. I'd never in my life loved a man the way I loved him. Slowly, I turned and faced Lay. She stared at Sir with a blank look. Her pretty face was void of any emotion. Lay looked down at me. I nibbled on my lower lip in fear. She could fight and was an expert with a weapon. I prayed she didn't hurt me. Our waiter returned with our food, providing the perfect interruption we needed. We'll talk about this later, Lay chimed. I agree, Sarah asserted, then focused on the waiter. The waiter set down the sizzling plates of food. When the smell of laced fish filtered into my nose, a wave of nausea immediately hit me. Oh, goodness, no. I can't sit here, I revealed. I slightly gagged, regurgitating a bit of vomit in my mouth. What the hell? What's wrong, love? Lay asked, rubbing my back. The smell of your fish just made me nauseous. I have no idea why. I love fish. Another wave of nausea hit me. I needed to go to the bathroom. Excuse me. I need to go to the bathroom. Sir stood and let me pass. I heard Lay's heels right behind me. My eyes searched the busy restaurant until I saw the sign for the ladies' room. I practically sprinted there in my 6-inch pumps. I entered the closest stall and fell to my knees. Everything that was in my stomach came up faster than I digested it. I gripped the toilet seat for balance. My body kept jerking, trying to get whatever bad shit on my stomach off. Once I was done, I wiped my mouth with the tissue, then flushed the toilet. Damn, that was nasty. I walked out of the stall. Lay stood by the sink with paper towels in her hand and a concerned look on her face. How are you feeling, baby? I rinsed my mouth, then washed my hands. Much better. I think I ate too much earlier. Everything we ate for lunch, I puked up. You know I'm a foodie, but sometimes I can overindulge. I shook my hands in the sink, then accepted the paper towels Lay handed me. Are you sure that's all? Any other symptoms besides nausea? Lay inquired. I'm sure. The nausea was it. Well, I did have a bout of dizziness when we arrived at the restaurant, but I'm good now. Let's go and enjoy the rest of our night. Lay stepped in front of me. Her hands rubbed up and down my bare arms. We don't have to hang out. I'm sure Sir won't mind if we canceled and stayed in with you. I kissed her cheek. I'm fine, beautiful. We always stay in. We're going to have some fun tonight. Let's go. I grabbed her hand and guided us back to our seats. When we made it to our table, Sir wore a look of concern as well. You okay, my love? I'm better. Now let's eat and drink. We still have a club to go to, I announced. I cut a chunk of my tender steak and danced happily in my seat. Sir and Lay shared an unsure look, but eventually they got with the program. After our meal, we transitioned to the club. Sir reserved a VIP area for us. It was partly dim, and we could see and be seen, but I didn't care. Round of applause by Waka Flocka Flame filled our section. I drank more of my water before I twerked in Sir and Lay's face. My hands gripped my knees, while my cheeks gave them a round of applause. I looked over my shoulder at my lovers. Lay threw money at me, while Sir leaned against the couch. One arm rested on the edge as he puffed on his cigar. There was a look of hunger in his eyes. He desired me. Sir wanted to own me. The moment he was ready to eat, I'd oblige him. I rose, then made my cheeks clap. The sound could be heard in our section. Lay walked behind me and groped my titties. We sexily danced to a new song. Her hands eased down my body until they were under my dress. I draped my arm behind Lay's neck and held her tighter to me. Lay's fingers eased inside my thong, then entered my pussy. I moaned. I loved the way she toyed with my pussy. They turned us to face Sir. He continued to gaze at us. Smoke expelled from his nose. His eyes wandered over me, then Lay. She gripped my throat while her fingers strummed my clit. My body clenched, and I couldn't hold back. I rubbed my ass against Lay as I rolled out my release. Lay's pussy play was one of a kind. She did this weird thing with her fingers, where it felt as if she really did strum my clit like a guitar. Sir put out his cigar, then swaggered over to us. He lifted Lay's hand, then licked my juices from it. He closed his eyes, licking his lips before he opened them again. Let's take this upstairs.
10. Layla, Lay. May 2025. It was now May, and things were going great between us. I had to admit, I was caught off guard by Sir's love confession for Dom. It wasn't because I was jealous, but because I felt the same way. I wasn't ready to admit it out loud that I loved Dom. I had fallen so hard for her. She was now ingrained in my heart and part of every move I made. Dom was now a part of our routine. How did we fall so fast? I knew her tight and wet pussy played a major role, but Dom's heart played an even bigger role. She understood Sir and me. Dom made us whole again. She discovered a light that went out in our marriage, and she had no problem turning it back on. My baby didn't just want me or Sir. Dom wanted both of us. That made my heart smile more. I had planned to tell her I loved her too, but this week started off as one for the books. When Dom was about to leave our house Wednesday, they discovered her tires were flat and windows were busted. The assailant left a note. It stated that it wasn't over. That shit did not sit well with me. He referred to his first attack on Dom. Someone targeted her. Why, though? I knew that she kicked her roommates out, but something more sinister seemed to be at play. Were Bria and Zay playing a deadly cat and mouse game with her because she kicked them out? They very well could be. People killed for the pettiest reasons. My phone chimed. I saw that it was Dom. She said she was here at the precinct. Shit. I forgot we scheduled lunch today. I was so engrossed with the evidence we collected from Dom's house and her car that our date slipped my mind. I sent all the fingerprints through our system to see what we could discover. The low whistles and catcalls prompted me to look up. Dom waltzed her sexy ass in my direction. She didn't even look in the direction of my horny colleagues. It was unseasonably warm, so Dom's outfit was perfect. She wore a pale blue cotton set. Her entire outfit was sweater material. Dom's top was cropped, and her pants molded to her thick thighs. She looked like a walking dream with her tote bag on her shoulder. I stood and embraced her in a tight hug. My heartbeat sped up when I held her in my arms. I missed my girl so much. We had an audience, so I couldn't explore her body the way I wanted to. This hug was going to spark some office rumors, but I no longer cared how people saw me. It was surely time to go. My pussy grew wetter at the sight of her. I needed to feel Dom as soon as possible. Hey, pretty, are you ready to go? Dom queried. I am. You look so beautiful and smell so good. I can't wait to taste you. Let's roll. I grabbed her hand and led her out of the precinct and into my truck. Once we were buckled in, I sped away and to our spot at the lakefront. We sang along to the music as I hopped on the expressway. How are you feeling, beautiful? Dom questioned, rubbing my thigh. Better now that you're here with me. I kissed her hand, then focused back on the road. How are you feeling? Any more nausea? Are you going in to work tonight? I'm okay. The nausea comes and goes, but I'll be at work. It's been a crazy week and past couple of months. It doesn't feel as scary when I admit in my head that someone is trying to harm me, but when I say it out loud, I feel like I'm trapped in a Lifetime movie. This type of fear is unlike anything I'd ever experienced. I feel safe when I'm around you and Sir. I've concluded that you guys' presence intimidates whoever my attacker is. That's why he only strikes when you both aren't around. I nodded my understanding. Everything you said is right. I drew the same conclusions. It appears we're on the same page. Right when you arrived, I sent all the fingerprints discovered at both scenes through our CODIS system. I'm praying we hit a match. I drove up the ramp, then turned into the lakefront's parking lot. I killed the engine, then looked at Dom. What did you prepare for us today? She grinned and opened her bag. A heavenly fragrance floated into the air and my stomach grumbled. I couldn't wait to eat twice. Let's see. I brought oven-baked fried chicken, my famous spicy potato salad, a spring salad mix, and biscuits, Dom answered. She handed me my plastic container of food, and it was still warm. I popped open the lid and smiled. You threw down, baby. Give me them lips. Dom leaned over with a wide grin. We indulged in a heated and passionate kiss. My clit thumped with excitement. I gripped her throat and took her mouth hostage. Dom slurped on my tongue, following me. Fuck, I wanted her badly. We'd wasted plenty of meals for sex, and I couldn't let this one go to waste. I slowed us down until we parted, and Dom leaned back in her seat. You taste delicious yourself, but I need to eat, beautiful. Okay, Dom pouted. She wiped her gloss from my lips before she led us in grace. After amen, no other words were spoken. Dom and I ate our food in silence. That was how I knew the food was good if I barely wanted to talk. Dom reached into her bag and removed napkins and 2 probiotics sodas. I loved them ever since Dom introduced me to them, and my kitty thanked her. The peach was my favorite, and the raspberry flavor was Dom's favorite. We both released deep burps and giggled. Those probiotic sodas definitely made us belch like gassy old men. Dom and I cleaned our mouths and hands before we climbed in the back of my truck. She had a nice playlist going. In no time, she was out of her clothes. "Fuck, Lay. Just like that, baby," Dom cried. She threw her ass back on my face. Dom was on all fours with that ass tooted in the air. She tasted like water. There was protein in pussy eating. I made sure to always get my nutrients from Dom's pussy. I buried my face in her ass, savoring her pearl, then delivering a sloppy rim job. I had full access to her clit and dripping pussy. My tongue dipped in and out of her until she came down my throat. I lapped at all her juices, making sure I didn't waste a drop. When I was done, I slapped her ass. Dom helped me out of my work clothes, then I laid back on my seats. She pulled out her strap, and my eyes grew big like saucers. This woman treated me like today was Christmas. Dom lowered in front of me and ate my pussy until I squirted. She smiled, then filled me up. "Shit, you feel so good, beautiful," I voiced, taking every stroke she gave me. Her titties bounced around, making me wetter. I gripped them, and she winced. Dom did mention how sensitive her breasts were lately, but this woman turned me on like a fire hydrant. I was like a leaky faucet when she was around. Dom leaned forward and gripped the sides of my throat. "What's my name?" "Dom," I screamed. She had my body hotter than a southern fish fry. "My girl. Now, whose pussy is this?" "It's yours. All yours." "That's right." She released my throat, then grabbed my legs. Dom lifted my lower half from the seat and drilled into my pussy. "This my pussy. You hear me? All mine." I nodded, fucking her back, but I was no match for her strokes. When she placed my legs on her shoulders and strummed my clit, I was gone. My body spazzed and shook as my orgasm hit me full force. Fuck. What was she doing to me? It was like I didn't own my body anymore. It was under her command. Dom slid out of me, then lowered to her knees. She sucked and licked on my pussy, making sure I didn't have a drop available. Once she was done, she removed the strap, then rested her thick body on mine. This woman was mine and Sir's. Only ours. "Welcome, guys. You both look so happy, lighter, and freer. What's new?" "Tell me everything," Dr. Ellis encouraged. As a middle-aged Black woman, her accreditations and licensures matched her reputation. Dr. Ellis was one of the most renowned and sought-after marriage counselors in the city of Chicago, hell, Illinois. I cleared my throat and looked at Sir, then back at Dr. Ellis. A lot has changed in these past couple of months. As you know, my infidelity put us in a rough place, but I feel like we're out of it. I gripped Sir's hands. He gave me a little squeeze and a reassuring smirk. "Why do you feel you guys are out of it?" Sir cleared his throat. "It's because we've brought a third party into our marriage. Dominique, or Dom, has fulfilled the both of us in ways we hadn't expected. Dom came into the picture because Lay needed an outlet. It felt as if she was on the brink of cheating again, but to my surprise, she introduced me to the idea of living a polyamorous life. I was against it, but I wanted to make her happy. Little did I know Dom would bring me more love, insight, and peace that I haven't felt in a while. Dr. Ellis gave a low whistle. I must say I didn't see that coming. I'm not here to judge, but I do have to ask if both of you are truly being fulfilled in this lifestyle. I believe so. We both love her, I stated rather swiftly. Sir turned and looked at me with a smile on his face. You love Dom? I nodded. I do, love. When you first confessed, I wasn't mad or jealous. I was just afraid to admit it out loud. It made me face a hard truth. What truth? Give me the real, Sir encouraged. I turned in my seat and faced him. You know I love you past this galaxy and more. But after spending so much time with Dom, I know that I'm no longer bisexual. I am gay. I only desire her sexually. I can perform with you, but I prefer now to have sex with you only when she's around. Dom turns me on for you. I still desire your comfort, love, security, and companionship, but it's her that I want sexually. I admitted honestly. Sir's hazel green eyes wandered over my face. His hands were folded in his lap. I could tell he worked hard to process my truth. Sir dropped his head for a few seconds, then looked back at me. He smiled and pulled me into a tight hug. Thank you. I held him back and sniffled. Sir would always be my person, but my heart now beat for another. You're not mad at me? I queried, looking into his eyes. Not at all, beautiful. I think for a long time I held on to you because you were familiar, my routine, and best friend. I love you. Hell, I'm still in love with you, but your affair changed a lot. I felt the shift before I discovered it back then, but I chose to stay because I love you and I didn't feel like starting over. I met you as a boy, but I didn't realize how much I had changed and evolved until the first moment I looked into Dom's eyes. You were a security blanket for me, but Dom, she's my everything. She fulfills the man I am now. I want her in every way possible, even if that means I have to share her with you. The way I love her is different from how I love you. I'm a man now. I love her the way a man is supposed to healthily love a woman. You and I were kids when we met. We grew up together. That's why our bond is so strong. You know without a shadow of a doubt that I'll always be in your corner. Always. So I say this sincerely. Thank you for introducing me to Dom, my other heartbeat. I sniffled and wiped my eyes and nose with the single tissue I grabbed from the box. Thank you for always being so honest and transparent. I appreciate it. It's now my turn to love you and support you the way you need me to. I'll always show up for you. Always, sir. He held me tightly again. I know, baby. I know. We separated and I gazed at him. With your blessing, I think we should move her in. With all the dangers surrounding her, I'd feel much better if she stayed with us. It doesn't have to be permanent if you don't want to, but at least until her attacker is caught, I suggested. Sir continued to stare at me. Dr. Ellis cleared her throat. That's a big decision to make. Are you too sure you want to do this? Yes, Sir voiced quickly, without a doubt. I grinned widely. You're the best, baby. I faced Dr. Ellis. Thank you so much for helping us. You have been a real beacon in our lives, but your services will no longer be needed. Today is our last visit. My husband and I will continue to be together and navigate our new lifestyle. I stood and held my hand out for Sir. Let's go and get our girl. I'm with you, baby, Sir agreed. It was nice meeting you both. Thank you for the opportunity. It was a pleasure. Take care, and you both know where to find me if you need my services, Dr. Ellis expressed. I waved goodbye to her. My husband and I walked out of Dr. Ellis's office hand in hand. We were closer and happier, just like we were when we met at 17.
11. Sultan, sir. I stirred in my sleep when the sound of coughing and vomiting filled my ears. I'd been partially awake with the thought of our last therapy session on my mind. I accepted the fact a long time ago that Lay didn't want me sexually anymore, but to hear it out loud hit different. There was a pain in my heart because of it. The woman I had loved and lusted after since high school no longer desired me the way I still did her. My life had changed so much in this short time that I struggled to process my newfound emotions. Groggily, I sat up and looked around. Lay was in the bed sound asleep, but Dom wasn't. I looked at the bathroom in our room. The door was closed, but the light was on. I flipped the cover off me and slipped into my underwear, a tee, and pajama bottoms. Dom's puking had ended as I walked to the door. I now heard running water. I knocked, then entered. Dom brushed her teeth, but her eyes were red, and tiny red bumps covered her face. It was called petechia, a condition that was caused from stress or straining when vomiting. It happened a lot to Dom lately. I'd never seen her look so ill. Dom spat in the sink. Baby, don't come in here. It's not good. I could be contagious. I don't want to get you sick. I kissed the back of her neck and cheek. Beautiful. I don't care about that. You're my baby. Take a seat on the toilet when you're done, I directed. Okay. I walked back into my room and removed my doctor's bag from the closet. Something in me told me Dom had more than a stomach bug. That was even if she had one at all. Dom told us that the physician at the urgent care said she had a stomach bug. I had mixed emotions about his diagnosis. Dom had been sick for weeks now. Her stomach bug should have been gone, or at least she should be recovering. When I walked back into the bathroom, Dawn sat on the toilet top, but her head rested in her lap. Hey, baby, sit up for me, please. She did as I instructed. I removed my thermometer and took her temperature. Dom's temp was 100 degrees. It was a low-grade fever. I removed my mobile blood pressure machine. As the balloon deflated, her numbers on the screen elevated until they stopped. Dom's pressure was a little elevated. Her vomiting a minute ago was more than likely the cause. Is everything okay, love? Yes. You have a low-grade fever and your blood pressure is slightly elevated, but it's nothing to worry about. I do have to ask you, Dom, when was the last time you had your cycle? Her face scrunched and brows furrowed. Dom pulled her legs under her and stared off into space. When her eyes widened, I felt that the question I'd been pondering since our hotel stay was validated. I haven't had my cycle in almost 2 months, she admitted softly. Dom stared at the floor when she answered. Baby, look at me. Dom's head slowly rose. She gazed into my eyes. Lately, you've been super nauseous, dizzy, and your breasts are sore. Not to mention, when I enter you, your pussy feels warmer than it ever has. I don't want to make you uncomfortable, but I believe you are pregnant with my baby. Tears rolled down her cheeks as she nodded. I suspected, but I didn't want to entertain the thought. It's because I feared you might think I tried to trap you. Plus, I didn't want Lay to hurt me or take you away from me. Sir, I'm not ready for a baby. I have nothing to offer a child. My life is all over the place right now. Not to mention, I got pregnant by a married man. Oh, God. She placed her hands over her face and sobbed. I sat on the floor of the bathroom and allowed Dom to feel. As wild and unorthodox as this situation may be, I was ecstatic. Not only was I about to be a father, but the woman I truly loved carried my baby. Life couldn't get any better for me. I stood from the floor, then pulled Dom into my arms. She stared at me with watery eyes. I wiped away her fresh set of tears. I know you're scared right now. I am too, but I love you. What would make you think I wouldn't love our child too? It's a unique situation to be in, but I want my baby. Our baby. No one, not even Lay, can keep me away from you and our child. We're going to tell her now, but however she responds, just know I'll be by your side every step of the way. Lay asked you a few days ago to move in with us, and you said you'll think about it. I'm begging you now. There's no way I can comfortably stay here knowing you're at home alone with our unborn child. Lay and I have the means to provide for you both. If you say yes, then fuck that apartment and job. Come and live like a real princess. I know you've been on your own for a while, but you don't have to be any longer. What do you say? Please say yes, baby. Trust me. I'll handle the rest. Dom searched my eyes with her lips pursed to the side. She contemplated heavily. The vein in her forehead continued to spike. I could only imagine how she felt. Stability was what she wanted, and I could offer her that and more. All she had to say was yes. Dom nodded slowly. My brows merged together. Are you saying yes? She nodded again. Yes, she quietly replied. Before she could say anything else, I pulled Dom into my arms and held her tightly. I beamed on the inside with excitement. I feared my elation might scare her, so I held it in for now. Dom slightly shivered in my arms. My baby was scared shitless, but I had her back through it all. I kissed the top of her head. Thank you for making me the happiest man in the world. I've longed to be a dad, and you made my dream come true. Thank you for this gift. Dom sniffled. Thank you for the love and security, sir. I love you so much, baby. I grinned hard. Acceptance was the first step. I pulled away from her. You need to take a test so we can finalize what we already know. I removed a pregnancy test from my bag. I kept as many medical supplies on me as I could. Okay, love. She took the test and followed the directions. Dom cleaned her hands as we waited patiently for the results. This time I sat on the toilet with her on my lap. I kissed her arm and exposed shoulder. We were both nervous. The silence around us was so thick. I could feel it cooling around me like a snake, but I wouldn't let my fears or my anxious feelings get to me. Time seemed to inch by like a snail until finally it was time. Dom grabbed the stick and looked at it. She released a deep sigh, then turned the stick for me to see. The pink plus sign seemed to glare at me like red digits on a traditional alarm clock. My baby was pregnant with my baby. A lone tear escaped my eyes as I held her to my chest. I got you forever, baby. I promise you. Do you believe me? Yes, I do, my love. Good girl. Now, let's wake up Lay. Dom was a little resistant, but I wouldn't let anyone harm her. Dom followed me out of the bathroom with a pregnancy stick in her hand. When we made it to our bed, I shook Lay until she sat up. She wiped her eyes. Lay turned on the lamp on her side, then squinted at us. Well, what's wrong, guys? Why do you both look so melancholy? I took a seat in front of her before I held onto her hands. I'm not sure how you're going to take this, but you need to hear it from me first. I got Dom pregnant. We just took a test and it's positive. She's also agreed to move in with us. I turned and Dom handed me the test. It was barely in my hand before Lay snatched it. She stared at it for seconds. Her face played a series of emotions. I had no idea what Lay was thinking, but I was in the position to catch her if she leaped at Dom. Lay looked at me, then at Dom. A small smile broke out on her face as tears rolled down her cheeks. We're having a baby, she voiced. Lay sniffled right after. Yeah, we're having a baby, I responded, slowly revealing some of my enthusiasm. Lay pressed her lips against mine. She sobbed between our kisses and tight hug. Lay was really emotional. She pulled back and looked at Dom. Dom, you gave us the one thing I couldn't. Sir always wanted kids. I wanted them too, but I wasn't able to have them. In my 20s, I found out I had an abnormal uterus. Kids were out of the question. I would lie to Sir and tell him I wasn't ready for kids. This further proves how much of a good man he is because he never pressed the issue. I'm so sorry, sir. Lay hugged me tightly again. You deserve so much better than me, she whispered in my ear. Lay released me and proceeded to Dom. Her confession stung. I loved her and cared for her so much. How could Lay ever feel that way? They held each other tightly as Dom cried in Lay's arms. I'm fully happy now. I thought you might hurt me when you found out, Dom stated sadly. Shh. You don't ever have to fear telling me anything. I know I come off as a hard ass, but I will never hurt you, Dom. Never. We can't fault you for your pregnancy when none of us suggested protection. We're all in this together. You and our baby will be surrounded by nothing but unconditional love and security. Trust me, beautiful. Lay and Dom shared a few kisses. It warmed my heart to see all of us on the same page. What started off as a poly fling morphed into something more serious and precious. I wouldn't have it any other way. I'm going to make Dom a mug of peppermint tea with some crackers. I'll be back shortly, Lay announced. Cool, baby. I rose from the bed and walked over to Dom. I guided her back to the bed, then pulled the covers over her. How do you feel, beautiful? Dom released a deep sigh. Much better. Now that we're all on the same page, I can breathe. How do you feel? I'm the happiest man in the world. Give me a little girl that looks just like you, or a little boy with a kind heart, and I couldn't be happier. Thank you for this gift. I pulled Dom's mouth on mine, and we partook in the sweetest kiss ever. She was officially stuck with me. Dom was officially moved in. She took the spare bedroom next to ours. Although most of the time we all slept together, she only slept in her room when the baby gave her a tough time during the middle of the night. In that case, Lay and I took turns sleeping next to her. Our little being gave my baby the flux. I hated that for her, too. Dom was a trooper, though. She hardly ever complained. If I wasn't in Dom's space asking how she felt, then it was Lay. Dom never made a big deal out of anything. She just wanted to give love and be loved. We had no problem with giving it. It'd been a couple of weeks since Dom moved in. I put all of her important assets in storage and brought the remainder of her things to her room with us. Gone was her job at Lutz's titty bar. She didn't need that shit anymore since she had us. Her life was now filled with peace and freedom to work on her treats whenever she wanted to. Dom had the choice to do whatever she wanted with her free time from here on out. Her finances were now covered by Lay and me. There was no need for her to stress about anything. Currently, it was Thursday, and I walked down the aisle of this bookstore for her. Dom had no idea I was here. I decided to surprise her with a few new books. I passed the place heading home from the hospital all the time. I'd grabbed her a few books by Black authors and a tote bag with a cup to match when my phone chimed. I moved closer to the register and checked the notification. The dealership notified me that my surprise would be arriving in the next 20 minutes. That was perfect because I was only 15 minutes away from our home. Excitement filled me at the thought of the smile on Dom's face. I knew she was probably going to pout about the amount of money we spent on her, but I didn't care. She was our princess. Lay and I were supposed to spoil her rotten. By the time I paid for her items and bypassed as much traffic as I could, I made it home the same time as the dealership's flatbed truck. I parked in the garage, then ushered the driver to slowly back into our driveway before I stepped to the side. The driver used his electronic panel, and Dom's G-Wagon slowly rolled to its new parking space. When the driver was done, I tipped him, and he left. I admired Dom's new ride. Sheesh, that baby was fire. It was black on black everything, with a cherry red interior and a big red bow on top. Baby was gonna love it. I walked inside the garage and collected my things from my SUV. Now that Dom's truck was here, I needed to remind Lay it was time to get the privacy fences built around our home. I lowered the garage, then walked through our home to find Dom. I didn't have to travel far. There was an R&B playlist going, and the smell of savory dishes filled my nose. Dom was in the kitchen, cooking dinner again. I think, in some odd way, Dom felt she needed to contribute to stay here, and that wasn't the case at all. When I strolled into the kitchen, Dom danced at the stove. The baby had her jumpy lately, so I announced myself before I made it to her. "Evening, beautiful." Dom faced me with a warm and inviting smile. "I knew you were here somewhere. I smelled your body wash. The baby has my nose wide open. I can smell damn near every damn thing. Anywho, how was your day, my love?" Dom questioned, opening her arms to embrace me. I chuckled at her comment and walked into her arms. We held each other tightly as if we didn't see each other this morning. "I'm well, baby. A little tired, but nothing a nap can't fix. How are you and my little one?" I asked, peering down at her. Once we parted, I kissed her stomach. "We're good. Not as much nausea today, so I was able to get through another chapter of Meet Me in the Woods by wintertime. After that, I started to prepare our dinner, which is done, by the way. I can run you a bath so you can relax." "You love that author. But no, baby. I can run my own water." "Nope. I don't want to hear it. You work hard to take care of us. It's the least I can do." I kissed her lips sweetly. "You're the best, baby. But if you're running my water, then you'll miss out on the surprise we have for you." The air appeared to deflate from Dom's body. Her shoulders slumped and smile faded. "Babe, not another gift. You guys have spent more than enough money on me. Shopping sprees, unlimited credit cards, and decorating the nursery. Now you have another surprise. Baby, I can't take any more." Dom pouted. She turned away from me and turned off the last stove eye before hitting the warm button. With the stove eyes off, that feature kept our food warm. I turned Dom to face me. "Okay, I'll make a deal with you. If you accept this last gift, I won't buy you anything else until you ask for it. Deal?" Dom shook her head and snickered. "That has to be the first time you lied to me." I laughed, making Dom hit my arm. "I'll do better. I swear. It's not hard showering you with gifts, but I will do better. For now, let's go check out my surprise." I grabbed on the Dom's hand and guided her to the garage before she could protest. We had a smartphone, so I waved my hand over the panel and the garage door opened. Dom's handprint was programmed into everything now as well. The door raised, slowly revealing her new ride. When Dom's G-Wagon came into view, she gasped. "No fucking way." "Oh, yes, ma'am. Now you got wheels again." After the windows of her car were busted and tires were flattened, I had the car totaled and paid off the remaining balance. She didn't have to worry about that little shit no more. The privacy fences would be installed soon, and there wouldn't be another incident with her ride. Later on the night, I planned to move my truck out of the garage and hers in. Our garage held 2 cars, but eventually I planned to expand for all 3 cars to fit. Dom took slow and steady steps toward her new ride. When she made it, her eyes swiftly roamed over her wagon like an insect with multiple pairs of eyes. She was too stunned to speak. Dom looked from her truck, then at me, then back to her truck and back at me. Tears rolled down her cheeks. All I could do was hold her. She was so emotional. I suspected her pregnancy played a role, and possibly the trauma she endured, like abandonment. "I told you I got you. Didn't I say that?" Dom sniffled. Yes," she stumbled over her words. "But it's a fucking G-Wagon, baby." "I know. You got G-Wagon pussy, too." Dom chuckled through her tears, but I was dead serious. Dom earned and deserved every gift she got. She had the best pussy and head game ever. Now how about we take this baby for a spin? We can pick up dessert to go with dinner. What do you say? That sounds great, but I have another plan in mind. Minutes later, Dom had me on the couch with my dick buried deep in her throat. It was so deep down her throat I had to take shallow breaths. Dom had me so worked up I could barely breathe. One of her hands was planted on my bare chest while the other gripped my dick with a force I'd never experienced. If gifts came with hair like this, I planned to keep Dom's ass laced with new shit. Please believe me.
12. Dominique, Dom. Sir, you always pick the scariest movies to watch, I complained. He snickered. I'm sorry, baby, but you know I love the blood, gore, and guts. Spoken like a real doctor, Lay professed, munching her mix of popcorn and chocolate bites. It was Sunday, which was our chill day together. Sunday was the only day of the week where none of us had anything to do, so we made sure to spend time together and connect. Sir and I loved movies. Lay only watched movies because we did, but it wasn't her thing. I used to spend my full weekend at the farmer's market. Since the baby, I only did Saturdays. Sir didn't want me exerting myself too much, but I made sure to double up for my customers on Saturdays. I was just about done with Lay's hair when the doorbell rang. Sir rose from our large pit sectional in the living room to get the door. I surely hoped it was the Indian food we ordered. I focused back on Lay's hair. Lay needed it done badly, so I washed, conditioned, and gave her a protein treatment. She was going to look so pretty tomorrow. Sir walked back with our bag of food, a small brown box, and a funny look on his face. He placed the food on the kitchen island, but proceeded to open the box. A weird feeling filled the pit of my stomach. Who delivered that package? How long was it out there? Did it arrive when the food did? Something was up. I added the last flexi rod to Lay's set before I kissed her shoulder. All done. Time to set under the dryer. Thank you, beautiful. Lay kissed my lips. She took a few steps toward the dryer when Sir's deep voice filled the room. What the hell is this shit? Sir questioned. Lay and I raced to his side. What's wrong? Lay quizzed. I stepped to his right side. My eyes bucked at the photos sprawled on the island. They weren't just any photos, but photos of us. There were photos of us leaving the house, out shopping, having sex, and more. The pictures that caught me off guard were photos of Lay and I at the bar when we first met, and Sir and I fucking in the woods. Somebody had a real obsession with us three. This is freaking insane, I finally spoke. We're being stalked. That's not all. He reached inside the box and removed a note that he read out loud. Y'all thinking y'all can save her is funny. I'm going to kill that bitch Dom. What? Why me? I ain't done shit to nobody but try to live and survive, I stated, trying to hide the hurt in my voice. This is some bullshit. I left Sir and Lay in the kitchen and walked upstairs to my room. Suddenly, my appetite was gone. I wanted to be left alone. This whole situation was some bullshit. I plopped down on my bed and grabbed my phone from the table. This petty shit had to stop. Bria and I were better than this. We were like sisters. She couldn't have let that nigga Zay poison her mind to the extent of murder. We always talked about everything. I needed to get her away from that damn Zay. I went to my call log and called her. The phone rang and rang until it went to voicemail. Ugh! I shouted loudly. I sent her a text that we needed to talk. I didn't mind meeting up with her to air out our issues. When I sent my text, my mind started to wander. What if she was in some kind of trouble? She didn't have that much family and no relatives that she could truly depend on. Zay could have had her anywhere. Maybe Lay could run a trace on her phone. I'd seen the police do that plenty of times on my favorite true crime stories. Right when I was about to go run my idea by Lay, there was a knock on the door, and it opened. Lay's pretty face appeared first, then the remainder of her body. She walked over to me and took a seat on my bed. Hey, baby. I wanted to see how you were doing. I released a deep sigh. I'm over this bullshit. I want my life to go back to normal, where it was just us three enjoying each other. I can't even get comfortable and celebrate the little life I'm bringing into this world because my ex-best friend's man wants to kill me. That's why I need a favor from you. Baby, your life will go back to normal. I've already contacted my precinct, and an investigator is on the way to collect the evidence and all of our statements. Dom, I swear I won't let anything happen to you or the baby. Do you trust me? Of course I do, I answered. Good, because I won't let you down. Now, what favor can I do for you, beautiful? You know your support means the world to me. Thank you for always being there, pretty. I get the feeling that something may have happened to Bria. When I first kicked her out, she called and texted nonstop. From the week of my attack until now, I haven't heard from her. Can you run a trace on her number? See when was the last time her phone connected to a tower or anything? We were all each other had, and I feel awful every day for kicking her out. Bria wouldn't let Zay go, and now I feel like he did something to her. Can you please check? Maybe the police can find her last known whereabouts, I expressed in a pleading tone. If you feel strongly about this, Dom, I'll make it happen. I hate that you have to experience this kind of pain. For your sake and Bria's, I pray for a positive outcome. Just give it a little time once the trace is set in motion. I'll keep you posted if we have any new leads. What do you think? I'm grateful. Thank you so much, Lay. No thank you is needed. I got you for life, beautiful. Are you feeling up to coming down to eat and talk to the investigator when he arrives? Or do you prefer to stay here in your room to eat and speak with the investigator? You know if you don't come down, then Sir will be up. Lay chuckled. Sir was so overprotective of me and the baby. It's totally up to you, Lay stated, rubbing my thigh. I'll come down. My appetite is back thanks to your reassurance and security. Plus, I'm not trying to deal with Sir when he's anything other than my big teddy bear. Lay and I chuckled together as we rose from the bed and headed downstairs. Zay's obsession with me really worked my damn nerves, but if anybody could solve this mystery, then it would be Lay. Fuck, Lay. Right there, I moaned out loud. She had me fucking hot and horny as hell. Lay laid on her back as we performed the scissor technique. Don't get me wrong, I enjoyed when we used the strap-on, but I also thoroughly enjoyed when we scissored. The intimacy we shared when our clits touched could not be matched. That was until Sir entered me. Today was Saturday, Naked Saturday on top of that. We were only able to partake in Naked Saturday on the Saturdays Lay didn't have to work. The privacy fences around our home were up, and we didn't have neighbors close by. That led to sex outside in the backyard. The sun was out, and it was really warm. We had several blankets sprawled on the fresh spring grass. There was a table that held our food and drinks. Not to mention, my tripod stand was set up, and my camera caught all our favorite positions and breaks. Sir held my titties and savored my nipples. The feel of his warm mouth on my body turned me on more. I grew wetter. Lay could tell because she sped up her movements from the bottom. She held on to my waist and pumped harder. Shit, she panted. You wet as hell. Both of us were drenched like a super soaker. When Lay slipped her finger in my ass, I couldn't hold back. I rained down on Lay, kick-starting her own orgasm. Our clits massaged each other, and our bodies shook until they calmed down. I wasn't ready to relax, though. I wanted more. When the baby didn't have me tired or sick, I could fuck on my lovers all day and night. Sir curled his finger, and I took my place on his face. His dick glowed like a halo. It was thick, full-bodied, and lengthy, with angry-looking veins that wrapped around him, stopping right under his bulbous tip. Lay came over, and we savored his dick together. I loved acts like this. When we performed together, it made me wetter. I was more than aware of Lay's new sexual identity, but I was happy that she still pleasured Sir for me. He deserved it. Sir smacked and chewed on my pussy like it was his death row meal. Shit, baby, I released, riding his face harder. Lay took a break from helping me perform our sister wives' oral act, but I kept going. I loved the taste of my man's dick. Sir tasted good all around. I needed to feel and taste him several times a day. He gave a muffled groan when I swallowed him whole. That move was a weakness for him, I used my hands and stroked his dick while I slobbered over him. That was my special technique. Sir pumped into my mouth until he switched our position. Sir gently laid me on my back. In one swift move, he filled me. Ah! My back arched from the blanket. Sir had that good pipe, the kind of dick that made you crazy and want to slap a hoe for even looking in his direction. My man was that guy. He could have my throat and pussy whenever he wanted it. Shh, he whispered in my ear. Take this dick. You know you love these deep strokes. I do, baby. I really do. Oh, I know you do. I also love you and this pussy. I can't get enough of you, Dom, he stated, loud enough for my ears only. How much do you love me? I queried, fucking him back. Enough to make you my wife? At his admission, I froze. Our eyes locked, but Sir continued to drill into me as if he just didn't drop a bomb in me. He lifted my leg and went crazy. I was too stunned to speak. How could he say something like that? What about Lay? Get out of your head and fuck me back. I couldn't, though. I tapped Sir to get off me. Move. Are you serious? He questioned. Yes, I spat. Sir pulled out of me, then helped me up. What's wrong? Lay quizzed, handing me my sheer designer robe. You and Sir, that's what's wrong. You two are ruining our relationship. Lay, you can't even have sex with your own husband now that you're getting consistent pussy. You didn't foresee how your sexual identity would affect him? I turned to Sir. And you. How can you even say that you see me as your wife when you're already married? Shit is getting real sticky now. What? Lay probed, looking at Sir, then to me. I'm not done. It's as if both of you want me for yourself. That's so unfair because I love you both. I'm still stuck on the fact that you want to marry Dom, Lay stated. Her voice trembled after every word she spoke. Sir slipped into his joggers, then pulled on his tee. He walked over and stood in front of both of us. Let me tell you both something. I matter. My fucking feelings matter. When will I ever matter to y'all? Sir turned to Lay. You want the title of being a wife, yet all of a sudden you can't fuck me anymore. Lay, it's your fault I fell in love with Dom, not hers. He turned to me. I love you. I'm in love with you, Dom. It's time you realize and accept that. I'm going out for a drink. I'll be back later. I stepped forward because I didn't want him to go. Why couldn't he just go up to our room and relax? Sir, please don't leave. We all need a minute to regroup. A lot of things were said, but you don't have to leave, baby. I love you too, I announced, grabbing onto his hand. He shook his head. You sound concerned, like woman who's in love. Sir kissed my forehead, then walked past us. My heart broke with every step Sir took away from us. I didn't know about Lay, but I didn't want him to leave. I loved him so much. When the garage door rose, my heart ached for my man. Sir was right. He did matter, and so did his feelings. I cleaned up the backyard and sniffled with every move I made. Today was not a good day. It turned out to be a shitty day. What do you need me to do? Lay inquired. Do whatever makes you feel good, Lay. I finished up the backyard and walked past her and into the house. Dom, wait. I stopped in my tracks and faced her. We stood in the living room and stared each other down. Tears continued to run down my face. What, Lay? What did I do so wrong? How is me wanting to live in my truth wrong? There's nothing wrong with it, love. It's how you're going about it. You have a husband that loves and supports you unconditionally, but you don't want him. You're leaving me to fulfill him while you indulge on me. That shit ain't fair. I don't only love you. Sir is my love too. I think it's time you look in the mirror and own your shit. Decide what you're going to do, because none of us can live like this. We have a child coming into this world. All three of us have to be healthy mentally, emotionally, and physically for our baby, I ranted. I dropped the folded blankets on the floor and walked to my room. I was tired and sad. Every part of me wanted Sir back. I sent him a few messages when I made it inside. He'd respond sooner or later. While I showered, I cried. I hated that I rejected him earlier. I was scared and shocked at his admission. Sir had my heart, my whole heart. I wanted him in every capacity that I could have him in. When he came back, I'd let him know that. It was never my intention to fall so deeply in love with Lay's husband that I refused to stand up. I had no desire to. I'd fallen in love for the first time. This space felt so damn good. I handled my hygiene. When I was done, I stared in the mirror. It was my turn to face the woman in the mirror. I loved Lay, sincerely, but the hard truth was, I was in love with Sir. The taste of pussy would always be a flavor I enjoyed, but I refused to let anything come between me and the man that made my stomach flutter like a butterfly resting on a petal. I climbed under my covers with my e-reader and read Theirs to Own by Winter Time until I dozed off. I didn't know how long I was asleep before there was a dip behind me. Light kisses peppered my exposed back and neck. Strong hands caressed my body, pulling my nightie up until I was completely naked. Sir's fresh soap scent filled my nose. My heart fluttered, and chill bumps broke out along my skin. I felt complete again. My love had returned and found me. Sir turned me on my back and hovered over me. It wasn't pitch black in my room. There was a sliver of light from the moon that streamed through my balcony doors. Sir's eyes were red. I wasn't sure if it was from crying, drinking, or a cigar. The redness made me yearn to protect him from what bothered him. My eyes roamed over his fade, beard, and muscular build. Sir was so damn fine. It was evident my baby was hurting, but I was ecstatic he was home. I had just the remedy he needed. "I'm sorry, beautiful. I never should have left," he expressed in a deep yet solemn tone. Sir nudged his dick against my opening until he'd slipped in me. "Fuck," I cried out in a pant. Sir's strokes were like no other. "Baby, I'm sorry too. I never should have rejected you. Earlier was a lot to take in. When I did process it, I realized that I'm in love with you. I want everything you want to give. A life with you and our baby is all I desire." "You mean that?" Sir questioned, giving me deeper strokes. I clenched my pussy muscles on him, making us tense from the pressure. "Yes, I do mean it, certain." "That's my girl. You're mine, Dom. All mine. You hear me?" "Oh, yes, I do, baby." Sir and I made love until the wee hours of the morning. I wasn't sure how we'd make it right with Lay. What I did know was that I was not giving up this good man.
13. Layla, Lay. Dom's perspective made me take a hard look at myself. Was I a selfish person? Had I treated Sir selfishly all this time? I felt terrible. All I wanted was to live in my truth, but the first taste of consistent pussy I got, something in me unlocked. Pussy became a flavor I craved all the time now, Dom's preferably. How did I now navigate my marriage? What about our poly relationship? Something had to give. It was Tuesday and I was on my lunch break. I decided it was time for Sir and me to talk. We'd been cordial but not affectionate in any way. Days had passed since we'd actually talked, though. That wasn't us at all. Sir spent his free time either with Dom or alone in the living room. I was over that nonsense. I missed my husband and companion. After I grabbed our food, I drove to St. Rush Sinai Hospital, where Sir worked. I found the closest parking spot to the entrance. I felt hopeful. There were quite a few solutions I bounced around in my head as I headed to his office. I was almost sure he'd be open to them. Sir was a reasonable man. He never held grudges. We always talked and worked out our issues. This time shouldn't be any different. I waved at his assistant, then knocked on the door to his office. "Come in," Sir commanded in his deep voice. I opened the door, then stepped inside. Sir's glasses were on, and he was focused intently on his computer screen until he looked up and noticed it was me. He smirked and removed his glasses. "Well, this is a surprise. If you're busy, I can come back." "Nonsense. Take a seat and make yourself comfortable," Sir directed. "Okay." I strolled over to the chair across from him. "How's your day going?" "It's going pretty good. How about your day?" "So-so," I replied. I removed a tray of food from the bag, then handed it to him. He accepted it happily. I removed mine, then took a seat. Sir led us in a quick grace. We dove into our food. Sir had a nice 90s R&B playlist going. It took me back to the days when I was just a girl flirting with the idea of liking girls. When I turned 10, I had my first kiss with a girl. Escapes, Who Can I Run To played from a nearby car. It was one of my fondest memories to this day. Sir and I sat in comfortable silence until we were done with our food and drinks. I sat back against the chair and looked at him. "I came here to reconcile with you. I don't like that we're in this funk. We would have worked it out by now," I stated, peering at him. He nodded his head. "Yeah, we would have worked it out by now. Unfortunately, circumstances are different. This situation is difficult. You're a full lesbian now, and I want a wife." I exhaled. "I'm sorry that things played out this way. I really am, but I feel that you wanting to be married to Dom instead of me is wild." Sir scoffed and shook his head. "Lay, do you hear yourself right now? This entire marriage has been built on your wants and needs. Everything I do is for you. It always been about you. Now, when I sit back and reflect, my needs and wants ain't been met in years. I've spent years going into overdrive to make you happy, and to be honest, you're not totally to blame. It's my fault for not being vocal enough." "I get it, sir. I promise I do. Why can't we stay married and continue how we've been?" I quizzed, resting my elbows on my knees. "I'm unfulfilled in this marriage. I've done just about everything I can to make you happy. Now it's time to make myself happy. I have a kid coming into this world. I'd prefer for him or her not to come into this world out of wedlock." "When did you decide that?" "The moment I realized you genuinely didn't want me anymore. That's if you ever did. Tell me something. Have I been a cover for you all this time?" I remained silent and diverted my eyes to the floor. Wow. More secrets on top of fucking secrets. I'm so tired of this shit, Lay. I'm tired of trying to make you happy. It's an exhausting job. With Dom, life is as easy as breathing. She wants to see me happy. She enjoys my cooking and listening to me. Dom looks forward to me coming home from work or wherever. My touch makes her happy, feel safe, and wet. I ask her for nothing, yet she wants to give me any and everything she can. I've never experienced that with you. I shook my head. I've always loved you and supported you. Don't do that. Did you do all those things for me because you wanted to, or because that's what you had to do? I fell silent yet again. I folded my hands in my lap. Sir smacked my ass with the truth left and right. For the most important questions he asked, I was silent. I had no lies to tell. It was as if he forced me to face the truth finally. Exactly. Silence again. Face it. It was never me that you truly wanted. My softer side appealed to you. I was kind, supportive, and I made a great companion for you. You now know what you want, so I no longer have to be your cover. It's high time I choose my happiness. I want to wake up every day to the woman that loves me for me. I plan to raise my child up in this crazy world with or without you. You deserve to find the woman that desires to spend the rest of their life with you, just like Dom and I want to. Believe me when I tell you, I never planned for any of this to happen. I didn't go searching for Dom. You brought her into my life. I never planned to love her or fall in love with her. You gave us the invisible push when you admitted to being a full lesbian and not wanting to be involved with me sexually. Just like you deserve to live in your truth and be happy, so do I. I love you, baby. I always have, and I always will. Now, I'm not against us all still carrying on our poly affair, but if I'm being honest, that's not what you want anymore. You're ready for one woman or multiple women. I could be wrong about that as well, but what I desire is a real chance at happiness. It's as simple as that. Sir looked at me. I peered back at him. None of the solutions I created in my head led to this moment. None of them. What were we going to do? My lubricated two fingers moved in and out of Dom's ass while we kissed sloppily. Dom stroked me deeply with her strap on, making me squirt back to back. God, I wanted her to myself. She was everything I craved in a woman. My only regret was introducing her to Sir. I had no idea they'd fall so deeply in love. Our affair was supposed to be temporary, but both Sir and I fell madly in love with Dom. She loved us back. I could feel it all over me, but I knew Dom loved Sir more. There was nothing I could do about it. I wanted her and not him. Fuck, Lay. That feels so good. Keep playing with my ass just like that. Just like that? I queried. Yes, she screamed. I went deeper in her anus until I stopped at my first knuckle. Dom loved that freaky shit just like me. We deserved to be together. Stay with me. I could make you so happy, baby. If you choose a life with me, there would never be a day where you had to doubt my love, I voiced in between our sloppy kisses. Dom stopped kissing me. Her strokes didn't stop, though. She gazed into my eyes with a small smile on her face. Had it been just you when we met, I'd choose you in a heartbeat. You introduced me to an incredible man with a beautiful heart, and I can't let him go for anyone beautiful, not even you. For Sir, I'd give up everything. I love you, but if I'm forced to choose, it's him. Don't make me choose, Lay. Stay here with us, and we'll find a way to stay together. Please stay with me, Dom expressed. She lowered her head and slobbered over my titties. Tears ran down my face as I fucked her back. Why does she have to choose him? The pleasure was so overwhelming that we both came together. Our juices mixed together. Our bodies shook. I gripped her fat, round cheeks. I loved the plushness of her ass. I was going to miss the feel of her body. After my conversation with Sir a few days ago, I realized it was best that I removed myself from our relationship and let them live in peace. From Dom's admission, she solidified my decision. Dom gripped my chin. Stay with us. If you no longer want to have sex with Sir, then that's fine. You and I can still have sex. We can continue our everyday routine like we've been doing. That's what Sir wants as well. He just wants our roles to be reversed. That's not something we need to make a hasty decision about. Just promise me you'll think about it. Promise me, Dom commanded, slowly fucking me again. I bit into my bottom lip. My head fell back against the pillows. Her strap-on felt so good. Dom kissed my nipples and up my chest until she stopped at my ear. Promise me, she whispered in my ear. I promise, I replied, fucking her back. Dom made me come several times before I received an urgent call from the precinct I worked at. I showered, then left. Sir had arrived right after me from the farmer's market, so I felt comfortable leaving Dom. What do you have? I asked Detective McGee. He handled Dom's case. I walked into the dirty apartment that was filled with first responders and forensic officers. The scent of death could be smelled down the hall before I entered the apartment. He exhaled and wiped his tired face with the sleeve of his gray suit. Meet your victim, Bria Davis, he responded. I froze in place. My eyes wandered over the young, dark-skinned woman. Bria's body had started the decomposition process. Her flesh had created a dark brown puddle of blood, body fluids, and tissue around her. She'd been dead for a while now. This was such an unfortunate and sad situation. I looked up at Detective McGee. Do you all know how she died? Yeah. He opened his notepad and flipped through the pages until he stopped. Here we go. The coroner said she died from blunt force trauma to the back of her head, then she was stabbed to death. So far, they've counted 20 stab wounds. Since she's on her side, the coroner was able to see the back of her head and most of the stab wounds. This here was her last known location. The trace on her phone led here. The landlord let us in, but he doesn't know who lived here because this apartment was vacant. I have a few officers going door to door to see if any of the neighbors saw or heard anything. I'll let you know if we uncover anything else, McGee affirmed. Sounds good. Thanks again, Detective. I walked out of that smelly and death-filled apartment and back to my truck. How in the hell was I going to break the news to Dom? Fuck!
14. So 10. Sir, while Lay was out, Dom and I decided to put some food on the grill. That way, Lay would have some dinner when she returned. I didn't know how long she'd be out, but that was the routine. When it came down to Lay's job, she came home at all hours of the day. At least she didn't have to worry about eating because, like me, Dom always cooked too. Lay didn't have to worry about much at all. I usually did the cooking, cleaning, and washing since we released Mariah. Now Dom was here helping when she didn't need to. Lay lived like a princess. She had the hardest and most demanding job, so we tried to make her load as light as possible. I just wish she felt the same way. Lay was a spoiled brat. She wanted what she wanted. I was partially to blame. I'd spoiled her from day one. Lay was kind and sweet, but when there was something she wanted, she went after it. Same thing she did when she met Dom. I knew she wanted Dom to herself. I'd never asked Dom, but I can tell from the way they made love. Lay kissed and touched Dom in ways that I desired her to do to me for years. There was always part of her that was closed off. I thought maybe it had something to do with some form of trauma, but we started off as best friends. Lay would have told me. Now I understood her secret fully. I accepted that I was never her person. I hated that it took a total of 17 years for her ass to admit that shit. However, I couldn't hate Lay the way my mind wanted me to. She brought me my real soulmate. Not only could I see the love that Dom had for me, but I could feel it. It wrapped me in a cocoon and made me feel as if I was a boy at home with my parents all over again. I deserved that kind of love, and I wasn't about to give it up for anybody. I'd sacrificed my happiness enough. I flipped over the marinated chicken breasts, fish, then the grilled veggies. I squeezed some fresh lemon juice over the fish and veggies, then closed the lid. When I was done, I took a seat next to Dom inside of our enclosed deck area. It was heated and fully equipped with all of our needs when it was too chilly to sit outside. Dom was cozy in one of our oversized sofa seats with the shades. She was wrapped in her favorite throw blanket while she laughed at old rerun episodes of Everybody Hates Chris. Dom loved that show. She fed me fruit salad in between her own bites. I didn't even want any. This was just an example of how she cared and thought about me. I appreciated her thoughtfulness so much. I'd watched 2 episodes with her until it was time for me to remove the food from the grill. Dom followed me into the kitchen once the food was ready. I plated Dom's food first, then Lay's. I wrapped her food up, then placed it in the microwave. Dom and I said grace, then enjoyed another meal together. We laughed and joked as we ate. I drank wine, and Dom was content with her homemade mocktail. After we indulged on dinner, I helped her clean before we retreated upstairs. Dom ran us a bubbly hot bath. I leaned against our jacuzzi bathtub, and she rested against my chest. How do you feel, beautiful? I'm a little tired, but I'll be fine. How do you feel? Dom inquired in return. Kind of heavy. I hate the space that Lay and I are in. Although I hate that things are this way, I don't regret the decision to put myself first for a change. Do you feel like I'm being selfish? Dom exhaled. She rubbed my thighs under the water. I don't think you're being selfish. I never have. You deserve to be loved, cared for, and have a safe space, just like you've done for Lay and me. I hate that you were hit with another one of Lay's hard truths. We just need to give her some time. She'll figure it out. On a lighter note, I've thought of names for the baby. I kissed the side of her neck. Oh, really? Share with me, please. She giggled and made herself comfortable. If it's a boy, I want it to be his father's junior. If it's a girl, I want her name to be Emery Layla Cones. I want to pay homage to the woman that brought me my soulmate, she announced softly. How do you feel about the names? I gave her upper body a little squeeze. I love both names. I wasn't sure, my sentence trailed off when Lay entered the bathroom with a somber look on her face. Both Dom and I watched as she took a seat on the toilet top and peered at us. Lay cleared her throat. Hey guys, Dom, I have some bad news for you, beautiful. What's wrong? Dom stuttered. I was called out to a crime scene in a vacant apartment. The body of a young woman was discovered. It was your best friend, Bria. She'd been there so long that her body had decomposed some. The trace that I put out traced her last known whereabouts there. She was hit in the back of the head, then stabbed over 20 times. Dom gasped in my arms and broke down. She cried so hard, but Lay wasn't done. The apartment was vacant, so the detectives are not sure if she squatted there or was just brought there. We're still trying to put the pieces together, but if you have any way to contact her family, then it would help us to notify them. I'm so sorry, baby. Lay wiped her eyes, then looked down at the floor. It always pained her to see Dom hurt. It was the same for me. Out of all the things I imagined Lay would say, that thought didn't even come to mind. Tonight and the next few days were going to be the hardest and roughest, but Dom had to know that Lay and I had her back. I just hated that she had to endure another hardship that caused such a devastating blow. Something had to give. June. It had been a rough few weeks. Dom was now in her 3rd month of pregnancy and showing slightly. The feel of her stomach rounding for my baby was the most incredible thing I'd ever witnessed. As grateful as I was to experience such a blessing, it had taken a lot of emotional and mental support to care for Dom. She'd been down bad because of Bria's murder and funeral. Dom had spent the better part of her days in her room and in the bed. Today was the first day in weeks I was able to get her up and out of the house. Lay had worked tirelessly to search for Bria's murderer and Dom's attacker. The case had started to grow cold. There was a lack of evidence. The police also assumed there was a link between Bria and Dom. Both women were attacked, and they had a mutual link to Zay. The authorities only had his nickname. An APB had been issued for his arrest, but no one had stepped forward with any information. I hoped that soon evidence would turn up that would blow the whole case open. Until then, my total focus was Dom and our baby. She needed some light in her life, a place that represented cheer in our future, so I took her to a baby store not too far from our home. As we shopped, there was light in her eyes again. Dom's beautiful smile had returned. We cruised down the aisles, hand in hand, placing neutral-colored baby clothes in our cart. There were times she stopped and admired certain newborn onesies, hats, and tiny booties. I snapped a few off-guard photos of her. When Dom noticed, she made me take a few pictures along with baby clothes, then with her. I held her tightly in my arms afterward. It felt so good to hear her laughter again. Grief was definitely a process, but I refused to let her wallow in her pain. I let Dom shop until she was content. When she'd had enough, I paid for our items. We stopped and picked up a small carton of her favorite ice cream and snacks. "Can I ask you a personal question?" Dom inquired. "Of course. Ask away," I replied, turning onto our street. "Are you nervous about being a dad? Any worries or fears?" Dom munched on her turkey jerky and cheesy chips, waiting for my reply. "Honestly, I am. I'm worried I don't possess the mental and emotional capacity to care for my child and two women. I worry if I'll make the milk too hot and accidentally burn his or her mouth. What if I drop him or her? There's much more, baby." I pushed in the code to our privacy fences before I drove up the driveway. Dom looked at me the whole time. I drove into the garage, parked, then killed the engine. "Look at me," Dom commanded. I did as she instructed. "You are entitled to your feelings and thoughts. I respect it completely. In my eyes, though, I know you're going to make a great father. You're a great listener, empathetic, not judgmental. Plus, you lead with this." Dom placed her small hand on my chest. I raised her hand and kissed the top of it. "Oh, honey, you are an incredible man. The most wonderful man I've ever had the pleasure of meeting. We're going to make a great team and navigate our first child the best that we can. Trust me when I tell you, I have fears as well, but I have faith in you and God. With you by my side, I know I can do anything. You really have that much faith in me?" She nodded. "Absolutely. The most faith. Give me those lips." I leaned over, taking her mouth hostage. The salty flavor from her snacks coated her tongue, and I tried to suck it dry. Dom had my dick hard as a rock. Her words always penetrated my heart and soul. She saw deep within me, deeper than anybody had ever cared to notice. Again, I could not give her up. I refused to. My phone chimed, bringing our makeout session to a halt. I checked the notification, and it was late, letting me know she'd be home soon with dinner. That was good news because that meant Dom and I didn't have to cook. "Come on, beautiful. Let's take this show inside." Dom giggled and exited her sign. She opened the door and held it while I entered our home with the baby bags. We stepped inside, and I immediately felt something was wrong. The sound of the TV was on and kind of loud. I dropped the bags in the mudroom and faced Dom. "Did you leave the TV on?" "No." That's what I thought. I turned it off. "Stay put. I'm going to check it out. I'll come and get you if it turns out to be nothing." But nothing. Stay put. I kissed Dom's forehead before I left her alone. I strolled from the mudroom and into the kitchen. When I made it to the entryway of the living room, I froze in my tracks. "What the fuck are you doing in my house? Relaxing on my couch like you live here?" "Nice to see you again, Sir Tan." "The sight of you ain't a fucking joyous occasion, Mariah. How the hell did you get in here?" Mariah chuckled. "I've learned a thing or two since I stopped working for you guys 2 years ago. I had to survive some kind of way, but enough with the pleasantries. Call your baby mama out here now, or I'm going to kill you and carve that baby smooth from her stomach." Mariah's crazy ass removed a small gun from her waistband. I swallowed hard. She came to do damage. If I had any chance to get Dom and our baby out of here, then I had to do as she said. "Oh, okay. Dom, come here," I shouted. Seconds later, The sound of her soft steps shuffled into the living room. Dom stood next to me. The lady of the hour has arrived, Mariah cheered with a sinister smile. What's going on here? Who are you? Dom inquired. I looked down at Dom. Her face was void of all emotion, but her voice carried a level of fear. Now it's the listening part, Mariah announced. 2 years ago, when you all fired me, I thought I was good. I said to hell with you both and moved on. That was until one night I visited Lucid's bar. I saw Dom and Layla hugged up and giggling. I couldn't believe my eyes. In my mind, I thought Lay had left you, Sertan, and moved on. I became hopeful. Maybe she and I could have something. It wasn't until a few days after that I discovered you all were having an affair together. I became so infuriated. I was livid. I was so filled with rage and madness that I devised a plan to ruin your lives. Sertan, you wouldn't let me have Lay, but you allowed her to fuck Dom. Ain't no way. Y'all don't get to ride off in the sunset with y'all's baby and be happy. I've suffered so much in these past 2 years, and I wanted to make you two pay for my unhappiness. I'd set a series of events in place that threw you all off. I'd watched Dom so long that I learned her routine. That's how I discovered your drama with your best friend and her boyfriend, which totally worked out in my favor. Zay was a broke-ass drug dealer and foot soldier, while Bria was just a dummy for him. While I devised a plan for those two idiots, I continued to stalk you. I snapped pictures of you all, vandalized your car, and yes, I am responsible for your attack. Dom, you are way tougher than I expected. I just knew I could easily take you, but boy, was I wrong. I got the bullet wound to prove it. Now, I'm here to return the favor. Later on, I needed to hurt you more, Dom. It was me that ate Lay's pussy so good at the spa like she never had since me. I wasn't sure if she told y'all, but I suspect she didn't tell you two because she didn't tell Sir about our affair either. Try not to be mad at her, though. She didn't know it was me. I cut my hair and disguised my voice. That wasn't enough for me. I lured Bria to the apartment I squatted in, hoping that she could be my roommate. I met her in one of the Pructinil houses that Zay set up. She was now using and becoming more addicted by the day, but she never stopped loving you. When I mentioned that you and I were friends, she happily jumped at the chance to see you and get a roof over her head. Little did she know, she would die that night. When she walked inside of my place, I bashed her in the head with a baseball bat, then stabbed her to death. I killed Bria a few days before I attacked you. Once I got the courage for my first kill, I knew I could kill you. When your attack didn't go as planned, I healed, then killed Zay. I lured him with sex, then shot him up with the very drug he pushed. Until this day, his body rests in an abandoned building on 79th and Armitage. With those two fools out the way, I was ready to come for you again, Dom. What I underestimated was the love and protection that Sertan and Lay had for you. Y'all kept Dom so shielded that it was hard to get to her. So I told myself I just have to come to you guys. I figured if I killed the both of you, then I'll suddenly ease my way back into Lay's life. She'll have no choice but to run into my arms. Yeah, that's still a good plan, she confessed to us. I exhaled. This bitch was crazy. Mariah, there ain't nothing I can say to help this situation. Nothing. All I ask is that you spare Dom and my child. I'll take whatever punishment you want to dish out. Mariah quickly stepped forward and pulled Dom to her chest. She held Dom tightly around her neck with her arm and held the gun to her head. I bit into my bottom lip. This bitch had me furious. Now ain't the fucking time for negotiations, nigga. I want my revenge. You took Lay from me, so now I want you to witness me take Dom from you. Dom and my eyes connected. Tears ran down her cheeks while her bottom lip trembled. I'm sorry, sir. Please forgive me. Before I could understand why she was sorry, Dom swiftly bit into Mariah's forearm. She thrust Mariah's hand in the air that held the gun. A bullet penetrated the ceiling. I lunged at Mariah, tackling her and Dom to the floor. Dom rolled over to the side. My attention was solely focused on Mariah. We tussled with the gun. This bitch was strong. It was as if she was on steroids or some shit. I punched her in the face, drawing blood from her nose, but she continued to hold on. Another shot rang out, but I heard it when it hit the couch. Out of nowhere, Dom appeared. She stumped on the side of Mariah's face until another shot rang out. My eyes widened when the bullet skimmed Mariah's temple, then penetrated another part of our couch. Blood trickled down her face. Slowly, I rose from the floor. I stumbled a bit, but once I caught my balance, I pulled Dom into my arms. "Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere?" I asked, holding her close to my chest. Dom sniffled. I'm fine, love. The baby and I are fine. Are you?" We parted. My eyes darted over her body just to make sure she was good. When I was satisfied, I was able to speak. "I'm fine. I want to be so mad at you for risking your life and the baby, but I can't. I'm blessed to have you both." Dom wiped her eyes. I couldn't lose you. I refuse to lose you." "Oh, baby." That was all I could say. I was blessed that Dom was alive and well. Arrgh! Dom and I jumped at the loud, deafening roar. Mariah jumped up and charged at us with a large knife. She was only able to take a few steps before gunshots rang out. Pop, pop, pop. Mariah's body hit the floor with a thud. Her blood spilled on our epoxy marble floor like the liquid on a paper towel commercial. Mariah's ass wasn't coming back this time. Our heads whipped to the left. Layla stood in the kitchen with her gun raised. She placed it in her holster, then scurried over to us. The sound of police sirens filled our home as we all hugged tightly. "Who called the police?" I quizzed, hugging them tightly. Dom answered. I did when I was in the mud room." "Smart girl," Layla commented. "Quick thinking for sure," I added. We survived. All three of us made it.
Epilogue. Lay. Months later. "Come on, Dom. Push, baby. Push," I encouraged her. I recorded her at-home water birth. We all decided to not know the baby's gender until he or she was born. I was against it at first, but I jumped on board at the last minute. Just like it took a life and death situation for me to see what was most important. I loved both Sir and Dom. There was no way I should have even thought about separating us. My selfish needs had a hold on me. Pussy made me want to give up everything that was good for me so I could live a selfish life. Had it not been for Sir, I wouldn't even be able to live in my truth in a healthy way. The kind and selfless soul that he was made him the most wonderful person I'd ever met. Sir was a man of character and substance, and the best fucking companion a woman like me could be blessed with. When I saw Mariah's crazy ass charge Sir and Dom with her large blade, I knew I could never live without them. There was no place in this world I would rather be than with them. I hated that things turned out the way they did for Mariah. She was once a good person. Heartbreak and jealousy had a powerful way of fueling people to avenge whatever mistreatment they felt they received. Unfortunately for Mariah, it didn't go as she planned. I killed that bitch, and I'd do it all over again to protect my lovers. Once the investigation was over, including the discovery of Zay's decomposed body, and the trial ended, we could all breathe. Not only were Sir, Dom, and myself able to breathe again, all that craziness brought us back together. I'd lost sight of what was most important. When the dust settled, I apologized to both Sir and Dom. Those two welcomed me with opened arms as if I didn't almost ruin our relationship. I now saw the bigger picture. Sir and I divorced. He was right. Sir deserved to be happy and relish in healthy love every day. Dom was that person for him. She fulfilled him in ways I never could. It wasn't that I didn't want to. I'd always known who I was. I could never give Sir what he wanted and needed because he genuinely was not the person for me. He filled a void in me in the healthiest way possible, but it still wasn't enough. I'd lived in the closet so long that when I came out, I was hungry for one thing only. I pushed away the one person that knew me better than anybody. I would always regret the way I mistreated Sir. I divorced him so he could marry the woman that truly loved him for him. It came as a shock initially when he announced that he wanted to marry Dom. I was scared and felt left out. What would I do if they married? I felt abandoned just at the thought. In the end, I made the right decision. Nothing had changed afterward except for the fact that Sir and Dom loved me even more. They were married now, and we all still made love together. Both of us pleased Dom. Sometimes, when that liquor hit me, Sir and I pleasured each other orally, but it didn't go past that. Now that our baby was about to enter the world, I was more than ready to fulfill my needs as his or her second mom, provider, bestie, and so much more. The sound of Dom's cries filled the room and I exited my thoughts.
Sir Tan, I sat behind Dom in our jacuzzi tub and encouraged her to keep going. My mind ran rampant as I watched the clear water turn murky and red. Blood slowly seeped from her, and I knew our baby would be here soon. Come on, beautiful. You can do this. Just one more push, I motivated Dom. Our midwife sat in front of Dom. Giselle pushed her legs apart a little more. Come on, mama. You can do it. Give me one more big push. Inhale and exhale, then push. Dom nodded adamantly. She inhaled a big breath of air before she exhaled, pushing out our baby. Ah! She screamed. Giselle quickly reached down and grabbed our child. Seconds passed before the cries of life filled the room. Mamas and Daddy, I present to you baby Emery. It was a girl. We had a fucking daughter. Giselle handed me the scissors. I looked at Lay and nodded for her to join me. Tears rolled down her face as she came closer with the camera. She placed her hand on mine, and together, we cut our baby girl's umbilical cord. Hours had passed, and Mommy and baby were knocked out. I held little Emery in my arms as I rocked her softly in her room. My eyes were glued to her. A deep obsession had formed already, and I'd only known Emery for a few hours. My eyes traveled over her round face and chubby cheeks, brown skin, and tiny hands she kept balled up. How could such a little being have complete control over me already? How could I ever say no to my baby girl? A lone tear escaped my eye and rolled down my cheek. I had not found another girl that would love me unconditionally. First, it was her mama, and soon her. That was all I ever wanted, to be loved and give love. Now, I was surrounded by so much love. I sniffled and kissed the top of Emery's hat. She smelled so clean and fresh. It was a fragrance I hoped I never forgot. There was a light knock on the door. Lay walked into Emery's nursery and took the seat across from me. Hey, I came to give you a break. She held out her arms. I gently transferred Emery over to her. Lay made sure she'd secured Emery to her chest before she slowly rocked in her chair. She beamed at her daughter. What a beautiful little angel we have. Amen to that. Emery is one of the best decisions I ever made. I know she's only a few hours old, but all of a sudden, I can't imagine my life without her. Same here. Being a father looks good on you, sir. Lay looked up at me finally. You deserve this moment. How do you feel? I grinned and stretched my arms and legs. Tired, but fantastic. All the things I ever wanted in life are finally here, and I have you to thank for it. Lay scrunched her face. No, not me. I didn't do anything. Lay, I know things have changed between us, but honestly, had you not made the brave decision to accept and stand in your truth, then none of this would be possible. I can only imagine the shock you felt when I wanted to fully be with Dom. I'm grateful that you understood and accepted it. I never wanted you to leave. Never. You're my best friend. I was just ready to experience real love. Now that we're all on the same page, I fully accept you for who you are. I love you, Lay. I always have, and I always will. Thank you for being you. She sniffled and wiped her eyes. Thank you for accepting me, sir, and always having my back. I love you, baby. I always have, and I always will. Lay leaned forward. We shared the sweetest kiss. It was warm and inviting, and the perfect affection to end our night.
Dominique. 4 months after Emery's birth. Who's Mommy's big girl? Who? I asked, kissing the bottom of Emery's little feet. She blew raspberries while she laughed. My baby was so ticklish. Any little touch on her feet or back made her smile or laugh. She was the brightest light in my life next to my lover's. My eyes roamed over her head, full of dark brown curls, hazel green eyes, and her wide smile. Emery had some features of mine, but the older she got, the more she looked like Sir. It was like he did all the work when I knew for a fact I fucked him like no other. I did all the work, yet Emery came out looking just like him. What a shame. I finished moisturizing her little body, then dressed her. Once Emery was good to go, I took a seat in the rocking chair and rocked her slowly. It was bedtime, and I loved spending the better part of my day with her while Sir and Lay were at work. At first, I was terrified of being a mama. Now, it was hard picturing my life before Emery. I didn't want to. The night Mariah held that gun to my head, I knew I had to fight. I wanted to be a survivor, not a victim. Plus, I had to avenge Bria's death. She deserved so much more than what she got. Most importantly, I needed to survive so I could raise my child with the unconditional love I never had from my parents. I'd always be there for Emery and her sibling to come. She was 4 months, and I was 2 months pregnant. Once I was cleared to have sex, Sir's 3-stroke technique created another child. That man of mine. I patted Emery's back until she released another burp. When I cradled her again, her little eyes drifted open and closed until she finally fell asleep. I kissed the top of her curls and carried her over to her crib. Emery did that little baby scrunch, balling the lower half of her body up before I laid her down. I smiled every time she did it. That was the highlight of my day. I watched her for a few minutes longer. When I got my fill, I dimmed her light, then pulled her door closed. I'd given my baby girl and my online treat store all my attention today. Now it was time to show my husband and girlfriend some love. It was a summer night and time to let loose. I descended the stairs and walked through the kitchen to the backyard. When I made it outside, I dropped my black nightie to the ground. The air hardened my nipples, and my pussy grew wet at the sight of Sir and Lay ass naked. A fire playlist played, blankets covered the grass, and our outdoor table held liquor, finger foods, and Emery's baby monitor. Sir walked up to me with the look of the devil in his eyes. He was going to wear my guts out tonight, so I needed to get my fill of him first. I lowered to my knees and slobbered over his dick. Sir's head fell back. He gripped the back of my head and fucked my mouth. My movements were fluid and turned me on just as much as it did him. Lay slid under me and ate my pussy. When she sucked my clit in her mouth, I flinched from the overwhelming pleasure. They didn't waste any time taking from me what they craved. It was like my lovers were obsessed with me. They couldn't get enough of their dom. Who could blame them? I was their girl, after all.
The end. This book was read for you by Sable Lynn. We hope you have enjoyed this production of They Call Me Dom by Wintertime, narrated by Ebony Ford, Sable Lynn, and Midnight Michael. Recorded books are available wherever audiobooks are sold. Thank you for listening to Recorded Books.